Shut up and sit down.
Noise.
Oh dear.
Not.
Absolutely. We had 5 minutes of not being able to muck about and it still degenerated, didn't it, mate? Yeah.
I hate the fact that we can't talk to each other in the pre-roll. It just sucks.
Yeah, it's a bit pants, isn't it, mate? It really is.
Yeah.
But hello, folks, anyway. Colin here. Festa 67's workshop and the Fox to the guru himself, folks. How you doing? How you doing, mate?
Welcome.
So I'll get the pimpage out the way. I'm in pimpage mood. I did well tonight, folks. I pimped my own stream in my own groups and others.
Big boy, he put on his big boy pants and he did some big boy pimping, didn't you?
Absolutely. So, talking of pimping, if you'd like to support the channel, head over to youtube.com/@Festa67. Become a channel member by clicking the old joiny Rooney button underneath. You could also support me at patreon.com/Festa67's workshop. And as you can see on screen, you can click the $ as well to do a super chat in here. All help support the channel out. Patrons and channel members get access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout. If you want to get mine and Fox's attention in the chat, you can do an @Festa67's workshop or an @Model Making Guru. That puts our name in a silver box and lets us know you've got something important to say, like, oi, you pillocks, turn your audio on. And yeah,
oh, you pillock.
If you want to support Fox, you can do so by heading over to patreon.com/Model Making Guru, or you can click on the join button on his YouTube, youtube.com/@Guru Fox, and become a channel member. Access to the 24/7 you get for being a member on both our channels, because that's our thing.
And if you do it, you also get access to my special account.
Absolutely.
Accounts folder.
Absolutely.
Accounts folder on Google Drive.
So I'm just going to have a quick scuffy through the chat. Me and Fox in saying evening to everyone. Steve Spencer Beanie is in from Totally Scale Models saying evening.
Hey,
evening, Steve. McLeish is in saying evening, ladies, spokes, and you other forkers out there. See what you did there. He says evening, Colin and Fox. I've been on this planet since 72. He says, there you go.
I think you'll find it's 1971, but there you go.
Retro.
I'm not that young.
Yeah, Retro says, you leave my lump and twig out of this, Fox. Some people, we said kids, I swear. Everyone's saying hello to each other there. Paul J. Lewis goes, oi, McLeish, Rabbit, Festa Wolf, World, Gala, XY, Universe, turn left at Chorley, drink. That explains it.
I don't understand any of what you just said, all those words.
I'm just going to nod approvingly.
Yeah,
Dorkosaurus is in, saying it's almost time. Absolutely, mate. Lovely to see you. Retro says, O'Doyle rules. Stefan Last is in, says, good evening, folks. My twigs are indeed lumpen. There you go, mate.
Hey, Stefan.
We're still regretting ever gluing these arms on, but that's a totally different wibble coming up, that is.
Absolutely regretting all that.
Yeah. That's a good topic of discussion. I'll start in here in a bit. Paul says, hi there to William. And he says, Lewis error, out of salt, cannot configure, insert more cheese. He also says, error 404, rebooting. I had to do one of them before we started, because that's what we do. They're coming out with loads and loads of computer blurb for, yeah.
I like task failed successfully.
Yeah, task failed, error 404, all of that lot, yeah. No operating system found. Yeah, that's another good one. Lewis used to patch the release of pizza, had a bad gateway due to lack of pepperoni. Paul says, let the frolicking weirdness begin. McLeish, put that spatula down. Jeff Light is in. Hello again, Jeff. Lovely to see you again, mate.
Jeff.
Paul also says, Colin Fox, Guthorn and the Loonies in chat. That's you, McLeish. Fraser Green is in, saying good evening, everyone. It's everyone saying hello to Fraser. Retro Rabbit says, critical error between seat and keyboard. Task failed successfully. Recommend applying copious amounts of sugar to damage components. See what he did. So that's the chat up today. Belly and bench. Don't forget, folks, what's in the belly, what's on the bench, what is your beverage of choice. And first in,
and what's on your belly?
Yeah, first in, Dolcosaurus says dinner's ready, beef and veggie soup. It's in there.
Ooh.
So anyway, how are you, mate? How's Mama Wolf? And who's Mama Wolf's favourite?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you, buddy. I am doing all right. Not had a super productive week this week.
No.
Did a video for models on Wednesday, I think. That was the Wednesday. But yeah, doing all right. Mama Wolf is okay. She's not too bad. And apparently you're the favourite tonight. I explained to her that it was just me and you, and she went, my favourite's Chris. No, Colin.
Yeah, bless her. Yeah, so of course I'm not swanning myself and fanning myself in the glory of being Mama Wolf's favourite for the night. I wouldn't do that, Ted, because I'm not like that. But yeah,
it's important to remind yourself of one thing, though. Do you know who she never says is her favourite?
Would that be you?
Me. I am never her favourite.
Oh, Lammerkins.
I'm never the favourite. I never get told I'm the favourite.
Oh, bless you. You provide all the noms as well, and you're not even...
I do all the brews. She'd made me 2 brews in a year.
Oh, bless.
I just get forgotten, me.
Athol's in, says, morning chaps from both sides of the pond. Just in for a while. My lecky blanket even heats up me bed. Oh, nice. Paul D. Tomazzo's in, says, good evening, everyone. Hello, Paul. Love to you and Dawn. Hope both keeping well. And yeah, mate, innit? It's a bit taters, folks, innit? Have you got snow where you are, Fox?
No, we didn't have any snow. But I got up today and there was frost in the front garden and on the driveway.
Yeah.
On our front garden and our driveway. Nobody else's.
Yeah.
But the amazing thing is that the back garden, which hasn't been touched in about a year, because our gardener vanished when Chocolate Velociraptor started. Never seen him. Never heard from him again. So, for some reason, when it's covered in frost, it looks a lot more neat and tidy.
Yeah, as does. It's only when it falls out you realise it's still a building site.
Yeah, you realise you haven't got away with it.
Yeah.
But no, we're doing okay here. We're
absolutely.
Okay. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm fine and dandy, mate. Yeah, I've just had a nice, chilled, relaxing, resting week, as you know.
Yep.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm just chilling out, mate, if I'm honest, and just, doing my thing my way in my own time, as and when I can. Yeah.
I've been doing that for years.
Absolutely. Got a belly and bench from Fraser. He says, belly, some microwave chips and cola. Bench, a redone 40k Chaplin. Waiting on bits for 2 more little projects. McLeish says, belly, breakfast, roll, sausage, bacon with a coffee. Lunch was mac and cheese and a can of Monster. Cool one, Bennett. McLeish on Monster. What a rattle that would be. Dinner was onion curry, fried rice, KFC popcorn, chicken, and chips. How do you order a curry and KFC chicken, popcorn, chicken? Do you order like 2 separate takeaways? Mate, that's proper stick a fork in me night, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm also kind of glad that I'm not anywhere within about 3 miles of them.
Absolutely. Stefan last says belly pizza, same toppings as the last few times. Let me know if you want them repeated. Bench is unreachable.
Repeat them.
Go on. And Andy says it was -7 yesterday, Thursday, and his car brakes had frozen on. Yeah.
Oh.
Retro says belly, Wendy's bacon cheeseburger, poutine, spicy chicken snack wrap.
Poutine.
Drank Honeycrisp apple cider at 5.6%. Bench, where is my bench?
I've still never had poutine.
Nor have I, mate. I thought he was that Russian bloke. Hugh Gordon's in, says evening, Cole and Co. See what I did there. He said, and everyone in chat.
That was
hello, you. Yeah, I know, but it's all I had, mate.
Your comedy fit was weak, old man.
Yeah, it's been a long day. James says, evening, Cole Fox, all in chat. There you go. And Andy says, model making guru, he says, trouser park. Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, I've been exceptionally gassy today.
Yes.
Not in a light-hearted way, but in a proper, like, every time I've done a trouser trumpet, it's been the size of a car.
Are you fettling?
I am. Well, we're ready. We're going, aren't we? I'm going. I'm on.
Oh, you're actually working before I am. I'm impressed, soldier.
I know. I'm having a renaissance moment.
You're having a right old goodly fellow. Look, he's even got his pots of I've got nothing on me bench prepped yet. It's a first.
You're rubbish. You are rubbish.
I'm useless, isn't I, mate?
You are. Yeah, I've pretty much finished now. So there you go. In the last 5 minutes, I've just basically petted everything.
I had an interesting chat yesterday.
Oh, yes.
And the subject came up, and it's one I want to get your opinion on. Why is it when people build Warhammer, they fully assemble everything, then paint it? It's counterintuitive, isn't it? Because normally we would build in sub-assemblies, wouldn't we? And yet a lot of folks, because I mean, like us gluing these arms on is the in-joke, isn't it?
Well, that was...
We've still got our heads separate and things like that. But most of the time, when you see these on YouTube, people have actually completed the build, like a truck, a booster blaster, a WAS bomb. It's all glued together. And then when they come to paint it, we all do the same. We moan because you can't get the things you need to paint. So why is it Warhammer builds are done completely differently from regular model?
I have to quick repair to do that. I've just created. Hang on. It's not actually that common. It's part of it is people do build Warhammer stuff in sub-assemblies. But the two things to keep in mind is that unlike most other models, it's pretty much mostly brush paint. A lot of people just do brush painting.
Yeah.
It's not a case of you've got to keep things separate and unassemble so you can mask them off and airbrush them, because a lot of times, they're doing just brush painting. So, especially if it's figures like little mini, if it's like standard little mini figures like Imperial Guard or Space Marines and stuff, you can get to it all with a brush. It's not a problem. You're not going to be doing a lot of airbrushing on them.
A lot of it's speed built for tabletop, isn't it?
Yeah. So, well, not even that, but even if you do them carefully, it's still a lot of them are small figures, which is very easy to. I've just ruined this now.
I mean, my argument to it is, we didn't think it through. We just glued them on and have regretted it ever since. But it is the standing joke with us too, isn't it? But like my Insane Blade, that's modular because,
I've just broken a thing.
Oh, you ain't? You having trouble with your flaps, dear?
I've broken my thing off. The reality is that a lot of times, if somebody builds something in one go and then paints it, it's because it's mostly going to be brush painted. And they can get to everything to paint it, and it's just a lot easier. However, you will see people doing like builds where they do sub-assemblies. I do it all the time. I do sub-assemblies because sometimes with some of the vehicles, for example, there are bits that you just can't get to. Why is that going on? Bits that you can't get to, like in some of those Orc vehicles, I keep the actual Orcs themselves separate and outside. Because they're hard to paint once you're in the
when I did my booster blaster, I had the roof as a separate assembly and all the bits and pieces, wheels and that just clipped on because, But it's just something that came up in a conversation yesterday in the Zoom, and it's like,
It is a good question because it is, especially like you might see someone painted, for example, RK on the Everchosen, which is this big three-headed dragony thing with wings and everything. And you might think, well, why would you not build that in sub-assemblies? And the truth of it is you don't need to.
Yeah.
You might want to keep the dude that rides on its back separate just to make painting him easy.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's absolutely no need at all to have it all separate because it's all equally paintable.
I mean, it was the fact that we justified it, didn't we, by going, we don't want to ruin our paint job by getting the risk of the glued surfaces ruining the paint. And it's like, rusty chipped Orc paint job.
Yeah.
But I mean, we regretted it as soon as we glued these arms on. It's like, can't get to that now.
The arms on these things are an example of something that you would perhaps keep off before you.
Absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong, the pauldrons you would probably glue on, but the arms themselves, no, leave them off.
I mean, you do see people doing lots of sub-assemblies on things like this. It's just that when you watch painting videos, they tend to be of figures and
absolutely. The 90% are fully built things. That's where I thought it was a thing. But when I did me WAS bomb and things like that, I did the traditional sub-assemblies. But it was just the conversation we was having last night. I thought I'd get your input on.
Yeah, I mean, I built my WAS bomb, but the cockpit just pulls out of the bodywork, so I can just pop the cockpit out and paint the pilot in the cockpit.
Yeah, absolutely. Things like that. And
those are the only bits you need to do separately because everything else you can just get to. And
absolutely.
it is even if you're not doing a lot of brush painting, it's still it's easy to get to. So
Yeah, exactly.
You can do it as bits if you want. There's nothing stopping. It's just a lot of times they're also designed for brush painting. Like a lot of Warhammer stuff is designed intentionally to be brush painted anyway.
Yeah,
that's why they've got big chunky details and lots of deep panel lines. So they kind of know that.
Absolutely.
So like if I've got, say, like I'm painting Taurox and I've got to paint the interior and the driver and stuff, I'll do all that and then I'll put the top on, which is basically a lid. The roof is basically a lid you can just plop on top and glue in place. So I'll do that separately. I broke my thing off the back.
Oh, well, you like your tit. Got any super glue?
I thought about doing that after I'd already put loads of other glue on it. So,
whilst you're thinking of that, then Atol's belly and bench was chicken vindaloo with various toppings washed down with Nescafe Golden Blend and bench Necromunda Gang Fortress. It's in there. Paul J. Lewis, belly, pizza earlier, bench, 124th Nunu Audi R8, good kit. Beverage is Bailey's, lots and lots of Bailey's, always going to be sozzled, mate.
Did he give us the particular type of pizza?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Just say pizza?
He just said pizza.
Come on, Lewis, you know better than that.
In brackets, earlier, yeah.
You know that, Lewis, better than that, just to say pizza.
Hugh Gordon says, nay here, Loon. Retro says, Warhammer fully built is playable, even if not painted. That could be why then. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the other thing. If you build them to play them, sometimes they build them all lumping together so they can then play them before they painted them.
Yeah. So. Tomazzo says, not here. His Warhammer kits are built like all other kits. Absolutely. I mean, when I did the same, the Insane Blade, I had it where I could drop all the bits off because I knew it would be a dog to paint.
I mean, interestingly, not to, blow my own trumpet because it's not my channel it's promoting, but I've done another video for models, the little FAQ page.
Yes.
It's not gone live yet, but this one is about building in sub-assemblies and planning painting. And I show my Space Wolf, Storm Wolf, where I wanted to paint inside the crew cabin and the cockpit, but I knew the way it went together.
Yeah.
I could do that separately and then put them in at the end.
Yeah.
So I explain in there just simply about how to go through instructions and plan the build.
Absolutely. I mean, all my other kits I do in sub-assemblies like me tanks, me bikes, me cars. I do the body shell first, get all the paint job done on that. Whilst that's all cooking and everything, I'll be doing the interior. And when I do the tanks, it's you do it as all your sub-assemblies and paint that, and it's curious. Because, I didn't realise that a lot of us still did that. I mean, we made boo-boo with this by gluing everything on and regretting it instantly. But
we thought we could get to it, and then we realised it was just sapping us the will to live.
Yeah.
But I will admit that when I'm building non-Warhammer stuff, quite strangely, because I prefer the laziest way of doing anything, I have found myself in recent years building a non-Warhammer kit and trying as much as possible to avoid sub-assemblies.
Yeah, if I know I'm going to be able to get to the bulk of the stuff with the airbrush and then I can go in and perhaps pick out the smaller detail with a line brush, then I'll do it that way.
I've become quite confident because I've been doing it a lot with Warhammer.
Yeah.
In the past, where I would say building an open cab vehicle and I might paint the interior and then install it onto the chassis and then build the thing around it. Yeah. Nowadays, I'd be like, well, I can get to most of it.
Yeah.
I can put it in and then paint it because I can get to that. So
exactly.
I always look at every kit and look at, do I need to do sub-assembly? Even a Warhammer kit, I always think, do I need to do sub-assemblies? And sometimes I will, and sometimes I won't. And like on this kit, the only thing you need to do as a sub-assembly is the arms, which we didn't do.
Yeah.
And the little figures who you can glue on later. Yeah. Other than that, you can get to all this, so you don't need to.
Yeah.
It does depend. If you're building a Valkyrie, for example, the flyer, you'd probably want to paint the cockpit and get that installed first.
Yeah, exactly. Al says, but Colin, I usually paint on the sprues, leaving paint off where the parts are to be glued together. But for tanks and flyers, I build and keep in sub-assemblies like the weapons, Hugh says, nice to see some snow, makes a change from deceased leaves. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, I used to paint on sprues a long time ago, but I got sick of having to tidy up all the paint that got messed up through the construction process, so I kind of gave up on that. I just do it in sub-assemblies now.
Stefan Last says, Fox, pizza toppings, fillet of pork, mushrooms, jalapenos, onion, garlic, taco sauce, and named it Acapulco even. There you go.
What were those chilies again, Carl?
As soon as I said it, jalapenos I called it. It's jalapenos, isn't it? Yeah.
Jalapeno, you got it right. There you go. Good.
Yeah. But yeah, it's best to speak, isn't it? What can I say?
Can't get better than Festa speak. I made a bigger decision.
All right.
Earlier on, and then I flushed, and then I had another big decision.
Oh dear.
Which was to paint the ammunition barrel there that I've been wondering about for ages. I'm just doing it the same blue as the rest of the thing.
Yeah.
So it'll be like bits of blue with the rust showing through. Because I spent weeks thinking, what am I going to paint that? Screw it, I'll just do blue.
Yeah. It's one of them, innit? I will get round to doing something in a minute. I just thought I'd try to keep an eye on the chat this week. What we got?
Don't do like me, pick your model up and break a bit off straight away.
Andy says, from your photo, I presumed you would be a fit slim chap, but as I see, almost every meal you eat is KFC. Who must be very round. Oh, there you go.
Who's he talking to?
Oh, Andy McLeish. Oh, Andy McLeish. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right, yes. Oh, man. Oh, I thought saying I got you.
Paul says, in answer to the pizza question, was chicken with spicy Mediterranean peppers and jalapenos. Zingy.
Ziggy?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got someone now doing the proper grammar police in the chat by doing the full JA.LAP. Yeah. You'll get used to me, Retro. I don't do the grammar police bit, though, mate. It's like I speak how I speak.
If you want to get your own back, he's actually misspelled it anyway because you pronounce a Y after the N, so it's jalapeno.
Yeah, so I get a lot of that. Look, I talk how I talk. It's end of, you know what I mean? But yeah, full-blown grammar police there. Yeah, you are that man.
Do you know what made me think of you yesterday?
What's that?
I was playing a bit of Wolfenstein. The old blood, which is like shooting. I've got paint on my finger. Which is like storming a World War II German castle and shooting like German soldiers and stuff, all that kind of World War II stuff.
Yeah.
And I walked into this room and there's like a cellar and there's all these barrels in this like cellar.
Yeah.
And there's two German soldiers like stood having this conversation.
Oh right, yeah.
And one of them saying, "I was laying in bed with this woman," and the other one was like, "Wait, no, you weren't laying." This is in German. You weren't laying in bed. You were lying in bed. Like,
yeah.
What? You're using the wrong word. Lay is what you do to a carpet. Lie is what you do in bed. And he's like, what? Why'd you have to correct everyone on their grammar? And they go on for about 10 minutes. I'm like, grammar Nazis. I've just got the whole point of this conversation. One Nazi correcting the other one. I'm like, perfect.
Oh, mate, I get it all the time. He says it's phonetically spelled incorrectly for fun. You go, but yeah, he's calling me names now. Oh.
Token Scale Model says, we is what we is, Cole.
Absolutely, Steve. You know, it's what makes me me, mate. I have the ability to destroy any word in any language.
Uncanny ability. Paul Lewis says, jalapeno, just saying pedantically.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah.
Have you had any snow then, Cole? You're down south where it's
we're as frosty can be, but as far as I know, we haven't had any, but apparently we're supposed to be getting it tonight or tomorrow in the southeast. So I haven't had
it for a long time. What?
Yeah. So, yeah, but obviously I worry because H goes out driving, doesn't she, at night? And
yeah.
You know, she goes into Surrey and all around the houses. So she does drive a fair old distance, bless her. So
have your gritters been out around there?
Yeah, they've been out, but I just worry because it's snow and ice in it. It's not necessarily her; it's the other pilchards on the road.
What car is she driving?
She's got a little Renault Clio, mate. Proper girl's car.
That'll be all right. That'll be fine on the ice.
She tried to get behind the driver's seat of the Monza once, and even with the seat fully forward, her little feet didn't go nowhere near the pedals, mate.
I was quite shocked when I got my Series 3 Land Rover all those years ago, which I still miss to this day. Many, many years ago, I got my Series 3 Landy.
Yeah.
And I'd never realised this before, but basically, with old Series Land Rovers, if your feet can't reach the pedals, you can't buy it.
Yeah.
Because the seats don't move; they're built into the hull.
Yeah, that's right.
The seat is built into the actual body shell. It's literally two chunks of foam covered in vinyl on the metal shelf. So if you get a Land Rover and you can't quite reach the pedals, you've just bought a car you can't drive. That's it. End of. And suddenly I was like, wow, I never thought of that before, but it's true. You can't. If you can't move the seat, you can't shuck the seat forward because you can't. You just can't do it. It's quite amusing. I got kicked out of the army. Why? Because I couldn't reach the pedals.
I've gone and done it. Instant regret, no doubt. But I've gone and put the ladder on the back.
Have you? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're going to regret that. I regretted that so much, I threw mine in the bin and broke it off.
Paul J. Lewis says, 21 watching, only 7 thumbs. Disappointing, he says. Slap the thumbs up buttons, Pete. Do it now. Yeah, it all helps. All helps the channel. It all helps grow the content and get people coming. I've got cute alert coming, by the way, peeps.
Yes, you want to stick around for maximum cuteness shortly.
Yeah, because, I'll wait until Candygram's in. Because it's
our relevant Carl Sagan.
Our relevant Carl Sagan. So hopefully he comes in because
I've got a thing lined up.
But
I've got the quote page open anyway.
Oh, you got a Sagan quote. Oh, happy days, mate.
I've not got one lined up because as soon as I come away from the quote page to the chat, then it just jumps back to the top of the page. So
Retro says I slapped it 3 times. Bless you.
You just put blocks of wood on the pedals, Fox, says Steve.
Yeah.
In a Land Rover, they're already heavy enough. I had to draw extra muscles in my leg to use the pedals on a Land Rover.
Right.
Have you ever driven a Land Rover, Col?
Yeah, I had a short wheelbase tow truck.
Oh, was it Series 2 or 3?
Series 3, mate.
Oh, they're just the best things ever.
Yeah, had the big scaffolding tripod on there with the big old strap on the back. I used to go up and down the Alton Road towing people out the ditches in the winter.
Oh, leaf springs, drum brakes.
Yeah, big winch on the front and back, and you name it.
One of the things I miss most about my Landy is the big bus steering wheel.
Yeah, it was proper Reg Varney out of On the Bus's steering wheel, wasn't it?
Did you have to grow the extra bone in your arm to turn?
Yeah, you didn't want to sit there and do a 3-point turn in them, did you?
Well, not at any great speed now.
No.
I remember once I went into a car park and it had like it was like a shopping centre car park, and it had like the little raised flower bed things.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just like divided in different sections. And the curb would have been about, I don't know, half a foot high.
Yeah.
And apparently I drove over one of those little embankments and I hadn't even noticed.
Oh, really?
I just drove from one side of the car park to the other section without even realising there was a little thing in the middle.
Oh, you spud.
It was just a little embankment with some grass. There was no harm done, but it was like, what, really? Good times. Good times. I miss my Landy. It was the most fun I've ever had driving a car.
All part of the fun, mate.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Everybody tried to scav lifts off me all the time because it held all the people in the back.
Oh,
and
right.
I was hoping that I'd get less requests because I hated giving people lifts all the time. I was always the one that had to be the driver. So I was kind of hoping that less people would ask me for lifts because it wasn't exactly the most comfortable drive, but everybody asked me for lifts all the time. So I'm like, right. So what I did was every time people asked me for a lift, they sat in the back and I made sure I went over the bumpiest route possible. So they're all banging their head on the metal frame in the roof and everything. It's like, yeah, they didn't ask me again for a lift.
No.
Like,
instant regret, was it?
Yeah, well, there's all the sharp strips of metal going across the roof, all the beams. It's like, oh, look, speed bump, clunk, ow.
Yeah.
Oh, did you hit your head? Less. So, yeah. You've had a chill week this week, haven't you?
Yes, it's been suitably chilled, mate. It's,
batteries.
Yeah, a bit of a recharge week, mate. It's,
Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that at all. We all need it sometimes.
Yeah. Mainly doing stuff ready for next year, sorting out the outros and things like that, the streams and the live videos, live streams and the videos, and just getting everything ready for switching all the artwork over, really. So
what he spent the whole week doing in reality is that H discovered his accounts folder on his PC, so he spent a week moving all the files from accounts to a folder called Not Porn.
No, I don't have the obligatory data folder. Yeah.
He says, convincingly.
You got to admit, it did sound convincing, didn't it?
No, not in the slightest. You're a man. We know it's lies.
It's worth a try.
Yeah, it's worth a try. You are a try. I'll give you that.
Absolutely, mate.
Right, there we go. I've got to do some checkers this week, haven't I? I started painting checkers last week. I mean, it has the stretch. I nearly made myself panic then. It's not checkers, it's hazard stripes.
Oh, is it?
Just for that.
Oh, dear.
Hazard stripes are much easier than checkers.
Where are you painting them?
Where I painted them yellow bits on that thing on my shoulder. You can't see there.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm with you.
I made sure to paint them in an area. Remember how they were supposed to be hazard stripes? That didn't work, did it?
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, really? Yeah, because, yeah.
I say hazard stripes.
That was one of your better ones, I'll give you that.
It was one of my finer moments. I'm painting hazard stripes. Why have you painted checkers? Bollocks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, how did that work out for you? Mm.
Very well, thank you.
Right.
So,
where did they go? I'm away.
What are you playing with at the moment then? What are you doing right now?
I'm just figuring out what dudes came with the stompa, because some of these look similar to what I had for the Bane blade, so I'm curious.
You want me to tell you? I've got them in front of me.
Yeah. How many figures did you have?
Okay. There's one guy with the big hammer.
Yeah, got him.
There is the guy with the headphones on and the radio set.
Yeah, got him. Yeah.
There is
Yeah, carrying all the bombs. Yeah.
Couldn't quite see what he was doing then. You've got the one guy who is hanging off.
Yeah.
Hanging on the lamppost. You got a guy with a big banner.
Yeah, Big John Danner. Yeah, and you got the guy with a drill. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it.
All right, mate.
And the
no
pilot,
worries. Yeah,
pilot, of course, as well. The orc.
Yeah, I didn't know whether they was ones from the Bane blade. That was all, or the Insane blade, because I had similar figures for that carrying bombs, and I thought, am I picking up the wrong ones? Yeah. But then they're all in primer, so yeah, I need to get out more. Retro says all my naughty photos are in a folder called Bunny Photos. Please delete after enjoying and after my inevitable and expected demise.
Demise. Because you're in your inevitable yet expected betrayal.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't actually have a special items folder at all.
No, it's never been my bag, mate, to be honest with you.
It sounds really bad to say it, but I don't have a folder of it because you can just find it online with no problems. You don't need to download it.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
The only reason we all had accounts folders in the early 2000s is because to find an entire movie would be like, it would take 3 days to download it. Yeah. So you'd find someone who had it on a disc, and nowadays you don't need any of that. Just watch it, stream it.
Well, the Americans had to see his catalogue. That would normally get the job done, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was just finished.
Yeah.
Where's me artificer? There it is. I feel the need to artifice. Now, I have some news.
Yeah, go for it.
As a result of my birthday early in the week, I will be receiving some kits. There may or may not be a Forge World in there.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah. But I've ordered some orky things.
Yeah.
Basically, a few people. I've had a couple of things bought for me, and some people have said, "Here's some money. Go and buy the kits you want," because I don't know what kit you want, and so which is much better for me. People that say, "I know what you want. You want Warhammer, but I'll just buy the wrong one." So
yeah,
here's a mess of money. Just here's a budget. Go. So I've ordered the new Cadian thing set with all the new Cadians in it, and the and the little walker and stuff. Just because I like painting Cadians anyway. That's good live stream material. Sitting there painting little Cadians for a few weeks. Yeah. But I have some orc stuff. I've ordered an orc truck. It's only a simple kit, but I want to paint one. I have ordered. I've forgotten what I've ordered now. I've ordered an orc truck.
That can only happen to you.
I've ordered an orc truck. I've ordered one thing that I can't tell you what it is because it will spoil something that's coming to you.
Yeah.
There is something on the way to Colin, a Christmas present on the way to Colin. I may have got one for myself. I've ordered an orc, Cadian's thing, orc truck. I have ordered
all the things, basically.
I've forgotten now. I have ordered a couple of Sigmar things as well, Age of Sigmar. But they're Auric, which is the Sigmar version of orcs.
Oh, right.
One of them is that big Auric war boss on the back of that dirty great big vulture.
Yeah.
You know the one I mean?
Yeah.
like a vulture the size of a 747 is sat on the back of it.
Yeah, I know the one.
And I've ordered one which is an Orc War Boss on the back of some sort of like dinosaur thing, like a big skinny dinosaur thing.
Yeah,
I thought it looked quite good. So I've ordered a couple, and that's just purely for painting those because they're proper like organic big monster type thing. These guns are in the way, big organic monstery type things. So I might not do the stripes this week actually.
No,
I can't really. I might not do the stripes because I don't want to handle it and snap this thing off.
Yeah,
again.
you don't want to flag it.
I might not risk it. I might do the stripes next time.
Even that'll do them off camera, can't you? If you know you need to manhandle it around.
Could do.
At the end of the day, if that makes it easier for you.
Oh no, it's not going to be hard for me to paint them. I just don't want to do it while I'm still waiting for that to finish gluing because
we all know how we really pre-planned this properly by putting these arms on. So we've only got ourselves to blame.
Yeah, so which means I blame McLeish basically.
Do you know? That's a bloody good shout.
It's a good answer. It's a universal solution to most problems. Just
that has got legs on it, mate.
It's got legs on it, hasn't it?
It has.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get the horn.
Oh dear, you're not, are you?
I'm going to get the horn. I'm going to paint the horns.
Where can I have
I've got the camera all the way over there for me to sit here and paint little tiny horns. I'm going to move in. Once this week, I'm going to have close-up camera goodness, hot camera action.
Oh, I'm impressed, soldier.
Yeah, you watch. I'll do 2 minutes of this, and then I'll have to go and paint something big, massive on the other thing.
Yeah, it's going to really go well, isn't it, mate?
Yeah. So what did I can't remember what I've ordered now. God damn, I ordered a truck, and I'm all zoomed in all the way as well. I've ordered a truck, and I got myself like a new painting palette pad just so I can draw pictures on live streams.
Yeah.
What else did I order? God damn it. Truck. I got the guitar playing dude, the Goth Rocker. I got
the Goth Rocker, yeah.
I didn't realise that'll be received in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Because it's not in production yet.
What, the Goth Rocker?
Yeah, they're not being produced till the order period ends on the 6th of January.
I was going to say, I've got mine sat there.
Yeah, it says will be shipped within 180 days. They're obviously doing them on demand, aren't they?
I presume so, yeah. Literally, I've got mine just there.
They might have. I think they must have done like an initial run, and then after that, it's kind of on demand, I think.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I was going to say. Really?
Well, when I went to do the shipping for mine, it was like, send them when you've got them all. Brilliant. You'll get your shipping in 180 days. What?
Yeah, that's like, about as much use as a chocolate teapot then, isn't it?
So they must have gone through the pre-made stock, and the rest is just on demand.
Yeah.
Check your chat, dude.
Oh, Angus Allett has put in a $20 super chat. Hi, Colin Fox, he says, and chatty people. Thank you very, very much, Angus.
Hello, Angus. Big hugs.
Thank you very, very much there, mate, for your generosity. Massively appreciated.
Yep. Lovely.
That there, folks, is what a super chat is.
Yeah. That is a super chat.
Yeah, I was going through the ELO stuff for the build, and it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. There you go, Angus. Have yourself a bit of air guitar there, mate. Angus saying hi to Cole, Fox, chatty people. Wayne Model Works in, just checking in real quick. Still at work. Just wanted to say hi, Colin and Fox and everyone in chat. Hope everyone is going well. Fine and dandy. Wayne, keep an eye out in the new year because I shall, on the Friday Frolic, be doing some of my stash builds, mate, going forward. All part of my 2023 changes. I'll be moving any Warhammer stuff that I do solely to Warhammer Sunday on Fox's channel because I kind of want to get some of my stash built, mate. So keep an eye out, folks.
I will admit, I am vastly enjoying this paint job, but I'm getting to the point where I need to move on to the next thing now because it's like I'm loving every minute of it, but I've been doing it for 6 months now, and it's like I need to move on. So we can move on to the next thing. Yeah.
Like I said to you before, if you want to finish it off air, mate. It's not a problem. I mean, I probably intend to have this, so once the Christmas break happens, I shall come back on the Frolic and be doing something else. So I can always pull this back out for Warhammer Sunday. It's just unconscious that I want to make that transition on me Frolic, just for my own sanity, because
I might just keep on doing this while you're doing your own thing. Because we don't have to do the same thing on the Friday.
No,
so.
Most of my live content at the moment is solely Warhammer, and I kind of want to get some of my stash built because it's gathering dust, and yes. What have we got?
We did choose a dirty, great, big, massive 12-month painting project, didn't we, really?
We chose really wisely, didn't we, mate?
Well, it's a bit like you choosing your building projects wisely. You keep building things that are even more involved than the Insane Blade.
I think I would learn, wouldn't you? But
no, don't ever learn, Cole. Don't ever learn.
But it's like me video content, it's like, I want to get back into doing some bits and pieces. I've got loads of plans for next year, and if I don't do it now, there might come a time where I can't do them. So I want to, for obvious reasons, catch up with a lot of that stuff, because there might come a time where I can't build them.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though, as well. It's people have to remember as well that, like, with any painting project, most times you paint something, it's done within a week or two, a few weeks at the most, on a normal timescale.
Absolutely.
But when we're streaming it, something that might take you a week or two to paint is taking us 6 months. But the problem is, you've got to maintain the enthusiasm for that thing for 6 months.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? You hit the Berlin Wall, so to speak, that you got to push through it, and I've done it on several builds where I've parked them and then come back to them. It's not
that you get bored with it or you're not enjoying it. It's just that, when you're painting something, you can keep motivated and keep the motor going quite easily for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But when you've got to keep stopping and starting to do, and it's like, you just want to sit down and paint it in one go, because you can't. It's hard to maintain the enthusiasm when it's like 8 months later and you've got seen a load of other stuff you want to paint. So
absolutely,
it's quite challenging.
So I've gone through and marked up me video builds for next year and me live builds for next year in the stash. So when I do my Christmas broadcast, it'll be on there. Plans for next year, what the builds are going to be, and hopefully.
Are you going to do it in the Queen's voice? My husband and I.
Yeah, hopefully, God willing and Elf willing, I'll be able to get on, but so that's the plan anyway. I'm going to instantly regret putting these dudes on, but they're on now.
Have you glued the dudes on?
Yeah.
Have you painted them yet?
No, I didn't paint them at all, mate. I just thought I'd put them on and keep them primed. You honestly think I'm an idiot, don't you? Look.
I don't know if you. I didn't remember you painting them at any point.
Yeah, you said several weeks ago, and I said I've already painted mine. I painted them ages ago, mate.
I don't remember things that I said.
Yeah, it's ago. Like, have you painted? You think I'd glue? Oh, God.
I don't know. We glued the arms on. We had the made the stellar decision of the arms, so I can't.
There are times.
Yeah, I can't assume our intelligence that yours or mine is any good at the arms fiasco.
No, I'm so glad that grot tank's magnetic, though, because I've just spotted over there that I've still got the internal ladder. Actually, So.
Urgent back scratching moment. Hang on.
Atoll says, Fox, Orc, Goth Rocker, painted up as Alice Cooper with face paint, or better still, kiss. That would be good. Candygram for Mongo's in. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to pad this out a little bit. He says, hi, Fox, and a big hello to everyone in the chat. Over to Fox for...
Hang on. I've got to find one,
Well, whilst you're doing that, I'll say hello to Joshua Rydesdam, because he's in. Hello, Josh. How you doing, mate?
Here we go. Quote from Carl Sagan. Humans who enslave, castrate, experiment on, and fillet other animals have an understandable penchant for pretending animals do not feel pain. There you go.
There you go. And I've got something lined up just for Jeff. Because if you remember last week, I said that I had 3D printed a grot tank.
Oh.
Yeah. And do you remember Jeff, I think it was, said, wouldn't it be cute if you had loads of little baby grot tanks?
Oh, yeah.
So we printed another little grot tank. Then we printed another little grot tank.
We're getting smaller.
You can see where this is going, can't you?
Like a line of ducks, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got a grot blade with movable turrets.
Is that the one you printed ages ago? And
Yeah.
Dave thought was the full-size Beyblade.
Yeah. So we got the grot blade. So actually, he needs to go there.
What would be sweet is if you get a grot and like build an open turret so he's sticking out the top.
Yeah, I'm going to drill the top of it, mate, like I have on that one. But I was too impatient to get it done and get it done for Friday. So then we've got, notice how I'm moving further out.
Yeah.
Another one. And we've got another one.
They're getting smaller. I love it.
And last but no means least, oh, we got a little rocket launcher.
That's basically just big enough to put one grot in just about with a fire button.
So there you go, Jeff, just for you. There's your little light, but dude.
I love the way it's basically just about barely big enough to get a grot in it.
Look how cute it is.
The little missile launchers. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to come in, Jeff. So there you go, mate. That is your little line of grot tanks.
Oh, you need to put some decent pictures of those up in the grid,
Yeah.
just like of each one.
You can see where this is going again, Fox, can't you? It's going to be another one of those long, narrow builds.
I don't remember seeing any evidence of you doing that before.
Yeah, so there you go, Jeff. I'm a man of my word, mate. You got yourself all your little grot tanks done, mate. And yeah, I knocked something off then, got no idea what it was. Probably that dude I glued on.
Just as the only person in the world with a whole load of like half-by-4 shells.
Absolutely, mate. But yeah, so there you go, Jeff, just for you, mate.
I'm going to find a better second grot that's not quite as dark as that one.
He's put in a $5 super chat. He says, outstanding. He says, little baby tanks. Thank you very much, Jeff, for your kindness, mate.
Here you go. I've got a better Carl Sagan quote for you.
Go on, then.
Who, I can see all these ones I've never actually heard, so it's difficult for me. These are all written ones he's done in writing and stuff. Who is more humble? The scientist who looks at the universe with an open mind and accepts whatever it has to teach us, or somebody who says everything in this book must be considered the literal truth, and never mind the fallibility of all the human beings involved? There you go.
Paul J. Lewis says, well done, that man. Candygram from Mongo. Yeah, absolutely. But no, I didn't want to let him down. I'm sure it was Jeff that said it last week about, oh, it would be cute to have a little line. So I thought, yeah,
like little ducks.
I can do that. So yeah.
Rabbit says all the little grot tanks need to be connected with a bit of rope and pulled along like a train, like a little kid's ride.
Do you know, that's a good shout.
Or like the little toy of the little wooden duck with all the little ducklings.
Yeah. Could have them where they bob up and down.
Yeah. Oh, don't give him ideas. He's had ideas now.
Yeah, I've had ideas now. It's going to end badly for me, isn't it?
Yeah, it always does, doesn't it?
Yeah. That little dude that I said I would regret gluing on, it was him that came off.
Was it? Good lad.
But
I would expect
me being
nothing less
me,
from you.
I've immediately glued him back on because I shall not be defeated.
I will not be defeated.
But yeah, look at that, though. That is the cutest little grot tank, isn't it? Oh.
Adorbs.
Fox is like, I want one.
If you
Did I just do that live on air? I did, didn't I?
You did. If I ever one day come to your house and have a game on your gaming table that you're yet to build, I fully expect you to walk in.
Yeah.
And I'll put down all my Imperial Guard units and my Tempestus Scions and my Bane Blades, and I expect you to walk in with a box and just get out like 70 grot tanks and say, that's my entire army. There's 3,000 points. Go.
Yeah.
And just be nothing but grot tanks.
That's ours off. Take care, mate. He says his wee bell's just rung, so sorry, I'm off to the land of utter darkness. None-eye all. None-eye athol. And I did forget to show you the one that I got off the printer earlier on as well, which is a multi-part grot tank with little engines and little turrets and stuff. So that's another one that's come off the printer tonight with all of its little tracks and everything. So
here's a question for you.
Yes.
Have you seen Craftsman's latest video?
No, I haven't, mate.
He's got himself a Elegoo Saturn II printer.
Oh, nice, man.
And he's playing with that. And he does something that I wasn't sure why he's doing it. He gets he prints like almost like a 1/3 scale Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Like toy Kenner version. He prints it. Anyway, the point is, he prints it and then he basically takes all the stuff on the support straight from the printing bed and puts it in an alcohol bath. What's that all about?
Because it washes the resin off. That's what I do, mate.
Well, it's just any leftover resin that may have got stuck in the crevices and stuff.
Yeah, you're basically washing it. What I do is I have several tubs over the back there with alcohol in that you can see. And then I've got my wash station that's next to the printer there, the yellow one, and in there is a 2-litre tub full of alcohol.
So
and you basically wash all of the uncured resin that basically pulls on the print off. Because when you print, I think I said it before, they come out upside down from the liquid. So the liquid is still running down the model, and you want to wash all of that off.
Well, I suppose it'll be in all the little crooks and nannies as well.
Because otherwise, if you cure it, all of that stuff, it's a bit like putting too much panel line wash in a panel line. If you leave that uncured resin in there, and then you cure it, you're going to lose all the detail. You're just going to end up with a blob of molten resin, aren't you? So you put it in the alcohol bath to wash all of the uncured resin off so that you get nice crisp details.
Yeah, because that uncured resin that's not supposed to be there will eventually cure by itself in normal natural UV.
Absolutely. So yeah, that's all you do. If you're doing large figures, I use holes that I've drilled into them for drainage and things like that.
Holes.
Big holes.
Paul Lewis says, want a baby grot tank cutie.
Oh, you want one, do you, Paul? No worries, mate.
Rabbit says, the grot tank with the pair of rocket launchers on the turret looks like a lot like the Dollhouse Machine and Krieger kit.
It is. It is the nuts in it. It's just like, yeah, you want them, look.
Jeff says, I thought a duckling Isle of Tanks would be cute, and Festa pulled it off even better.
Absolutely. I will do that. I will do that rope idea. I could do it with a bit of rope, or would you like chain between the tanks where they're chained together? I don't know. But yeah, I'll do something. Burnish a little chain, have a little chain. It's for
some I don't know why, but for some reason, on that little tiny one, it should have like a. I don't know why. I've just seen an image of it with like the grots there with like a life ring around, like a thing you get on a boat, like a life preserver, you know, the donut thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's a tank. It's nothing to do with water.
Yeah. But yeah, you got to do something, didn't you? It's like it's one of them. It's like that's grot tanks, isn't it? And yeah, what started off as standard size grot tank ended up getting reduced down to little baby grot tanks.
They're tiny. So adorbs.
So yeah,
you have excelled yourself, young lady.
But you know, this is where I don't think.
You don't think, basically.
Yeah, I've got to paint them. Yeah.
You could have just stopped after saying this is where I don't think.
Yeah, it's going to be instant regret, isn't it?
Oh no, because they're only tiny and they're grot tanks and they're mostly made of rust and brokenness anyway. Like it just took me like 10 seconds to paint that machine gun.
Yeah, that little Bane blade. That's a print from a long time ago. That is.
It's old, that one.
Yeah, but yeah, that's Dave was like, why are people paying 90 quid for a Bane blade? It's tiny, he says. It's like,
bless him. He's hard work, isn't he?
He is. Don't ever change, Dave. Bless him. So yeah, got to be done. So I'm gonna probably try and see whether I can do a really ickle Lehman as well. Tiny little pup. So I can go smaller with these because I can scale them to any size I want, basically. I've got another one that's it's like a little tiny rocket on the top of it, and I want to shrink that right down. So it's like, yeah.
I suppose you've still got to feasibly make it so big enough to fit a grot in it, but
that's the thing. It's how small can you go before a grot's going to look like an orc boss, you know? But
yes. Right, I think Mama Wolf is about to ping me because she wants to go to bed. I've heard her in the kitchen, so I shall go now.
No, that's all right.
Back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah, Paul says, has Fox received these 3D printed stuff yet? Not yet, mate. I've got a box of goodness for him, and they are in the Paul Di Tommaso folder to print, mate. Now that I've managed to get myself some more resin, I've done my grot tanks. He's next on the list for the Fox box of goodness, mate. What else have we got? Jeff saying, nice you, Gordon. I just used base wood for his, which was a mistake because I don't know how to stain it. Oh. Yeah. Paul says, cute tank edge. Rope, I think, was Edward and Retro's Rabbit's idea. I didn't think of that part. Ah, right, Jeff, yeah. Please keep me posted at Q. Yeah. Happy days. So, yeah. So, let's now see what we can get painted. Well, I wanted to get me dudes on because that bag of dudes has been hanging around forever. That one needs cut tiny highlights, but I can get that now that it's glued on. That's not a problem. Bit of a wash on a couple of those metal bits would be good. So we can have a bit of that on there. But yeah, I've still got that folder you sent on the G drive, mate. So yeah. I've got a couple of other prints that I want to do for Fox that I said I was going to do for him, and one's going to be a big surprise. So, yeah. There you go. Bit of Nuln oil on that. Paul says, which resin printer are you using? I am using an Elegoo Mars Pro, mate, is what I use. I've got it when they first came out, the Mars Pros. Immediately I got it, they then brought out a different printer, which is just my luck. But it actually suits really well for the space I've got it in, which is just over there. Excuse me, you keep moving the camera with the post-it note and the red handle on. That's the Mars Pro, the wash station, because literally that's the space I had under the boiler. And the shelf that they're on actually pulls out where the stuff is on the shelf. It pulls right forward on a set of runners. So I can then do the prints on there, wash and cure it, and then slide it back when it's not in use, mate. And then this one is me filament printer that I do all my plastic prints on. That's running Clipper on it. That's had a new motherboard upgrade and everything in that. As you can see, I've got various things that I've printed for the wife because she's got bad arthritis. Those little bottle opener things. I've got a glutton demon there that I printed. That's a resin print. But as you can see, that printer runs its own custom firmware now because I swapped out the motherboard and all of that lot. And that runs a variant operating system called Clipper. And then I've got it on a 3D printed and that's all the drawers that I keep all my nozzles in. So that's the filament printer. Other ones over there are 3D printed drawer units that they sit on. Sorry, all my clutter's in the way there, folks, but I'm going to be doing a full video of Cave Walk Round because it's been requested, see, but that's got its own custom menu now on there. I can actually run that as well on the PC above me. I can go in and I can load that all up on the system there and remote access it on my mobile phone. See, and there's my printer with its webcam and all of that lot. And then I've got all my settings for the printer on there. All my G-code files are in there. All my time-lapse videos are in there. So if you want to see something that's been time-lapsed, let's have a look at that one. You go, press play, seeing there's a time lapse of a 3D print taking place. So yeah, I've got as far as I can with the upgrading on this printer now. It started life as an Anycubic Mega S. And like I say, I've got it pretty much doing what I want now, where I can film everything and really get quite technical with it. The red thing on the side of the print nozzle there is the auto bed leveling probe. That fires down and then it'll take a mesh of the bed. Lets me see how level my bed is at any one point. It takes loads of probes all across the surface. And then when I do a print, it always auto levels itself so you don't get any foul prints. But that's what that all is, folks. So it's well worth doing. It's a lot of faff, though. It's not an easy job. Putting a complete new motherboard upgrade in a 3D printer, you've kind of, luckily for me, the Anycubic one is well out of warranty. So I could literally strip the bejesus out of it and do all the mods for it. But I can run that off my mobile phone as well. But I've also got a plug on it, and that has a piece of software on it where at the end of the printer sends a command from the Raspberry Pi and it switches itself off as well, so it saves energy. So yeah. Candygram says, I have a Mars Pro, same model as Festa's. He gave me his settings, which saved me a lot of time. The print quality is astounding. Yes, I often get asked this with the prints. Yeah, let's get the Glutton Demon out. I don't have to do any post-processing because I've dialed my settings in so that it comes out literally as you see it. So you get absolutely flawless finish on everything. So yeah, I spent a long time when I first got this printer dialing in the settings, and I can remember Jeff, when he got his, was having some issues, and I just sent him over my settings, said try them settings, mate, and see how you get on, and it's helped him immensely. So Paul J. Lewis is putting a £10 super chat. He says, coinage for more resin liquid goodness and maybe even a flower or three for Lady H. Oh, thank you very, very much, Paul. And he's desperately, I think he wants me to send him one of them, don't you? I'll print him one. Yeah, you know you want one, Paul. So have yourself a bit of on-screen air guitar. Massive, massive thanks for your support. It was lovely to go in and see the guys with their stream tonight as well over on the ISM. Many, many thanks for a lovely welcome that I received there. Very nice. So if you haven't watched it back, folks, go and watch it back. But yeah, that's how I do me printing, mate. I have been asked to do a full video around the man cave, which I'm gonna do in the new year. And I'm currently filming the 3D print that I've been doing, the ELO build, as we call it. It's basically a Warhammer version of the Mad Max Fury Road doof wagon. And I've bespoke created everything. And it's a way so that I can show you folks how I create these things, you know, how I create that, you know, which is a razor blade holder. You can convert into a scraper. It's how I do all my designs. Little things like how I made my thumb palette, you know. So it just gives you folks a way of seeing how I do the CAD design. But on the doof wagon build that I'm doing, it's basically similar to what an Orc truck would look like, but it's all custom created, and I'm filming screenshots of how I lay it out and design it in the CAD package, and then go through how I then transfer that to print. So if that's something that interests you, keep an eye out, folks, because that'll be initially released for patrons and channel members. So you'll all get to see it first, and then later on in the year, I shall then put it out on YouTube at a later date, around about summertime. Ross Medlock is in, says good morning all. Paul says, can your settings be utilised on my Photon S? It should be able to, mate. Depends on how thin your print can print layers, mate. But yeah, you should be able to utilise them settings on a Photon. I can't see why not. I'll see where I can find a screenshot of Photon settings, and I'll see whether my settings will translate. I can't see why not, because it's pretty much the standard resin printer with the plate going into the vat and printing up. So yeah, I don't know what resolution your screen is, but I can't see why not, Paul. I'll send them over, mate. I'll just take a screenshot of me settings in Chitubox, mate, and as far as I know, you should be able to copy and paste that straight into your Photon. Create yourself a new Photon profile as a test profile. Bung them all in there. Do a test print of your rooks and see what you think, mate. Hugh Gordon says, I have several of Festa's creations holding bottles on my bench. Absolutely. I'm going to dig out the doof wagon for you. Might give you an idea of what I mean. I know it's a sneak preview of what I'm planning. But let's just see a little project that I've been working on. So, excuse me whilst I just have a move around and fidget and get things ready. This is a big old box of gubbins down here that I've been printing out, and those of you that have seen Mad Max Fury Road will know this, but there's things like the scaffolding beams for it. That's all dudes and speakers. There's a drum set with a drummer, different drummer figures. Try and get the angle of the camera a bit better there, Cole, so folks can actually see what you're showing them. There you go. So we've got all of these guitarists. We've got broken speakers that have been blown apart because they're so loud. So we've got all of that. Guy there with a flying V. We've got amplifiers, big speakers, floor speakers, wheels, all of that. Got a big ass engine as well that I've been printing. There's a chassis extension with all the different exhausts and bolt heads on there. It was all designed by yours truly. The side speakers that come up on the side of the doof wagon that then pump out all the volume. There's another section to go on behind this that's going to have the speaker module in the back there. And there's going to have an amplifier board on there and all of that, so it can pump the sound out. And then there'll be a little Raspberry Pi Nano in there that's got the SD card playing all the music. Loads more speakers and gubbins in there. These are all designed. Things like French horns hanging off the thing, because it's basically a big musical truck that the rock band go on. Try and put this out of the way. There's the Orc truck chassis. But I decided once I printed it that I wanted it to be longer, so I'm going to cut it in half and put the chassis extension in there. And then I can put the big old engine on the top of it then. There's a cab with all the exhausts and everything. So that'll all go on there. Quite a big old box of stuff. That's the golf rocker that Fox has got to wait for. And then in here, this is going to be quite a big build, folks, so apologies for the size of it. But I've got things like big engine with all the exhausts and all of that lot. Loads of different tyres, wheels, extra dudes, roadies, lighting rigs, all of that lot, because I want to put some addressable LEDs on, so different light effects come on. So quite an extensive long-term project that's going to be, but I've been filming a lot of this design process just so that you guys and girls out there can see that if I can do it, you can do it. And that's the aim of all of this, is just to show you what you can do. And my aim has always been to try to bring 3D printing and modelling together as best as I can. So that is an upcoming build for the channel. Start off with channel members and Patreons, and then it will be released generally later on in the year, folks. So that's what me and Fox have been on about with the ELO build is, yeah, Mad Max Fury Road, Doof Wagon. But it's going to be Warhammered. So, yeah. But it just lets you see what you can do. Candygram says, I would think the settings would be applicable at Retro Rabbit. Yeah, I can't see them not being, to be honest with you, Jeff. They're pretty much settings that are in the software that comes with it, so they should be translatable, mate. So what I'll do is I'll upload the settings as a file on the group, mate, on the Festa 67's workshop group if you want them, and I'll just put them as a file in there, and then you'll be able to download them, or I can message you. You chuck me a message if you'd prefer it that you get them privately. I'll do that, but I will put a file up on the group so you can all download them and try them. And it saves a lot of effort. It saves a lot of faff because, you know, you can get, prime example would be, you can get a nice smooth panel like that on a resin print. Yeah. You know, that's literally, yeah, got to be done. Paul says, yeah, Photon 2S is 2K res with the print layer as low as 0.2. Yeah, then they'll work, mate. No worries. Hugh Gordon says, you're certainly doing very well. Cole, looking forward to it. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, I operate on good, better and best. Without going into detail, you know, I have progressive relapsing remitting MS. So as time goes on, I'm becoming less able to do the things that we take for granted. So on like, say, for instance, this week or weeks where I've been out the loop because it's kicking my backside, I do a lot of the CAD work. I do a lot of the Tinkercad software work on my MacBook when I'm confined to bed, because there are times when getting about on these legs is not the safest option. So I operate on good, better, best. A good day, I do a bit of CAD work, a better day, a bit of this, a bit of streaming. And on a best day, I can sit and film quite a decent bit of building. So that's how I operate. So this is why sometimes I get a bit behind on things where people have said, oh, you said you was going to film this last week, but you didn't. It's because I've had my bum kicked by my health. It's just one of them things, but not trying to use it as an excuse, but it does rule my life nowadays because it's got to that stage.
I'm returned.
But I will certainly upload them to you, Paul. If I put them in that shared G drive folder we've got, and that should help you out, mate. But yeah, and you'll be 3D printing all the things. How's Mum, all right?
Yeah, she's away in bed now.
I was just giving them a taster of the Doof Wagon bits and pieces.
Oh, yeah. I had a quick look while I was waiting for the to get off the loo.
I gave them a little prequel, Fox, of our little... Ooh. Yeah. So
that's a wise idea, giving them tastes of things to come.
Absolutely. Why not? Why not?
They might get a bit expectant of that, you know.
Well, it's coming out for patrons and channel members first, so...
It is Christmas, I suppose.
Yeah,
so.
And there's a few of them in, and I just thought, no, let's give them a little taster of what I've been up to.
You being all generous and kind.
Yeah, absolutely. Retro Rabbit says, where is this folder, Colin? It's on my personal G drive, mate. I have a personal G drive folder.
Not the one called Accounts. Don't go in that one.
Yeah. I don't make it available publicly because, yeah. But by all means, you know, if it's not content that I've paid for, I can share it. But if it's stuff that I've bought and it's been run under license, then obviously I can't sell it on or whatever because of the licensing restrictions.
Yeah, you can't do that.
But yeah, I'm gonna, like I say, my machine settings and all of that lot. I should put it up there. I'll probably put it up on my GitHub as well at some point.
Ooh, GitHub, you say?
Because that's where I'm going to be uploading all the Pipper code and settings that I use on my filament printer, because I had to recompile, do you remember, new Python code for me Raspberry Pi and all of that lot to run Clipper on. So all of that will get uploaded to the GitHub.
All these words that you're saying that I don't understand any of them.
Yeah. It's all witchcraft and tomfoolery, mate, isn't it?
You may as well just say, I'll put the Spemulon onto the Plimpetus, and then when I put it onto Blender Drive...
Why did I know that was coming?
Yeah. And then I'll make it available to all the people with Flempetus and Sping Bong. And then, you know, I'm like,
yeah. But yeah, if it makes people's lives easier, why not?
Yeah.
But it's like anything, you know, with my printers, they've been heavily modified, but with justifiable reason, you know. But I wouldn't say modifying the printers is for everyone. If your printer's still under warranty, don't modify it.
Modify.
Because I'm not going to be held responsible for anything that may or may not go wrong. Yeah, I don't mind if my motherboard upgrade went bang, because it's me that it's me that it's affected. But,
don't modify stuff under warranty. That's stupid.
Yeah, but that Mega S, you know, for me to do what I wanted to do and do the prints in a third at a time, I needed to change the processor, motherboard and everything. So
I don't understand anything that you're talking about.
I enjoy it. You know, as Jeff,
none of this makes any sense.
It's like Jeff saw my little Raspberry Pi home server. You know, it's just like, yeah, why have a big media PC when I can have it the size of a cigarette packet?
Have you been showing Jeff your Raspberry Pi when I've not been around?
Yeah.
Honestly, I knew I couldn't trust you. You're a tart. What are you?
Absolutely. Marcy's in.
Hey, Marcy.
You says, I bought one of those beasties you two are building. Oh, Mark.
What's the stomper? Oh,
Mark,
good girl.
You got a stomper. Good girl.
Good girl.
Good girl.
Is the right answer.
Absolutely. It's the only answer.
Let me just say that when you don't spend 6 months trying to paint it in small chunks, it's really good fun to paint. If you can just sit there for a week and paint it in one go, it's brilliant.
Yeah. All right. Angus Allen, welcome to Festa's Friends. He's become a channel member. Thank you very, very much, Angus. Massively appreciated, mate.
G'day, bro.
Welcome.
Summer there in Australia, isn't it?
To the Festa's Friends, mate. And channel members get a spanner.
It's summertime in Australia.
There you go. So you're also a Spaniana on the channel, mate. Ooh. Get yourself in there, mate.
It's not often you want to be proud of being a spanner, but sometimes you do. The best thing to be.
Absolutely. Right. What are we going to do with them?
I'd go like this if I were you.
No, you've been desperate for me to do beatboxes, and you know for a fact.
I need you to do beatbox.
You know I'm useless at doing it. You just want to mock me.
I don't, because you never really do it. You pretend you can't do it, but I think you can really secretly.
No,
I think secretly you know what you're doing.
You carry on with your vain attempts at convincing and guilting me into doing it.
You need to do it.
No, I don't.
You do. You need to do it to live.
I leave that to you so that I don't have to.
You need to do it to fulfill your destiny.
Because I know deep down you want to release your inner beatbox, don't you?
Well, yeah. But that's not in denial here. But you still need to release yours as well.
So how many, he says, deflecting the issue, how many swears do you think Marcy is going to have at her Orc Stomper?
That's a powerful handbrake you've got there, Cole.
That is a good handbrake, wasn't it? You like that, didn't you?
I don't know. She'll probably have a few swears at the absolutely abysmal instructions that make no sense at all.
Yeah.
In some situations. Also, try not to touch wash when it's still wet. Dingus.
You doing special things again?
I'm special things for special people. Because I am special. I am made of special. All my special, I belong to you. La 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 la. Jeff says to Muse, "You got a stomper? Any ideas yet how you'll paint it? Hopefully, scruffily is the best way to paint it."
Take a good look at ours and don't paint it in any way that we've done because it'll drive you nuts.
Don't glue the arms on.
Yeah, don't glue the arms on because, you know, us two idiots done that. And yeah, look how that's worked.
After it's painted, yeah.
Yeah. I would recommend ignore anything we've taught you or tried to teach you. Yeah.
Angus says, "Oh, spanner, or is that spoon?" Actually, it should be Alert because we use the surnames, don't we? Alert.
Yeah.
He says, "Spanner, or is that spoon?" Either or.
Yeah, to get a nice Spaniana, mate. So
Spaniana banana.
And you'll get all of the member perks and early content and all of that because, yeah.
I've got some very important update for people. Do you want to know? I've decided to institute a new policy.
Oh, gold.
And that is a word of the week.
Yeah, go for it.
Every Friday, I will come up with a new word, and you have to use it as much as possible in the week. And I expect you all to remind me to do this next week because I've forgotten by the time we do next week's show. So, the word of the week this week is blimp.
Blimp.
Blimp. You have to get the word blimp in as much as possible throughout the course of the week in all your daily doings.
Yeah.
Whatever those. Now, you're exempt from this, Cole.
Oh, am I?
Because if you use the word blimp when you're talking about your sister-in-law or something and you just get into trouble. So you're exempt
that went well for me last time, didn't it?
Yeah, the only situation you're going to use it is whenever you're talking about some member of your family and you're going to get your missus kicking your ass. So we'll let you off this one.
Yeah, it went well for me last time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Boy done well. No, he didn't. Okay.
Yeah. Under no circumstances mention. Of course I won't, love.
Lewis explains that the spanner is a spoon with an hole in it.
Yeah.
And Angus goes, spoon! In the best Earthworm Jim tradition. I'm waiting for my horn to dry.
Also, I've got the big 1/10 scale. Is it 1/10? No, 1/8 scale even. What's it called? Full GT40. I've got the 1/8 Jaguar to build as well.
What scale's your GT40? 1/8 or 1/12?
1/8, mate.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow, I thought it was a 1/12. That's awesome.
No, GT40 is that big box right up there. See it?
Is that the whatchamacallit kit? Meng.
No. I couldn't afford it. I wasn't going to pay 250 quid for a Meng kit when I could get a cheap Chinese knockoff for 85 quid. Mate.
Oh, I thought it was the thing. You got the Meng one for 85 quid.
No.
All right.
No. Same kit. Just hasn't got the Ford licensing, but I can print my own decals.
So it's a Menga-like.
Yeah. And then obviously the eagle-eyed will see the Mad Max Road Warrior car there. He says, because Fox won't know what that is, that one up there. So,
I've watched Mad Max when I was much younger. I don't remember anything about it.
Ford Falcon, so I've got that to do. So, yeah. And also I've got the ZZ Top Eliminator car to do as well. So
that's a popular rock beat combo music thing, isn't it?
Yeah, loads of stuff that I want to do and get back to doing. So apologies, keep moving the camera around.
The Friday Frolic is whatever you want to do, mate.
Exactly. And this is the thing, and not only that, it saves me a few quid as well because I can spread me Warhammer out now for Warhammer Sunday. So
yeah,
now that
I'll be doing Warhammer because that's all I've got.
Yeah, now that I've slowed down successfully to an acceptable Fox pace, he's so proud of me, ain't you, dude?
I am. I don't think anyone though can ever slow down to a Fox pace. That's pretty beyond normal, I think.
Let's have
impossible.
A bit of that. Sorry, I've done that. Shall I do that right there?
Is you doing some ASMR?
No, I was shaking a paint with a shaker ball in it right next to the microphone.
Oh, I couldn't hear it. Your noise cancellation cancelled it.
I know, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah. I've had a brilliant idea.
Oh, God, you go careful.
I'm painting this Boss logo.
Yeah.
It's the Warbot. It's the Boss logo. Boss
Oh,
knob.
right,
I
yeah.
think it means knob, as in big knob.
You're playing with your knob.
And I was going to just like brush some of the lighter Wild Rider red into the middle of the panels to make it look like they've been airbrushed. But instead, I'm going to do is actually do some scrapey little scratchy patterns with the Wild Rider red just to make it look worn.
Oh, nice one.
So just like do a bit of edge highlight and then just little scratchy bits like that. So it just looks worn rather than the usual airbrush highlight type stuff.
Proud of you, soldier.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's so good. He really is good.
I'm good if you pay me.
Marcy was saying, yeah, we've still got to do the ZZ Top car. Absolutely, Muse. I haven't forgot, darling. It's up there. It's ready when you are, dear. Yeah. And it's just good. Yeah, like I say, I could be doing a lot of the stuff on the Frolic, but it just gets some of the stash built because I've got really conscious of the fact that some of it's been there 5 years and I have not built it, and it's like, yeah.
The thing is, as well, though, it's like we said, we're doing this over the period of 6 months. After a while, a build that would normally take you 2 weeks and be fun takes 6 months and becomes a grind after a while because you really just want to move on to the next thing. You're not meant to be working on the same thing.
I mean,
for months,
I get where you're coming from on that front, and I'm not bored, but I'm conscious that I have a ticking clock against me. I don't know how long I'll be able to build plastic model kits for. I don't know. Yeah. So I kind of want to get as much built as I can whilst I still can, if that makes any sense.
Yours is a slightly different situation.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not after violins or anything like that, but it's just makes sense to me to try to utilise whilst I can getting some of them done.
Oh no, makes perfect sense. That does.
Yeah, no, and a lot of them presents that people have bought for me as well. So yeah,
you've got that responsibility. I mean, for me, it's not like I'm bored of this or anything like that. It's not at all. It's just I'm keen to get on to the next thing because you can only fettle with the build for so long before you get sick of the sight of it, even if you've not finished it.
Well, the problem you have is we're going to start fettling for fettling's sake, and then you're going to fall out of love with the build, and we don't want that.
Did you say fettling's sake?
Yeah.
Did you go a bit lispy there?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with my speech, as you know, Fox. But thank you for highlighting
Okay, now I feel guilty.
Yeah, so you should. Mocking me.
Well, it is my job.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, you know my speech is off, man.
Yes.
Third.
Yep.
That's all right.
United States.
I'm not bitter.
Like the Guinness, he's not bitter.
Yeah, like the Guinness, I ain't bitter. Of course, I'm not bitter. He's just a kid. That's what he is, just a kid.
I feel myself honoured to be in a small number of people that could probably get away with this very slight Mickey taking of your disabilities.
Oh, yeah, I can remember when you
Most people would never get away with it, but I feel
when you first did it, you was quite edgy, wasn't you? And I went, mock it, because that's what I do. You didn't quite... When I first started mocking my own thing, and I think, I'm trying to think who came in and mocked me as well. You was gobsmacked, weren't you? And I said, mate, don't worry about it. You know, it's banter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did throw you at first. It was like...
I feel myself privileged that I'm in that small select group that I can sit there and take the piss out of your disabilities, and you won't be offended by it because I've got that kind of special pass to be a dick.
Life is too short to be that person that gets offended. I mock my disability, I mock my mobility because it's the way I cope with it. If I didn't mock
you're allowed to because it's your own disability.
Yeah, if I didn't mock it. It's like the missus, she'll walk in with a cup of tea and I get involuntary twitches in my legs because my brain sends nervous impulses at the wrong time. So she'll go, oh, touch of the Michael Flatley's there. Do you want me to ring Simon Cowell and tell him to start shitting himself? It's like, thanks, love. And the first time she did that, my mum was sat there. Yeah, and she's like, I can't believe you just mocked my boys. And I went, Mother, it's how we deal with it in the house, love. Don't worry about it.
You were like, Mum, she's been married to me for 30 years. She's more than qualified to take the piss out of me whenever she wants to.
That's how we deal with it. It's part of it, you know, let it go. But yeah. But some people, especially in public where Ellen stood there, she's looked at her watch and she'll go, hurry up, you crippled old fucker, get a move on. You'll then get that one person that looks at, how could you be so cruel?
Because I'm married to him, he's my husband.
And of course I amble past them and I go, she does it to me all the time.
He throws me down the stairs and beats me up.
Yeah, it's because of her that I've got these. And that's it then, see, it's... But you've got to, haven't you? Because...
Yeah,
I can't do the violins thing, I'm afraid. And anyone that does it around me, I'm part of an MS group that does like Zoom chats together, and I like helping other people cope with this because I've been coping with it since my mid-20s.
Yeah,
and it makes me feel a bit good about myself, if I'm honest. But I get constantly, the one thing I notice in this is people going, I can't do that because I've got MS. I go, bollocks. Despite you're on MS, you've got to have a go. You've got a good, better, best.
You've got, maybe you can't do it because you've got MS, so try doing it a different way and see if you can do it that way.
Yeah, and they're the type of people that I try to shake out of it if I can help it, because, Yeah,
it's not that I can't do it, it's that I can't do it that way.
Yeah.
Maybe I can do it differently.
And the first time we was doing a build together, wouldn't it? You came in. It was when we was doing the E-Models buddy build, wasn't it? And we was chatting about, we was chatting about something. And he was like, how are you getting on? I said, I'm all right. I said, but Edward Spannerhands has been a right pain in the arse. And you looked, didn't you? And you was like, oh, what's he on about? What's he on about? And I said, it's what I call my hands when I get the shakes, mate, Edward Spannerhands. Gradually, you've gotten used to it, where you do it yourself. But you've been told off by other people, haven't you, for mocking me before? And it's like, yeah,
it's like, don't worry about it, mate. It's
like
that's how we work.
That's how it works.
I say to people, no, I can say things like that to him. You can't.
Yeah,
I can. Because I'm in that special privileged club of dicks that can say stuff to you that doesn't hurt you.
Well, you got it recently, didn't you, on the Lehman Russ build, where you said, well, your shakes chipping will be easy. And someone was like, dude, that's a bit cruel. And I'm like, no, that's for Fox. I thought that was damn funny.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind. I wasn't even joking. I was just stating a fact. But
yeah. And it was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Bless him. But anyway, yeah. Sometimes says Muse comedy is the best medicine. You're right, Marcy. You are.
You have to say to people, it's not for you to be delicate about my condition. It's for me to be delicate about it, and I'm not. So
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. If someone asks me, I will. I'm very open about it. You probably noticed, but it's my way of coping. It's like the whole mental health thing. You know, I was pilloried for a while because I'm so open about mental health struggles. Well, if me being open about it saves a life or stops someone attempting to take theirs, my job is done, and I'm not going to apologise for that.
Also, at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you what you talk about in your social media.
Absolutely.
Not anybody else's business what you talk about. If they don't like it, go and watch something else.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, it can get a bit deep, which is why I try to bat it away, because, but when I know it's someone that may be struggling with their day-to-day worries, I'll try and be open and honest about mine. And
it's like if somebody says, oh, I don't like it when you talk about mental health issues on your channel, we'll go and watch somebody else.
I had someone who accused me of being an amateur psychologist, and it was like, well, actually, I'm not trying to be that. I was asked a question, and I gave an honest answer, and that person has since messaged me and said, I was thinking of ending my life that day. Thanks to you, I didn't. So
I know who that is you're referring to as well.
Yeah. So I'm not going to apologise for that, but I was getting pilloried in a Facebook group for discussing mental health, and I thought, nah, I'm not having it. So
at the end of the day, you can discuss what the hell you want on your channel, and it's your choice. It's your channel.
Absolutely.
I've had people say to me, why do you talk about this on channel? Well, why do you go on with somebody else then?
Well, yeah, it used to bother me, but my nephew, bless him, reached out recently because he's had struggles, and he never realised that I've had mine, and he said, dude, he said, you're very open about it. I said, well, I've lost friends again this year, and if me being open about my struggles helps people. Because blokes, we're all dickheads at the end of the day. Blokes think that talking about their own mental health struggles makes them out to be a weak man. That is bollocks, I'm afraid. I wish more blokes would be open about it, because perhaps the death rate wouldn't be so high.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the only issue is it's not for some people. It's not being open about it. It's just not having people that they can really talk to about it. If somebody's got a few like colleagues and passing friends, that may not be the kind of people they can really open up to.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this isn't really the venue for people saying the chat.
No, it's a modelling stream at the end of the day, and we're conscious of that.
But if you've got a close family member or friend who you can talk to, then definitely talk to them. But I think a lot of people, the modern life at the minute is such that you have a lot of passing acquaintances and like online friends and colleagues. Not everybody has a lot of really close friends you can have those kinds of conversations with, which is a shame. So
yeah, and I noticed it during lockdown, where a lot of people reached out because they got when I said about cabin fever.
Just quickly, Muse is off, by the way. Says time to go back to work.
Yeah, take care, Marcy. Always lovely to see you, darling. People got what I meant by cabin fever because it was affecting them. Yeah. And they're like, when you've said before your demons come out because you get cabin fever, we can associate with that. And that's why me and you made a conscious decision to do a lot more live stuff, didn't we? Because we know how we both struggle. Because, like me, you're indoors all the time, and
Well, actually, to be honest, I've got my own demons and stuff, my own black dog and all that kind of stuff that I deal with. I've got my own,
absolutely
mental health issues.
I didn't want to go there in case you didn't want to. Yeah,
I actually flourished in lockdown. I loved it because I'm a complete homebody. I'm basically a homebody, and I'm a complete lone wolf. So I'm so happy in my own company.
Mm-hmm.
I'm much happier in my own company than I'm in a social setting. So to me, it was like, I don't actually have to go and see anybody. Mm-hmm. I've got an excuse to not go out anywhere. Yes. So
absolutely.
I was quite happy with that, bizarrely. But, so I actually flourished quite nicely in lockdown. It was very bizarre. But yes, I knew other people were struggling. Got my own things to deal with. So both you and I were like, let's do a shed load of more.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep them company then. And that's what we did.
Part of it was more videos means more income. I'm not going to deny that. But at the same time,
yeah,
I am a mercenary. I'm not going to deny that.
Don't ever change, dear. Don't ever change.
Wait, what do you mean I don't have a grandmother? Oh, God damn it. I'm going to make money somehow. What else can I sell?
Well, you can't sell your body, mate, can you? Because, that'd be cruelty to mankind, mate. So I did that.
That wouldn't be even like, in line with inflation. That kind of rate of income. It certainly wouldn't be taxable. Wouldn't be above any tax threshold.
Rattling grime. Oh, that looks like an interesting show.
I'll have a bit of that. Angus says you need to rebuild the Homer Simpson makeup gun into the instant model paint gun. Just don't set it to whore.
Okay.
I don't get that. I don't know what that means. Muse says sometimes comedy is the best medicine. I do it too, just for different reasons.
Yes.
Stefan Lass says you are an inspiration to you.
Oh, thank you.
Panzer throws lots of hugs at you, and Fox hugs as well.
Yeah.
There's Panzer's in. Hey, Panzer.
It's one of those because we are conscious it's a modelling stream, and that's what people are tuning in for. So we are conscious when we get into these topics. But on the Frolic, I think we can because it's late enough, isn't it? It's not prime time.
The Friday Frolic's not really a modelling stream. It's just a talk bollocks for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's two blokes sitting there talking about their real life experiences now. So we can get a bit deep. And apologies, for getting deep. But I know for a fact there are people in the chat, and I'm not going to say who they are.
Do not apologise.
That do struggle. And
take it back.
No, you know what I mean.
I know.
So I like to listen because I worry that if I didn't and something happened, I know I wouldn't be able to cope with that very well. I've lost very close friends through suicide, and I've tried it before many times. And yes, we know the impact it would have on our loved ones, but at the time you can't see out of the trouble you're in. No. And the fault of me not being there or not being a voice that offered to say, let's talk and I'll listen. I worry that if a life is lost, I could have prevented it, and I struggle to cope with that. So that's why I'm so coming forward with my own struggles because, yeah. So, yeah, it's deep, I know, but this is the beauty of this community, though. Because most of us that do this do it for a reason, because we can't go out and work or through health or mental health issues. So there's a lot of us in the community that struggle.
Some of us are just talentless at everything else and have to make a living somehow.
yeah. Someone said, oh, you should post in my gallery. It's like, I'm not up to your bloody standard. And then I got absolutely shooed for it. And it was like...
Rightly so.
Oh, God. A rattling grime. I like the look at that. Ouch.
The look at what?
Rattling grime.
Oh, rattling. Oh, yeah, rattling. I know what rattlings are. Rattlings are like small subhumans.
Yeah. It's a weird looking, gnarly, turdy.
Is it a technical paint or a layer and base?
It's a contrast, mate.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah. But it's like...
Is it a slimy colour?
Yeah, it's a cross between Starship Filth and sludge. You know, it's got a weird look about it.
I like Nurgle's Rot.
Oh, that sounds good.
It's a technical paint. I don't know if I've got any. It's almost luminous because it's supposed to be like slime.
Yeah.
So if you're doing like a gaming table and you've got a corroded old pipe sticking out of the mud.
Yeah.
You'll have this like glowing green slime and it collects in pools and stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't got any. It's a gloriously slimy, snotty colour and it's fantastic. I don't know if I've got any. Oh, there we go. Nurgle's Rot. It's this glorious.
Oh, right, yeah.
But it's a technical, so it dries kind of shiny. So it's like I'm not open it, but it's just like slime. But if you've got a little sort of little crater on your table, on your gaming table, on your terrain, you put that in and it self-levels into this glossy pool like a slimy puddle. It's great.
See, I don't have a gaming table because I'm not that far down the hole.
You missed the word yet out of that sentence. Just thought I'd let you know.
This is how it starts, folks. This is how it starts with us too.
There my troubles began.
Yeah. I still reckon you'll have a gaming table before I do.
I haven't got anywhere to put a gaming table, so that's not ever going to happen, is it? I have the disadvantage of not having anywhere to put one.
Damn.
Which, unfortunately...
Yeah, I know where this is going now. You do, because you have a large conservatory.
No, we don't. Well, no, you do anyway, because you've said you have. Yeah. Also, I don't have anyone to actually play with.
Nor do I. Well, saying that, I've got Lex and I. So.
Yeah, you got Lex.
Yeah, but he wouldn't play with me. He would just humiliate and mock me.
You just kick your ass. I reckon you could probably get H into it, you know.
Oh, God, that would mean letting her in the man cave, wouldn't it? Oh, my God.
No. If she's got, because didn't you say she's got her own stuff she does, like in her own got sewing and stuff, hasn't she? And is that Ted's missus?
No, she does that. She struggles at the moment until she gets her other hand operated on. Yeah.
So either
it's all been parked.
It could be a case that she does her own painting and building in her own space, or if you've moved into the bigger man cave at that point.
You just want me to do a live stream with H here so that you can just drop me in it all night long and watch me squirm like a girl.
But you never know. There might be a faction that she really falls for. You know, she might end up liking, say, Tyranids or something. I don't know.
Knowing H and knowing my luck, she'd say I really like them Harlequins.
Yeah, you'd be petting them yourself, love, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
You'd be like, son, you're on your own.
Yeah, I came across that box again the other day and I was like, what was she thinking?
Well, I do actually have a box now to send you your Starscream or whatever it is in. Not Starscream, because that's Transformers.
Festa, you play into Fox's hands every time. Think of the appliances. Think of the appliances. Yeah. I think I'd learn by now, wouldn't you?
No.
Like, Carl, don't press that button that says don't press. Okay.
We're men. We're idiots. We can't learn anything. That's never going to happen.
Right. What colour?
I'm working on my horn.
You got your horn now.
I have. I'm gently stroking my horn.
Where is it?
I like peas.
Yeah, we haven't done that tonight, have we? I like peas. I like peas. Another one we haven't done. Underneath the arch. Yes. There you go. Panzer Cat says, I've got a faction for H, the white appliance Necrons. You can really go off for some people.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who that Panzer bloke is. The Fox, do you? Never. Yeah.
It could be worse. You could be like, I want you to paint me a load of Sisters of Battle. You'd be like, crap, they're really small.
Yeah. Be like,
smaller than Harlequins.
Thanks for that, love.
When I painted that little Sister of Battle for Nim.
Yeah.
Good God, that thing was tiny.
Yeah, may she rest in peace.
I know. I almost gave up painting it because it was so hard to paint because it was so small. I thought, no, I've got to stick with it. It's for Nim. So I stuck with it.
Still haunts me, that does.
Yep.
Gone, but not forgotten.
I found a actual Facebook page. It was telling what actually happened to her.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Really.
Yeah. I've still got her on my end credits. I can't take her off. It's posthumous. No. It's like Scooby, because I lost Scooby the same year as well, dear friend. And
I thought it was the year before.
Yes, Scoop was 2020. Nim was, what was Nim? 21, wasn't it? Was it 20 or 21?
Last year.
Yeah.
21.
Yeah, I lost Scooby Yam, and then the following year was Nim. Yeah. Another friend of mine died, Ben. He passed, Ben Lundy. Oh, blimey.
Yeah, I lost my buddy Nikki. She passed away in January.
Yeah, she was young as well, wasn't she?
48 she was.
Yeah, so it's still only a pup, mate.
Just starting out in her art career.
Yeah.
Bless her.
Yeah, it's opens your eyes, doesn't it, when you hear news like that. Yeah, that's why I said to you about my wanting to get on with me stash, because you don't know, do you?
No.
You know, so
you just don't know what's going to happen day to day.
He's got a big hammer. That's what he's got.
Your big hammer.
He's got big hammer. Hit him with hammer.
My chat's not updated again.
Steve's in. Good evening, guys. It's got to be Tao. Absolutely. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Tao. You know, when H like Tao. Tao are quite clean and clinical. It's all about the greater good. They also have no noses.
I don't honestly know much about Tao, so I'm gonna
imagine humans with futuristic weapons, but they've got no nose and they're blue.
H would probably be into fantasy, ghosty type stuff. She's well into her wizardry and.
Yeah, you see, that's Age of Sigmar. That's not 40k, you see.
Yeah, see, she's into all of that, witches, witchcraft, and all of that gubbins.
Is she a little Scottish lady?
H is, yeah.
Squats. That's what she wants.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what you want to. That's what you. You might get you beaten up, but get some of the new Leagues of Vortan or whatever they're called. They're like the squats. They're like midgets.
Yeah, she's 5 feet, a Scottish anger, mate.
Yeah, so there you go. So the Leagues of Votan, which are like, those little, the steampunk dudes you made, the Haradrons from Ski. Yeah. It's like them, but for 40k.
Yeah,
there you go. That's what she could play.
When she saw the black coach, she was like, "Oh, I like that." Anything with gremlins, ghosts, wizards, witches, and
gremlins. You say that's you get scarily into orc territory there.
Yeah, I would say witch. But if I say that loud, she might mistake that I'm calling her a witch, which I'm not.
I'm about to use the paint that is the one that I used to love when Duncan pronounced it.
Ushabti-bone. Ushabti-bone.
Ushabti-bone.
That picture of him came up on my feed the other day with the camouflage on his face, and I just had this image of him going, "I got some in my eye."
That was so funny. If anyone's not a member of the Painting Academy, I'm not anymore.
Yeah.
But he was showing 3 different ways to paint camouflage on some of the new Astra Militarum dudes.
Yeah.
And he starts off by talking to Cameron. He's got a camouflage stick and he's rubbing it across his face.
Yeah.
Like in Alien versus Predator, or whatever it is, or the Predator, or whatever it was. So he rubs it across his forehead and he's like, "Now we're going to paint this camoufage." And he then rubs it across his chin. And then he rubs it across his eye and down over his left eye. And then when he says, and so we're going to do that now. And then there's a pause. And then he goes, it's in my eye and it really hurts. Oh, it really hurts.
He
oh,
was
it's
the
burning.
voice, wasn't it? It really hurts.
Little feeble. Oh, it's in my eye and it really hurts. Because he got the camouflage stick in his eye.
He may have been heavily mocked for that.
Yeah. And you know what I love on his videos as well?
Mm.
You know, he's got this little dog. He's got this little pug, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm sure it sits in the room when he's painting because every now and then you'll hear, oh.
Yeah. I think it's there, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like a little dog burping or farting while it's asleep.
Yeah, either that or he's very good at doing pug wind.
Yeah, either that or he's got a noisy belly. I mean, I know I get that sometimes.
Yeah.
There's a number of my videos where you'd be watching it and you'll hear, oh. That's my gut.
Rare belly burps.
No, just like, you know, when your belly makes little grumbly noises because it's hungry or whatever. I get that sometimes. And you can't help it. Sometimes you miss it.
Yeah.
It just comes out in the edit. Not a lot you can do when that happens.
Yeah, poor old Duncan.
I'm not a good expert at painting.
Steve says Eldar have magicals, if I remember rightly. Oh, there you go.
They're a bit. I'm not that keen on Eldar. They're a bit poncy. They're all right.
Don't hold back, Fox, will you, mate?
They're a bit poncy. A bit coneheadish. I'm not that big fan of Eldar.
You're not a fan of neckbeards either, are you, mate?
Nope. Shut up. Well, Eldar are like those Harlequins are basically Drukhari, which are dark Eldar. So
you haven't forgiven me, have you, mate?
No.
Bless you.
There's no forgiving. Well, you, Tommy, is a voice over.
The only good thing about putting these arms on this model is every now and then they do make a very convenient wrist rest.
Yeah, there is that just every now and then they validate themselves.
Not for long, but they do.
Yeah, absolutely not for long. Because then you move to a different part and think, oh, bollocks, no, I can't paint this.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, really? Yeah, it worked well for me then, but yeah.
No, not so much.
Exactly.
I can see the.
Well, that was very northern talk there.
That's because I'm an northern monkey. I'm having fun painting these horns.
Are you northern? I never knew that.
I'm from the north. Did you not know, lad? I'm not an expert on painting horns, but I've done it a couple of times. And I've never been very good at it, but I kind of enjoy it. That kind of like growing bone effect is what I'm looking for. There's realistic ways of doing it, and you can guarantee I'm not doing that.
Oh, no, I just YouTubed it. Painting horns. It's like, yeah, I like the way that one done it. Oh, I'll use that.
I just look at other people's ways of doing it and use that.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit it.
Nope.
It's like, yeah, I've never painted horns. I watched the bloke. That's how he did it. I thought, yeah, that'll do, mate. That'll work.
There's no harm in copying other people's work.
Copying is the finest form of flattery.
It's also the only way you're going to learn.
Yeah.
You can't, unless somehow you just manage to make up a way of painting something that works perfectly just off the top of your head, which is very rare.
Whenever I remember, I give them a shout out and say, oh, yeah, I robbed this idea off of such and such a person.
Yeah. I mean, I did that with gunk washing, but it was later on that I realised I hadn't actually invented it at all. But I had never seen anybody do it. I just made it up in my brain.
Yeah.
Turns out it's an old Hollywood practice, but I didn't know that.
Oh.
An old ILM tradition of using oil paints to add patina. Patina, aging patina.
It's like sprue goo, isn't it?
Yep.
You know, you all sit there when you first make a bottle and go, I wonder whether anyone else knows how to make this stuff. I'll do a video.
I'd never heard of it until I saw somebody else do it. I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to comment on my Fireball XL5 submarine, whatever it was. Never mind. I've forgotten what was it called? The submarine thing, not Fireball XL5.
What submarine?
The one with the submarine, the Jerry Anderson thing. Marina.
Stingray.
That's it. Nobody commented on my Stingray reference just then. I feel invalidated.
You feel slightly empty inside, don't you?
Yeah, I feel hollow and lifeless now.
Yeah.
What's it all for?
Angus says, "Hi, Edward Leonard. Look, I got a blue spoon."
Oh, squishy in. Hang on, let me.
Squishy alert.
Push down in a minute. Hang on. I'm in a complicated painting maneuver. It's more of a gesture than a maneuver, but hang on, I'll be there in a minute.
Yeah, it's good to see you in, Edward, mate. Always nice to see Edward in.
Yeah. Be with you in a minute. I'm kind of painting this a bit roughly, but I know I'm going to do an Agrax glaze over it, so it's going to hide some of the roughness, hopefully.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of trying to get that graded look. It's not perfect, but I don't want it to look like a solid colour because it's supposed to be bone. It's organic.
Yeah,
so
it's like, yeah.
It doesn't need to be a solid.
Just a gradient, isn't it, at the end of the day?
What I'm hoping is that if I leave some of the light colours patchy, so that the darker sepia tone, like where that cut is in it.
Yeah, you're doing it the same way as I did with sepia and all of that. Like, yeah, that's how I do mine.
Xandri dust, sepia, then the thing. If I leave that sepia in there, it kind of has that sort of slightly translucent look that bone sometimes has.
Yeah.
Anyway, Edward's in.
Nice squishy. Nice squishy.
Don't forget, of course, because it's Christmas, you get a free shrimp as well.
Oh, yeah, you got to have shrimpy.
I'll tell you what, I'll do an extra one. Mama Wolf's favourite, Diplodocus.
He's on form tonight. Steve says, yeah, it's cold. It is, mate. It's proper chilly round the gills, mate.
Brassic.
Yeah. I hope you're doing well, Steve, by the way, mate. Not seen you about for a little while. I hope you're keeping well, mate. Always nice to see you around, fella.
Wackadoo! I don't know why I said that.
Because you can.
I don't say it anywhere near enough. Have you watched more than one episode of Bluey yet?
No, I haven't, mate, because I'm useless.
There's so many things we could talk about and so many little animated GIFs I could use that you won't understand.
Yeah, but I'm doing it to annoy you because I know it's deeply annoying you now because you want me to watch all of the Bluey.
I can't make any references to grannies. Nice parking, Rita.
He's not, he's not forgiven me because I haven't watched enough Bluey. He's,
I finished DS9 though. I'm onto Voyager now.
I haven't even finished DS9 yet, mate.
So the fact you can't even finish that with Kira's involvement.
Yeah.
And because you're watching some other rubbish instead.
No, I've pretty much binged watched a lot of stuff. It's just I haven't been asked to switch the server on for a while. And DS9 lives on the server, mate.
You haven't been asked to switch the server on. You mean you can only watch things when you have to turn it on for someone else?
Yeah.
You can't just go, I fancy watching this. I shall turn on my own server.
No, because my server's buried at the back of the man cave there, and there's boxes in front of the air vents, and I won't run the server if there's not enough ventilation around it.
That was well placed, then, wasn't it?
Yeah. So it's me using common sense.
Yes. I shall put this in a place where it's going to be least impractical to get to, and also...
Well, it is on wheels, but I've got a lot of builds that I'm in the process of building, and I've had to put to one side for obvious reasons.
Making excuses now.
No, I'm being honest.
He just doesn't want to watch more Bluey.
No, don't want to sit there spending 6 hours watching a cartoon. I've got time to build.
You'll love it.
Not going to do it. Not going to happen.
It will improve your life no end.
No, it won't.
There's actually a bit in Bluey where the father's trying to make some garden furniture of some sort.
Yeah.
And he gets like the IKEA-like instructions, and his missus says, the cartoon dog tells you to put this thing, and he goes, I'm not going to take instructions from a cartoon dog. He's a cartoon dog. So.
Bless. Yeah. I'll get round to it.
You will eventually.
Don't forget how many years it took me to do DS9.
Yep.
I've got SG1 to get back into yet as well.
Yeah. There's always very powerful way. I can think of very powerful ways to motivate you, don't worry, if it comes to crunch. Very, very powerful ways.
Dear H, have a look at this video of, yeah. We like watching Bluey. It's like, you hadn't thought of that, had you? Now you have. It's like, damn, I'm going to put that idea in his head now.
Yeah.
Oh. There's no help for me now. I've done it to myself, folks.
You have. Diddly bomb, diddly bomb, diddly bomb.
So it's a bit more red on there.
Super match game.
Right. What else can we
Let's
do
have a look.
there?
Rabbit says, Steve's totally scale model says he's still waiting for his operation.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know what you mean now, Steve. Yeah. Okay, mate. Well, hopefully they pull their finger out and get it done ASAP for you, mate.
Yeah. Angus Hallett says, hello, like a blimp. He's getting the word in. 10 points to Angus.
Well done.
Because remember, today's word, this week's word is blimp. You have to get a conversation. I haven't used it yet. Let's have a look. Edward says it's 8:55 p.m. Angus is pointing out he's got a blue spoon.
Yeah, he's got a blue spoon. Got to have the blue spoon. Absolutely.
Steve says for some reason Michael Bentine's potty time, but I've actually forgotten what we're talking about now, so I don't know why I said that.
Oh, yeah, Michael Bentine's potty. I must have loved that.
I seem to remember Michael Bentine talking about him in a Scottish accent, talking about a mythical Scottish animal called the Push Me Pull You.
Yeah.
Which is basically two heads on either end.
Yeah.
It's the front half of a llama, I think, at both ends.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, it's got like a head on that end and a head on that end and two legs. It's basically twee arse nae head.
Was it Michael Bentine or was it the Goodies that did Eki Thump?
That was the Goodies.
That was the Goodies, was it?
The ancient martial art of Eki Thump.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Doing that and then just smacking him with the black pudding.
Yeah, that's it. It was like,
la 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 la.
Yeah, it was like the bloody insanity of it. Yeah.
Steve at TSM says -3. Rabbit says it's -1.
Oh, wow.
Let's have a look. Steve TSM has got a cardiogram in the morning.
Oh, right, yeah.
He also says he always liked Dax.
Yes.
Which one, though, Ezri or Jadzia?
Yeah, I have a rather nice little animated GIF of Dax. I'll send it to you later, Steve.
It's 1 degree here, according to my internet.
Mine is saying it's -3 at the moment.
Well, it says 1, but feels like -1. Okay.
Yeah, what's my phone say?
Well, it's a chance of rain or snow later on, which being in the Cheshire Basin means rain.
What's my phone say? Yeah, -3.
La 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 la. It's unusual. You guys down south having colder weather than us up north.
It's going to go to -4. And then I like the bit where it goes, maybe frosty.
Yeah, just a little bit.
No, Sherlock.
Edward is wishing Steve good luck in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Sentiments. Yeah.
Okay. Steve says they're making a new Stargate. Has this been confirmed? Because I know it's been rumoured for a while. Where have you seen this, Steve? We need links, or we need to know where you've seen. You can't post a link, but tell us where you've seen this. It's been rumoured for a long time. I've been watching Gate World and other things, but
is that TV series or movie?
Yeah, because don't forget, Amazon now own the MGM, so all the Stargate stuff.
Yeah, they got the franchise, haven't they?
Well, yeah, Amazon
got the rights.
Well, they own it. They bought MGM, so
yeah.
So if anybody's going to make it, it's going to be Amazon.
I did rewatch the movie version of it not long back.
The funny thing is, right? The movie was always one of my favourite movies, but once I watched SG1, I didn't like the movie as much anymore.
Really?
I thought SG1 was a better use of the setting and the story. I was like, you know what? I prefer.
Yeah, I think
the way it is in SG1.
I think I said to you the other day there was an episode of it on recently. I think it was only the first or the second episode, and it got me to thinking, yeah, I still need to get round to watching that because I liked what I saw.
Oh yeah, and as always, the first season is always the crappy. It was written by Gene Roddenberry type scenario.
Oh yeah, you've only got to look at Escape from Farpoint and TNG and yeah.
It's the funny thing, right? Because the first season of TNG, when Gene Roddenberry was writing it, is it's pretty much terrible.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, most sci-fi series, the first series is always like in that. It's always Gene Roddenberry. Even like DS9 and stuff, it's got that.
Yeah,
Written by Gene Roddenberry.
DS9 really kicks ass when Cisco shaves his head and becomes naughty Cisco.
Oh yeah, and you know what I like best about Star Trek?
Kira.
One of my favorite characters in DS9 is Wei-Yun.
Kira.
Oh yeah, Kira as well, obviously. One of my favorite characters is Wei-Yun.
Kira.
But what I love more than that one character is the fact that that actor, whose name I've actually temporarily forgotten, plays so many characters in Star Trek, and yet you kind of know it's the same guy, but he makes them all so different.
Yeah.
So, not everybody realizes that the guy that plays Brunt from the FCA is the same character that plays Wei-Yun.
Yeah.
He also played Shran in Enterprise.
Well, that's a sign of a good character actor, isn't it? Because although you know it's the same person playing it, they do it so damn well, don't they?
Because there's little bits in the voice that give it away. Brunt, FCA. But he plays so many different characters, and that's why they keep getting him back. He was in Next Gen, he was in DS9. I think he was in Voyager.
Who was your most hated character then in DS9? Did you have that where there was a character that came on screen and you thought, oh God, not them again?
I don't think so.
I mean, I still think the dynamic between Odo and Quark is one of the best in the whole genre. I think their chemistry was brilliant.
I watched about last week. I was going to the end of it, so I got to watch What You Leave Behind.
Yes,
and it's the bit where Odo's about to leave with Kira, and Quark runs in, and he's like, he's basically trying to get Odo to say, "I'll miss you."
Yeah.
Say, take care, I'll miss you, and he doesn't.
No.
And he says, "Is that what you're going to say?" And he's like,
"Yeah."
Have you got anything else you want to tell me? No.
Yeah, it's like,
You want to say goodbye? No. And then as he walks off, Quark's like, "That man loves me."
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, was brilliant.
I think DS9. I think every character in DS9 that I can think of was actually a good character. It's not like say in Voyager where all the characters were kind of bland and two-dimensional.
I couldn't get into Voyager. I just could not relate.
It was all right.
To the characters.
I like Janeway and I like the Doctor, but everybody else was like meh.
The hologram. That was the hologram Doctor, wasn't it? Yeah.
And they were just bland and lifeless. But no, DS9. I can't think of a character that I.
Yeah, I think the characters came over as just being acted on too formal. You didn't get to know the character behind. I don't know. It just didn't come over as well.
I like Janeway. I thought Kate Mulgrew played a blinder with Janeway. She was good. And like I said, the Doctor was fantastic. But the characters were kind of bland and lifeless. Instantly
forgettable, weren't they?
Yeah. I mean, Tuvok was a good Vulcan, but you can't really not be a good Vulcan. It's not really that hard, I would have thought.
Yeah.
They have the original writer, says Steve. I watch it and it podcast with Barnacles. Hang on. I watch it podcast with Barnacles Nerdgasm. I don't understand what that means. And one of the people on the show is a cast member from Stargate Atlantis. Please tell me that's the guy that played, what's his name? The really annoying character who's meant to be annoying, the genius. I've forgotten his name. Stargate Atlantis.
I don't know it.
Anyway, yes, he does a lot of stuff. I like that guy. He's really good. I like the character. He's a really good character.
Steve goes, "What? You didn't like 7 of 9?"
No, she was like, she was actually all right. There was a bit of depth to that character. I was glad when they got rid of Kes. Oh, God. And unfortunately, I think Neelix was a bit of a Jar Jar Binks, really.
Yeah.
So, I put up with Neelix. He wasn't as bad as he could have been, but they got rid of Kes because Kes was just dead weight. But, Paris and Kim, and there's just nothing there. There was Chakotay even the actor that played Chakotay said he got pissed off the fact he was just so underutilized. And
like I say, something just didn't seem to work, did it?
Panzer says Rodney McKay. That's it. Yeah, I love Rodney McKay. He's so good. The actor is so great. So, because I'd heard for a while that the original writer, Brad Watsit, had written a script and pushed it to MGM, and it was in talks, but then MGM went bankrupt and it all went up in the air. So if they've actually said now they're going to make it, that's brilliant.
I do.
Rabbit's got a quote from Star Trek Lower Decks, which is brilliant. He says, "Bradward, I'm covered in grape juice and need help getting naked." best line from any Star Trek ever. Yeah, Star Trek Lower Decks is brilliant. You can't go wrong with Lower Decks.
Gonna make you ashamed again, aren't I? I've not watched it.
I know you've not watched it. I've told you about it before. You haven't watched it. Whatever I mention, you've not watched.
I'm useless, you know. I'm really letting you down badly, you know.
I know.
That's all right. I don't mind.
I've got to smack me paint pot now. Me screaming skull's a bit.
Yeah, you're just imagining that's my face for not watching all these programs you keep recommending, isn't it?
Well, I can't. I'm not going to deny it too strong.
Like, damn you! You've not watched Bluey. Smack, 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 smack. He had a punch bag once. Punched it.
You know what's Cosmos? Oh.
Yeah. I like peas.
I like peas.
You see that my nose?
This paint might be unusable. Oh dear. It's gone a bit porridgey.
Won't a bit of Lamia medium kick its backside?
No, it's a bit porridgey now. I think I've got another one anyway. It will do, but I'll just see if I've got another one. I don't want it to be more transparent, really. I can avoid it. Screaming Skull, abandoned, replaced with... Oh, Ushaptibone, no. Ushaptibone, no. Screaming Skull. There you go, lovely. What did I order? God damn it, I can't remember. I ordered an Orcs truck. I ordered the Christmas...
Yeah, be careful in case you give anything away.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Orc truck, the singing dude, a new palette pad, and something that I don't need, but I ordered it anyway. I'm gonna have to check now. I'm gonna have to open my email and check the receipt. This has to be done. La 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 la. Oh, my buy me a coffee for you has been renewed.
Oh, good man.
Right, my order is on the way. I've got the gun wagon. There you go. The gun wagon, Orc gun wagon, which is the same as your Orc thing. It's the variant of the big truck thing you made.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know the one. Yeah.
What did you make?
I wouldn't know it because I bloody made it.
Yeah, the thing with the half track.
Yeah.
It's the Bone Breaker or the gun wagon or the... I wanted to go for the gun wagon because that's all the turrets on it. I've got the gun wagon. I've got a Death Dread coming. And then the Sigmar is the killer boss on a Corpse Ripper Vulture and the Snatcher boss on a Sludge Raker Beast. And they just look like beautiful paint. I have no interest in Sigmar, right? But some of the models are beautiful and they just look like you want to spend weeks painting them, like they're proper works of art. And they're just more like some of the big character pieces. What else have I got? I've also ordered... Again, this is just the birthday presents. So. There was also Cadia stands, the Astra Militarum set, a Citadel skirmish figure case, that's it, to put them in, and a palette pad. And then something else.
Something else that I'm not allowed to know.
Something else that I ordered 2 of. I'm not saying where it's from. It could be from anywhere.
Exactly. I am going
to
open it up.
Games Workshop.
I'm going to open it up Christmas Day.
And you'll go, squee! You will. But I'm not saying, it might not even be Games Workshop. It might not even be Warhammer. I'm not saying what it is.
No, I'm not going to give the game away. It's more fun. You want me to open it Christmas Day, do you, babe? 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 No. What am I calling you babe for?
I'm getting a bit nervous now.
Yeah, well, you know, normally I call him Fud.
Christmas Day, babe.
Yeah, you know, normally I call him Fud because he likes being called Fud or Tiger. But yeah, call me Tiger.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you know that NASA actually have a thing called FOD?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, sometimes they have a category of item called FOD. And sometimes when you see a picture from like a Mars rover or something, and there's something in the picture, like a little bit of debris in the frame because it's stuck to the camera lens, it's called FOD, foreign object debris.
Yeah. What you used to do on the train lines underground overnight. Yeah. When the underground shut down, you'd go under the tunnels fodding.
Look for FOD.
Yeah.
So what was I saying? Yes, so you don't have to open. I would say open it on Christmas Day because it's a Christmas present.
Yes.
But you don't have to film it.
Okay, mate.
About that. It's up to you. You don't have to. There's other things you need to be doing on Christmas Day than farting about filming something.
All right, mate.
But yes, it's a Christmas present. Open it on Christmas Day. You can open it early if you want, but then it ruins the fact.
It should be handed. It will be handed to H for my open on Christmas Day.
Is that H with an H?
H with an H, yeah.
I love the fact you pronounce the letter H without the H on it.
Yeah.
That breaks my brain.
So does mispronunciation, doesn't it, mate?
You can just GTF with that one. Yeah, heathen. Crap, I'm using the null oil as a thing to rest it on when I shouldn't be doing that. There we go.
Hopefully that airbrush ain't too loud, folks. I do apologise if it is.
Let me just say, what airbrush?
I'm airbrushing, mate.
I didn't even know.
Yeah.
There you go. Someone's got chat. I don't like peas, says Paul Di Tommaso.
Oh, I like peas.
Well, it should be Di Tommaso, really. That's such a cool surname, that Di Tommaso.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Paul Lewis says, I had a pet rock once. It hated me. Rabbit misses the joke really, but says, I had one too, but we had to get rid of it. It piddled on the carpet. Less. Actually, due to post office strike in UK, Fox's birthday gifts will be arriving sometime in March 2023. Yeah, I am aware of that. I've been watching the track and they've not even been shown as in the possession of the Royal Mail yet. So
I've got so much stuff that I need to ship. I've got sat here, I've got 20 patron mugs. I've got me T-shirts that I've ordered for patrons for the top tier. They're held at the moment because of the strikes. So it's going to be the new year now before anything gets out. And then, of course, I've got a lot of the stuff that's going stateside, so I need to sort that out. So that'll go out in the new year. So, yeah, if you're waiting on stuff, apologies, but...
Angus Alice says, I got myself the new 1/16th Easy 8 Sherman tank from Tacom/Andy's head HHQ.
Good
shout. Christmas/birthday. And Jeff says, nice. I watched Andy's YouTube video. That's one heck of a nice model.
Yeah, it is, mate.
And I know that E-Models have that in stock, I think, but they also have a different 1/16th Sherman. It's an older one.
Yeah.
They are big. They're 1/16th tank.
I don't know whether it was you. It might have been. I put it in the 24/7 chat, but... yeah, I was on there and I came across that and I was like, oh, that just looks so damn cool.
What, the Andy's Hobby Headquarters one? Or?
No, the E-Models.
Yeah.
What, 16 tank was like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a few, but the Sherman they've got, I think, is fairly simple.
Yeah.
It's not like the big, like, Tamiya 1/16s that have got billions of parts. The box is massive, though. It's like up on the... If you ever walk into E-Models and you stood at the public counter, look to your left where there's a giant Superman, which is completely gay and rubbish. Superman's rubbish. And then look up, and there'd be a door, which is the toilet and the kitchen. And then above that, there's like a storage area, and you can see this massive box, and it's that tank.
Yeah, that is the tank that we're on about. It's like, yeah, we keep winding Ted up saying that Pete's going to save him. Ted, we've got this tank. Do you want to build it?
It's been in stock for like 7 years. It's not shifting. Yeah, get a tank, get another 1/16th tank.
Yeah.
Where are we? Edward Liller says his pet rock was farting a lot. And Stefan Lass says, I hear that's what the tales on comments are, rock space farts.
Yeah.
Paul Di Tommaso says he's got a secret Santa gift here staring at me. I can't open it till Christmas.
Oh, good man. Good man. And on a personal note, I hope 2023 is a bit better for you, mate. I really do.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to show you my fist.
Steady Norris.
Tell me what you think. I'll do some zoomage.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I was just... let's just put that down a sec. 2 secs.
Oh, yeah, I won't more the chat, but you can...
No, it's all right, mate. It's just I didn't want to drop my airbrush. Oh, look at that.
So I tried that effect where instead of just painting like highlights,
Is that Mephiston red? So what I did?
It is actually. It's Mephiston red, and then I've got some scratches with a what was it? Agrexer shade. Then some Mephiston red over it again, and then some Wild Rider red as scratchy highlights, and then some Fire Dragon Bright as a final highlight.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it just looks a bit worn and tattered rather than just painted highlights. It's just faded like an old Ford Escort, like an old Mark II Escort.
Like an old 1970s British car.
Yeah. My influence is always on a street near me, there was an old Mark II Escort. Mark III Escort, 1980s, soft top roof Escort.
XR2i, XR3.
That's it, XR2.
XR3 even, yeah.
Yeah, the one with the funky. And it was like, they got this car and it had a soft top cabriolet, and it was like the cabriolet was ripped and torn, the paint was all pink and faded all over it. And I was like, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I said to the guys, I was walking past you in the garden, I said, dude, I've got to tell you, your car's gorgeous. And he said, what do you mean? I said, it's beautiful. The weathering is fantastic. And he went, yeah.
Yeah. How did you manage to look at it? Yeah.
The faded paint, the rust patches, and the ripped material. It's a modeller's dream.
Yeah.
Like, damn it.
How did you manage to get that looking so real?
Yeah. We're up to.
Yeah.
I think you're spot on, says Edward, about the space rock farts.
Yeah.
La 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 la. Jeff says it's no worries, Colin. We understand the current mail issues. It's really sad. Postage is so expensive.
Oh, mate, it's a killer. But you know, it'll get there.
Paul says, I hope 2023 will be good, better as well. Thanks a lot, bud. No one knows for sure, though. We shall see. Absolutely.
But yeah, hopefully, mate, you get a bit more luck in the new year, mate. Because if anyone deserves a bit of luck, it's you, mate.
Paul Lewis says, horny, me like. I've not finished the horns yet. I'm getting there slowly. Thank you very much. And Down PJ says, Panzer, and Edward says, 5 doula. I don't know what that means.
Doula.
5 doula.
Is that I love you long time? Love you long time, $5.
Oh, you mean like a $5? $5.
Or, you know, is it one of those?
It might well be.
Love you all night long.
$5. Right, so let's get the final colour on the horn.
Suitably cleaned up for,
Yes. For a family audience. Do you know, I did my stream today.
Yeah, you did the Iron Man, didn't you?
Yeah, because it's Christ me arse. I thought, you know what? I'll make it available for everyone. I'll do something nice. Make it available to all, so it's not locked behind the Patreon and members only
paywall and all of that. Yeah.
So I set it all up from the last one, which was locked behind the paywall. Set it all up, got it all up and set up and everything.
Yeah.
And I got it all done. Set the monetization, made all the tablecloth. No, made all the thumbnails.
Yeah.
All that stuff was done. Did the live stream. Came back at the end and, oh, look, it's unlisted. Oh, you dick.
Oh, you didn't.
I forgot to change it from. So anybody that saw the link on Facebook and Twitter would have watched it, but anybody else wouldn't even know it was live.
Oh, you absolute spoon.
Yeah, so nobody would have seen it if they hadn't seen any of the social media posts. They wouldn't have even known it was there.
Yeah. Yeah, we've all forgot to change the stream key as well in the past and stream to e-models, haven't we? We've all done that.
Changed that. Yeah, we've done that. But that's the downside of using like your previous stream content as the template. You see, you've got to make sure you get all the settings right.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, sadness may ensue.
We have been known to do some good ones, haven't we, in our time?
Yeah.
It's all part of being a streamer at the end of the day. You don't always get it right.
It's part of being a professional dork.
Yeah, no, especially with us two, because we are king at getting things wrong.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Don't ever put me in charge of anything important.
Oh, no.
Well, I was talking to Pete Mate from E-Models a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
When we were discussing doing these like FAQ videos.
Yeah, yeah.
And he said, yeah, we set up this page with the FAQs and here's all the SEO. And he went into the back. I'm not going to discuss what the back end is for obvious reasons, but he went into the back end software and he said, I'll do a screen share and I'll show you. So he showed me all this stuff and I'm like, And I'm sitting there and he's talking away to me, enthusiastically showing me all these things. And I'm like, I hope he doesn't think I'm going to be doing this myself.
Yeah.
Because it was almost like he was showing me to say, right, so what you do is when you've done your video, just upload them. And so I said to
he
him,
was giving you an instructional, mate.
Yeah, so he's doing all that, and I said, yeah, you'll be doing all that.
Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not you, mate, because you know what's going to happen. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, he was so enthusiastic about it. He went through it really fast. He was doing it on a screen share, so I couldn't read any of it anyway.
Yeah.
With so low resolution. And he went, do this. There you go. I'm like, wow, what?
Yeah, it's like, Fox knows what he's doing now because I've told him. Well done, Pete.
Right, so do I cut the red wire first or the green wire? What?
Yeah.
Oh, my medication tickly cough is kicking in.
Yeah.
And my eye water. Something makes my eyes water as well. I don't know why.
I used to get that when I used to do all the programs. You'd take people into you basically you would roll out the front end application that read all the data from the back end, and you would always get that one person that would be like, yeah, I really don't know what to do. It's like, yeah, no worries. I can remember the first time I remote accessed someone's computer at work, and they was like witchcraft and tomfoolery day, you know, it was, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, the lucky thing with E-Models was when they first started doing Gunpla, which they don't really seem to be able to get anymore, when they first started stuck in Gunpla, Pete Mate says to me, right, we've got all the first shipment of stuff in. Can you update all the products, please? Because we haven't got a clue what the hell we're talking about. But luckily, at the time, he was using software that I'd already used in a previous life.
Yeah.
For a different retailer. So I'm like, yeah, because I know that back-end software. So
yes.
Yeah, not a problem. I can only do that. But it's changed now. And it's like I haven't got a clue what to do with any of that.
Yeah. Jess says, I've sent unintentional super chat or two to Pete. Yeah, we've all done that. I had it recently on my Wednesday show. I got 2 super chats, and it's, you're all paying for Pete's yacht. You do realise this.
It makes me laugh when you're on the Monday show, and it's like, you want to try and figure out how to say to someone, thank you very much, but you've just paid Pete, mate. You've just paid E-Models.
Yeah, but don't forget, we are probably the only stream that had someone insult us through a £10 super chat.
That's true.
Do you remember that one?
Which people are welcome to do. Someone actually put a £10 super chat in to slag us off, and it's like,
yeah,
you want to actually pay us money?
Yeah, just to have a go at us. Oh, you haven't read my comments out, or something along them lines. But it was basically just wanting to have a bit of a dig at us all, didn't it? But like, you just paid a £10 to say that. You could have done that for free in the chat. But hey ho.
Yeah, you didn't have to pay £10, but there you go.
It's like, hey, tell me something I don't already know. I know I'm a slaphead and that I've got a bald head. It's like, I don't care.
What it was.
But it was funny,
you guys are boring or something like that. And it's like, brilliant, but you just paid us £10. Tell us that. Thanks very much.
We already know this.
Thank you for your continuing support.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the father of the bride for his support. I'll give it back later.
Well, he started off having a moan because we all had matching T-shirts, wasn't it? He said, what's this? Well, we're doing a stream for this company. That's why we're wearing their logo. Duh.
That's why we're wearing their branded logo, which I have to say, amusingly, we had to buy ourselves and get made ourselves because we never did get anyone. We never did get T-shirts off Pete, mate.
Pete said he was going to get round to doing it, and many tours of Viking raids happened, and still.
The thing you have to learn about Pete, mate, from E-Models, for those that don't know, E-Models, Pete, mate, well, Pete Mate likes to say he's the big boss, but really it's him and his Mrs. Pete Mate, and she's the real big boss.
Yeah, Mrs. Pete's the boss.
Yeah, Mrs. Pete's the big boss, and he's the big boss as well. And he does other businesses as well. So, but the thing with Pete Mate is he's like, imagine taking the most easily distracted puppy dog, right, and giving it a tennis ball, and then give it like 6 other tennis balls, and it won't know what the hell to do.
Yeah,
and it'll just absolutely just explode in a cloud of sparkles and excitement.
Yeah.
That's basically Pete, mate. So it's things like, I said to him the other day, I said, like, I've sent it, right, here's the latest video. Let me know when you've updated the website page, and then I'll make the video public. Right, will do. Never heard back.
No.
And then about a week later, I said, right, here's the next video. Don't forget to do the other video, which was called this. And he went, what's that? I said, that's the one that's just scroll up a little bit. He went, well, I can't possibly comment at that because, you can't comment on that one. So, so bless him. He's so easily distracted because he's got a lot of things on at the minute. So.
Yeah.
But, of course, Pete Mate's the big boss of the company, but he doesn't actually work at E-Models now. He's doing a lot of other stuff as well. So James Mate's the manager. He runs the business, basically. Right, that's that bit done.
But we all mercilessly wind Pete up because we know that he's like that. And it's like,
Yeah, he knows he's like that.
It's like, yeah, what can we do to confuse and mess with Pete, mate, today?
So you do know you are completely useless. You went, yeah, I know that. That's what makes him so lovable.
Yeah. Could you imagine Pete, mate, and Tony Fairclough out on a fact-finding mission?
Oh, God.
Could you imagine that?
Yeah.
Oh,
See, I've seen Pete, mate, in a social setting, and it was, what was it for? Me and Ted went up, and he paid for us to stay somewhere because it was either his birthday or wedding anniversary or somebody in the company. I can't remember what it was now. It was like a night in a bar, and he hired a bar or something. Anyway, it was really good fun.
Yeah.
It was really nice, but Pete, mate, in a social setting is so funny. We shall leave it at that.
Yeah, we do like mocking him, don't we, Pete?
Yeah, he loves it, really.
I think deep down he does, if we're honest, yeah.
He's a funny little fella.
Yeah, and of course, when we was all up there, we caused absolute carnage, didn't we? Because we all took our models up and customers were coming in and we're going, don't forget, everything today is free. And Pete was panicking, wasn't he? Because he's like, well, you lot shut up. Yeah, it's 99% off everything in here today. And Pete was like, dudes, I'm going to kick you all out in a minute.
Yeah, today's price is you're only going to pay the VAT and we don't pay VAT, so everything's free.
Yeah.
Pete mate's like,
yeah,
no.
His idea was it to get this lot up here. Yeah.
But then the funny thing was, at one point, he's like, because we got there, me, Ted, and Tony, I think, got there a little bit early.
Yeah.
So we got there, and like Pete mate wasn't there. So we were supposed to be meeting Pete and taking our models and stuff like that. So we were like, got us to stack some shelves to James. Got us to just like put some stock away. Because the stock came in, he's like, yeah, if you want. So we just started cataloguing the stock and putting it on the shelves. But might as well. We just sat here doing nothing.
Absolutely. Better to be busy than bored.
Yeah.
And I think Pete was like, I haven't got to pay you, have I? Oh, yeah, you said £15 an hour, Pete. We all heard you.
You said 75 quid an hour plus 75 quid on top of that VAT.
Yeah.
Plus cost of living and also a free apartment. He's like, ah.
Yeah, it's good that he knows we're only mucking him about.
Oh,
that's the thing, you know. But
he's a good lad.
And it's funny, we all go in, and he turns around and he's like, you are going to behave, aren't you? Yeah, of course we will, Pete. Trust us. Trust us. And then within minutes it starts. Candy Grab says, why is Tony Helgam 35 pronounced 35, not 35? It was his call sign, mate.
He's a serving man.
He served in the military, so Helgam 35 was his call sign, mate.
The medic.
Yeah. So that's why, Jeff. Interesting factoid for you there, mate.
Factoid of the day. Right, so we painted the colours on Thorn. Now I'm going to do some Agrax earth shading.
Yeah. We could let him into a secret and say that Tony doesn't really get annoyed and fed up when people pronounce it Helgam 35. It doesn't irritate him at all.
Nope, he doesn't get stressed about that. He doesn't get grumpy and use pointy words at all.
He's never mentioned it to us that it irritates him.
One regret with me and Tony was that we both ordered a set of standard British rations.
Yes.
Military pack. Because he was telling me about Screech.
Yeah.
Which is in the British Army. Screech is one of the powdered drinks that you get. It's like an orange drink.
Yeah.
And apparently it's just like insane. It's like a drug.
Yeah.
It can absolutely blow your mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the squaddies kind of like it because it's apparently it's horrible.
Yeah.
But it also it's like a bit of freebasing because it's.
Oh yeah, it's like a rush almost.
Yeah. It's just such crap. So we ordered a couple of ration packs, and the idea was we do a video where we both actually have to eat the entire contents of the ration pack.
Yeah.
24-hour ration box, standard Army British for the eating of. But sadly, we never got a chance to do it. So I did in the end eat all the stuff in the box, but we never got a chance to film it. So, but I didn't get a Screech. I got some blackcurrant, which was quite nice actually.
He is a character. He really is he is such a nice bloke to meet.
Oh, he's absolutely angel. He's a lovely fella. One of the
He
funniest
won't
people I
mind
know.
us saying he's as mad as a box of frogs. He
He
really
won't mind us
is.
because he'll never see this because he doesn't watch the internet.
No, but he is compulsive company. It really is lovely to see him about.
Yeah. Right, what I'm doing with this horn now, I've painted the basic colours.
You're playing with your horn still, aren't you?
I am. I'm horning. So I want to get the bottom of the horn darker than the top of the horn.
Yeah.
And not just by doing the fact I've done some variation in the colours. So I'm doing Agrax Earthshade washes, but I'm doing it as a glaze. So I'm doing one wash that goes up to about here.
Yeah.
So I'll put the Agrax on, and then I'll wet my brush and I'll pull it up. Do one to about here, then one to about here, then one to about
That's
there.
right.
Eventually.
Sounds like
I'll
you
get
watched
darker
the
at the
same
bottom.
video as I did. The different Agrax Earthshade, then a bit of sepia, then a bit with Agrax, and
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not using the sepia, but
I'll
I've done some
shut up
sepia
then.
on there. No, I might. That's not a bad idea, actually. I don't think I've watched that specific video.
Yeah.
The one I saw was just Agrax, but
no, what I watched was Agrax, then a bit of serotonin, something sepia. But I also ended up,
I like the sound of serotonin sepia. That's
and I got a bottle of the Vallejo sepia in the dropper bottle as well, and just went round and did all the depth with that, so it just gave a bit of a graduated or gradiented.
But that's the trick, is doing it in steps. So one that goes all the way, one that goes half the way, one that goes a third. You get that build up. But yeah, Seraphim sepia is a really nice colour for bone. Because Agrax Earthshade is brown, but Seraphim sepia has got this warm, like bone. It's hard to explain, dark bone colour to it.
You know me with words. I call it serotonin sepia.
Serotonin sepia, I like that. It's really relaxing.
Yeah, that's the very stuff. Don't know why. But
Wait, no, would that be dopamine sepia?
Yeah.
One of the classic recipes for bone for Games Workshop is Xandri dust, Seraphim sepia shade. Go back over with Xandri dust over the highlight areas, not in the recesses. Then Ushabti bone, then Screaming Skull.
Yeah.
And getting smaller each time, so you're just making the highlight smaller and smaller. That's the trick, you see. I may have made my highlight colour a bit too uniform, though, so I might have to do an extra coat of Seraphim sepia.
There you go.
As you suggested just then, just to branch out a bit.
Yeah, that's all I did on that. And I have a separate bottle that's got the ordinary Vallejo sepia in there, and it works. I'm happy with it. I did the Baneblade horns with it as well, like that. So horns with an H, folks, because we all need horns.
But the beauty of doing big horns like this, especially on auto vehicles, is if you mess one up and there's one bit of the horn you're not happy with, what I would do is get my easy line out and I'd wrap the easy line around that part of the horn to look like some sort of like rope that's been lashed around the horn.
Yeah.
And either just leave it like that, like they've tied two bits of the horn together because it's broken and they've lashed it back together with some cable. Or do that and then have like get a little tiny glyph or something that I can have hanging off it like it's a token of some sort.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
But that's the beauty of Orc stuff. Especially as well if you've got on a couple of the vehicles where you've got like some of the roll cages in the vehicles and they don't quite meet very well and there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
Just lash around it with some easy line. It looks like they've just lashed it together. Perfect. Right, I'm getting to like Orcs because I can do all the excuses and all the.
You can do all the things.
That's your alarm.
Yeah. I'll sort that out in a sec.
Our Lady of the Lake to get up.
Yeah, I shall sort that out in a sec. It's just I'm mid-tightening an airbrush needle, so...
Yep. I would get you up, love, but my modelling's far more important. Bye.
Absolutely. Not losing my airbrush needle was more important than getting you out of bed.
Because you know what happened? It will go in your foot and you stand on it.
Yeah. You know, you didn't want me to trip over it, did you?
No. Have a look at chat while you're doing that. James is a very nice person, says Angus about James at E-Models.
Yeah, he is a lovely fella. He is.
E-Models has the 1/16th Tank Commander figure that comes with the Easy 8 kit I got. Oh, yes.
Oh.
In fact, one of the questions that was in the list of questions I need to film is, what is the Hobby's headquarters Easy 8 model?
Yeah.
Because he asked people for questions, and he's given me loads of questions that I need to film, like, how do you do this and how do you do that? And some of them are just like, one of he's put like some generic questions on there for me to fill out the answers, and it's like one of them is, "Am I going to win this kit?" It's like that's not an FAQ question because they were giving away a kit when they first posted it. You see.
But it's a good idea. It's a good little concept, I think. Anyway, because
it doesn't take long. It takes a day to do each one. So
we all had to start somewhere.
Yeah. Di Tommaso says I don't know. I can't call Paul Di Tommaso just Di Tommaso. It doesn't sound right.
No.
Sounds disrespectful for some reason. Like Shellard, I can call Shellard because,
Yeah.
My stepdaughter gave me a $50 prepaid Visa card for Christmas. I have no idea what to buy myself, he says.
Ooh.
Then wait till you find the right thing. There's no rush.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Jeff says about saying unintentional super chats to Pete.
Yeah.
Jeff says, Edward says, Jeff, you need to get 20% off for that.
So, yeah. I mean, Pete's got quite a few super chats building up, bless him.
Jeff does say, because when Jeff asked about why is he Helgen 3.5, I totally misread Angus Allett's comment, because Angus says, it's a military thing, Tony is ex-army. I read, it's a military thing, Tony's sex army. And I'm like, well, what?
Only on days ending in Y.
Yeah, Paul Di Tommaso. The next model to give away on the e-model show is a perfect grade Millennium Falcon. No. Because, trust me, Pete might have a few martinis of an evening and text one of us or Skype one of us in the middle of the show to say, give this away. But then there's Mrs. Pete mate stood behind him, slapping him every time he tried to do that. I can
imagine the bollocking Pete got when he did the Africa Twin.
Yeah. He did in mid-show. Did he like send us in Skype and say give it away?
He'd done it in Skype because he'd had a few sherries, hadn't he? And and we'd already done one giveaway, hadn't we? And he said, "Oh, I've got an even better one than that. Why don't you give this away?" And
because when we do the Monday show, we message James and say, right, what do you want us to give away tonight? And he'll say what he wants to give us away. And sometimes it's something nice. Sometimes it's a basic kit. It varies, depends. Keeps it all varied. Sometimes a little cheap thing. Sometimes it's a nice kit. But we had some kit to give away, something like, Airfix 172nd, £7.25 kit or something. Some little cheap weekend project.
Fun weekend build.
Yeah, weekend build. We always have Skype open because Pete mate used to watch the show and send us little messages. So we'll get this ping on our Skype and we're like, hello, here's Pete mate. He's like, hey, give this away. Ping the big Africa Twin Tamiya 19 scale. It's like, I don't think he's in control of his thoughts, but it's too late. We've said it now. And we said it live on the air. Right, we're going to give this away now. And I just get the impression he got his ass handed to him. I can
imagine he got proper told off for that.
Yeah, because I think Mrs. Pete mate's like, wait, what?
Yeah. I'm just going to ring H.
Yep. Where are we? Panzer says, talking of boxes of frogs and mad-ass, time for me to head back to work. Take care all and catch some of you in the streams. Take care, Panzer. See you tomorrow, Mary. Thank you for coming along. Those horns are coming along all horny, Fox. Looking good, says Angus. Thank you very much. They'll get there slowly. First time Fox has had a big horn in a while. I'm basically 15, so in a lot of ways. So, Something's chirping, says Rabbit. That's Festa's alarm to remind him to get his missus up because she does the night shift. So he used to have a ringtone, but like a clever YouTuber, he had a piece of licensed music from Metallica or something, Led Zeppelin or something. And we used to have to talk loudly over it so it didn't give him a copyright strike. So he's managed to change it now to just that ringtone. I like the £45 mini art truck I won that time. Seemed a bit extravagant, says Rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not an expensive kit for them to give away. They've gone up to 50, 60, 70 quid sometimes.
Yeah, they like I say they go through stages, don't they? But
yeah. Well, very occasionally Pete Mate will get on the sherries and then say, give this 200 quid kit away.
Well, normally if we get a Skype and it's from Pete, it's like, here we go. Mrs. Pete is obviously not around tonight.
She's not locked the beer. She's not locked the alcohol cabinet, and she's not around.
So and he does that every now and then, doesn't he? It's like, give this away, and it's like, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. We asked.
Yeah. I don't think lately he's been watching the show, though, because we haven't had that for a while, so I think he's been busy doing other things.
Retro says something's chirping. Really?
That was your phone with your alarm.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. My CTU ringtone. Yeah. Yeah, I don't get strikes for that.
No, you don't get strikes for that. I'm not doing much tonight, but that's because I'm doing lots of shades and they take a while to dry, unfortunately. I painted the little ocular thing and the targeting thing in his eye.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's like a little red thing with the silver bit in the middle. I don't know why I did it red. I don't know why I put the highlight at the bottom. It looks a bit weird now, but hey.
Hey, mate, if it works, mate.
I don't know if it works or not, but it's there and that's what it is, so deal with it.
Exactly. It's all them little things.
It's my stompa, and I'm happy with how it looks. And I'll keep saying that bit until I believe it. Bye.
Yeah, I think I only painted the frame on mine. Yeah, it's one of those, I will get back to it things. It's like the little red dot on his eye on that one. Got to put that on.
You eating one of your cereal bars. What flavour have you got?
Jaffa cake.
Oh, Jaffa cakes. Ooh.
Yeah.
I really want Jaffa cakes now.
I thought better have something to eat.
Do you know, the other day, about a week ago, Mama Wolf, I had to go to the shop to buy some bread. Mama Wolf says, get me some chocolate while you're at the shop. Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes she asks me to get some bars of chocolate. And I got her just a bar of dairy milk.
Mm.
Yeah. And some other bits and bobs. A couple of cream eggs and stuff. Why is my toe really hurting? Ow.
Lamekins.
My toe hurts when I curl my toes. What's that about?
Don't do it then.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's probably the best answer. Anyway, it's just weird the way it hurts, like it's fractured or something when I bend it, but it's not.
Mm.
Anyway, so I come back with this chocolate, and because it's so long since I've had like a bar of chocolate, she couldn't get the packet open. So I opened the packet for her, and I smelled it, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, really?
Proper Cadbury's chocolate in a dairy milk bar, the big dairy milk bar. Oh, God,
nice.
that smell. When you've not had proper chocolate for a long time, it's like, oh, God, I've just need to change my trousers. I had a nose orgasm.
Was it full-blown tentage?
It was. And that's when I thought to myself, God, if you could just get Americans to smell this, they'd never eat their own chocolate ever again. Why is my toe hurting? I need to look at my toe.
Oh, God, you're such a girl.
I don't know why it's hurting.
Leave it alone and stop playing with it. Your toe, that is. See what I did there? Yeah. My missus often does that. She'll go, God, it really hurts when I do this. Don't do it then, love.
Oh, it hurts when I do that. Don't do it. Okay,
yeah, it normally results in the tea towel of pinging that's been produced. And it's like, start running, fat boy. Okay, love.
Start running, no crutches. Ass.
Yeah.
Start running and I've got your sticks.
Oh, yeah, she did that during the week. She said, right, you're going to have to hump. I said, why is that? She said, I'm taking your sticks away. You've got to stay in bed. Okay.
Angus has a very good reason to be very fond of E-models. He says, I won a 172nd Albatross. They sent me a 148th in Australia. James let me keep it.
Yeah.
James let him keep it. And not surprisingly, Angus has good feelings about E-models.
Yeah.
That's many, many pounds of extra value there.
Oh, absolutely.
Right, I'm going to do another coat of Serotonin
sepia. Yeah, that's the one.
Serotonin seepage.
Yeah. Because you know that, Festa's paint chart would be quite an interesting read, wouldn't
it? Oh, yeah. See, we're all old now. It's all about seepage anyway. But I'm not going to go all the way up because I want to just make I've made the highlight go a bit too low down. So I'm going to go up to there, maybe.
Yeah.
And then water it down. Or water it up even.
Yeah.
Because I want it to just make the middle bit a bit different from the top bit.
Yeah.
So it's got otherwise it's just all one uniform colour then, which is a bit balls, basically. It's just balls.
It's all balls.
All balls.
I used to have balls once.
No, I didn't really.
So going to hell.
Don't cry for me, I'm already dead.
Yeah.
I do like using shades like this just to make little graded effects. It's really nice. It's simpler than you think. And I was quite surprised looking the other day, and I'll show you in a minute. I was quite surprised looking the other day at flip back on that. This bit here. which looks wonderfully. It doesn't really on camera, but it looks in real life. It looks dirty.
Yeah.
It doesn't on camera, unfortunately, because it doesn't. You can't see all the full colours.
Yeah.
But it looks just like generally grimy and dirty, like I've done enamel gram and rubbed it away. But it's just Agrax Surshade. But what I did was I put the Agrax Surshade on and then got the brush wet with water and just thinned it in place.
Yeah, that's it. Just move it around.
And it just means it builds up more towards the bottom. And it because I diluted it as well with the water, it makes the Agrax Surshade look much less like coffee stains, and it blends it all away. So there's something I'm getting really into, like thinning shades on the model. I've only just started doing it recently. I don't know why I started doing it. It's like, it's really nice.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of what they're for, really, isn't it? In a way, you know, you move them about like that. Why not?
I mean, most people just like slap them on and that's it, and it's uniform. But I've never thought of getting it on and
no, I've got
it about.
various pots where I've mixed different ones together, and you know, it just like
it just makes a nice little effect.
Pop them through the airbrush and give them a quick spray, and it does a nice little job.
But it's just nice. I mean, I was really pleased where that came out, because it looks like I've done a grime wash. At the bottom, it's all like, it goes from white to sort of dirty brown, but it's not got that kind of normal shade waterline, because it was diluted in situ, so it works quite nicely. Quite pleased with it.
Does what it says on the tin, dear.
On the I'll try for a little bit. Drying my horn.
You got your horn out again.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it the gout, says Rabbit? I'm not that old, you cheeky git. But it could be.
Do you know something? If he gets a diagnosis of gout in 2023, I'm going to pee myself laughing, mate.
Oh, don't. 2023 is going to be the year of no medical complications for Fox.
Don't say that. I said that, and look where it got me, mate. Yeah.
Whenever I think of gout, though, I mean, Mum also has a bit of gout occasionally. Dad got gout, but whenever I think of gout, all I can think of is like Colonel Blimp in a bath chair, in his 1899 military outfit with his big handlebar moustache and his huttling about in a bath chair. Angus says KFC causes gout. I've not had KFC for ages. And Jeff says, "Wow, Angus, a great subject for a kid too. I've always liked the look of the albatross."
Seem to be hearing much movement.
No. See, I'm hoping for the day when E-Models get my order wrong and I order like one pot of Tamiya Extra Thin. They send me a Bane blade or something. That'd be great.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't happen to us, though, does it?
No. Well, she's only had 14 minutes.
Yeah, so I've not heard the pitter-patter of Helen's feet.
I've not heard the boiler, but seeing as that your settings don't even kill out your airbrush, I think they're too efficient now for me to hit the boiler.
I completely redid all my settings when we migrated over to this, because
so I think your noise settings are too efficient now for me to hear.
Yeah, can you hear my aquarium anymore? Because that's still going.
Well, I'm only hearing through my little tiny earpiece, so it's not real anyway. But I've never noticed it on when watching the stream back. So
so
it sounds really. Because it always sounds really thin and tinny in my earpiece, but then it sounds great on the stream because I'm listening to a little crappy iPhone earpiece. So.
It's going to ring her again, mate. Back set.
Okay. Rabbit says, albatross for sale. Get your albatross here. So, I'm knackered now because there's no chat to read because I'm up to date. La 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 la. I'm trying to think what else.
Instantly, I am downstairs. Okay.
What? Pick up the phone. I'm downstairs. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's like
Notice
how instantly I'm well behaved. Yeah.
One day she has to pop her head in and say hi on the microphone. You know, she has to do it. How can she be downstairs and not or in the house and around and not pop in and say hello and then go away again? One day she must. I've still never heard her.
You say hello to Bob. You're about to.
Oh. Hi. Hello, Fox.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello, H.
Oh.
Yay.
Yeah.
I've heard H at last.
There you go. He's been
Hello?
bugging me because he hasn't heard you before.
Big hugs, big hugs. That's the wrong. I can't do a hug in that direction. That looks like something else completely.
You're right.
That looks rude if I do it the other way.
Bless. There you go. He's happy now.
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. You all right?
I'm all right.
Good.
Some numpty keeping me up till 5 in the morning, but you can slap him later if you need to.
No, you have him. You're more than welcome
A
to.
bit of support would be nice.
You can have him.
Oh, I don't know.
See you later.
Bye, H.
There you go.
Hello, Mrs. W. You look lovely today.
He's happy now.
That might be the first time most people have heard
Last time he spoke to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, no, I've never spoken.
Yeah. All right, you mind, there you go. Drive safe, love, because it's, you know. Can you chuck me a text when you get there?
I'll try and remember.
Yeah. All right, mate. Because I'll be stressing otherwise, you know what I'm like. Be careful. Stay safe.
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
You're so happy now, aren't you?
I am. I've heard the poetical tones of H.
Yes, you heard the telephone voice.
Oh, hello. She sounds far too smart to be lumbered with you. What's going on there?
Absolutely. She only gets her Scottish accent back when she's got the hump with me, mate.
Yeah, when you're in trouble.
But no, Fox is happy now. Everyone's saying good day, Lady H,
I
the
think
elusive
that might be
H.
the first time the internet's actually heard her as well. So
Yeah, she is painfully shy.
yeah. Rabbit says, gasp, the elusive H.
Yeah.
And Angus says, good day, Lady H.
Most people in Yang Out, whenever she passes a cup of tea through, they see the hand.
Oh, I've never seen the H.
that feeds.
I've never seen the flesh of H, only heard the voice of H.
I'll get her to come in one night. She won't come in live on camera because she's just too shy.
Mm. Bless her. Rabbit says, Albatross, go on.
You think I'm bad?
Well. Rabbit says that Albatross for sale. Jeff asks if it comes with wafers. Rabbit says it comes with a sleeping blue macaw parrot. I was watching a video the other day of some lady in Australia, and for some reason in lockdown, she made friends with loads of birds. I don't know how she did it.
Yeah.
But basically every day you have these little parrots that land on a little veranda, and they come and they say hello to her. But then they've also got like some magpies, Australian magpies.
Yeah.
Which will sit on the veranda as well. They'll like make the little I love the noise that magpie, the Australian magpies make. It always makes me think of Neighbours when I was a kid, watching Neighbours.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's like a... I can't make the noise, but it's like that weird. But then she has these kookaburras that, like 3 or 4 kookaburras that just like land on the thing, on the little railing, and sit and talk to her. And what she does is she sat there, and they're so friendly with her. She got this flower, and she'd put it on the kookaburra's head, like a little flower. Yeah. Like he's wearing a little flower hat. And it just looks so cute. I was like, I want a kookaburra now.
Oh.
Although I'm sure the neighbours wouldn't like a kookaburra. Whatever the noise they make, that kind of laughing noise.
The thing about Australia is every animal wants to eat you or kill you, doesn't it?
Except kookaburras, which seem quite cute.
Yeah.
And the parrots. But it's like, how are they being so friendly with her and letting her strip? She sits there and she just tickles under the beak, or she puts a flower on its head. It's like, why are they... they're putting food out for them, but how do you make them quite so friendly? What are you doing?
I am painting an eye on my orc with my insane detail brush because
Would that be an orc eye?
Orc eye. See what I did there? Eye. I saw what you did.
You're painting your knob. Is that what you're doing? You're painting your mega knob.
It's the ecumenical matter. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because it's like all the little things now that haven't been detailed can be detailed.
The one thing I like about orcs is they are the one mini that I don't have a problem painting the eyes on. Because you can just paint them as red. So you just paint a little white dot on the eye and then paint over with a clear. But it's
funny you say that. I still paint them upside down. It's force of habit, isn't it?
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm rubbish. I don't paint eyes on minis at all because I can't. I suck at eyes and I refuse to even begin to try.
Yeah.
But orcs, because they're just red, I'm like, oh, yes.
Yeah, I've got the Elf Archer and the Lagerfur figures that I'm going to be painting for patrons and channel members in the new year. So,
what's Lagerfur?
Lagerfur is the female warrior, shield maiden out of Vikings, a TV show. So I get to paint all of that, and it's all the wood, leather, and metals, and all of that. So.
Ooh, I've still got that. I tell you what, I've still got that bust that Wendy Hickson sent me.
Yeah,
you know, the cat dude.
Yeah, it's been a while since I painted a bust, so it's what I used to do in between filming videos. People used to say, "What do you do when you're relaxing?" Figure paint. And it's been a while since I've done one, and I thought, well, hopefully the hands are a bit better. I'll be able to do it. So that's what I'm setting myself a challenge to do in the new year.
Well, I'm looking forward to painting that one that Wendy sent me because it's a bust of that like Peruvian jaguar.
Right. Yeah,
but it's like a warrior, but it's got the head of a Peruvian jaguar, and it's like I've never painted a big figure before. I've never done that. I've only ever painted minis, and I don't know if I'm getting good at it. Can't wait to try it though.
Stefan Last says 4 a.m. Time for yours truly to go horizontal. Catch you next time. Take care, Stefan. Always lovely to see you, mate.
Thanks for coming in. Sleep well and dream of many interesting things.
Yeah.
Do you know, whenever I dream about driving a car, it's always got the old 1970s solid plastic steering wheel.
Really?
Yeah, it's always the old thick, the old Land Rover style, you know, not squishy modern steering wheel, but proper old 1970s shiny black plastic with the little dimples in the back.
Yeah, mine's always the Sweeney Granada.
Oh yeah,
and it was in bronze because it was the only colour that you could do it.
Yeah, it's like a Capri.
A bit like the Mark III Cortina. It's like
Cortina even, Cortina in bronze colour with black vinyl roof.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Would it be cool if they Revell or someone released a model kit of one of them cars? Because they was classic British cars. Why aren't models of them sort of vehicles available?
Well, Revell wouldn't do it because it's a British car and Revell don't care about British cars. So.
You know,
also, maybe if it was not Revell that did it, that'd be great.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Any car manufactured, then if you want to be picky, you tart.
It would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that might even be the kind of car that makes me make a shiny car. But only because
models of yesteryear, you know, it'd just be neat, I think. But
only because I'd have to do it as a hairy old Cortina that wasn't shiny anymore.
Yeah. Well, this is it. You wouldn't have to do it in shiny, would you? Because all 1970s cars were flat beige, flat orange, stuffing electricity green, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they didn't stay shiny for long, so.
One saying good night to Stefan.
Good night, I'm blowing on my horn.
Yeah.
And
of course, don't forget. Go on. No, you carry on, mate. You was first.
Angus says, most of the birds are protected species, so they have no fear of humans now. Cool. I just love it if like a kookaburra or something just landed on my table in the garden while I sat there and just said hello, and I could be like tickling his belly or something. That'd be great.
That's the one thing I like about the summer is just sitting out in the garden, watching nature.
Yeah.
You know, it's just little things like that, isn't it? And you're like, yeah.
Yeah, I'll never forget. It sounds really stupid, but it gave me so much pleasure. One day in the garden, I was pootling about, and there was a snail just pootling across the grass.
Yeah.
It's quite a big snail, so I picked it up, and I put it in my hand. It was pootling about on my hand. So I got some bird seed from the bird feed, and I put the bird seed in front of it, and it went straight for the bird seed, and it started eating the bird seed. But not only could I hear it going, I could also feel it munching on the bird seed on my hand, and I was like, I just sat there for about 20 minutes watching it on my hand eating birds. I was like, this is amazing. And I put it back in the garden after that, put it back down in the grass. I was like, that's brilliant, and that cost me nothing, and that's natural. Nature's great.
It is.
Except when it kills you or hurts you, or like brambles can just GTFO basically. They're not allowed.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of brambles, I must admit. I seem to get engulfed with all of them. If I walk into the garden and they're there, they will attach themselves somewhere to me.
Yeah, my broken toe hates brambles.
Mm.
Yeah.
You're falling apart, dear. You really are.
No, it's because I was trying to get rid of the bramble and I slipped on a thing and broke my toe. It was the bramble's fault for being a git. Because of that bramble, I had to go to the hospital and wait in 3 hours in A&E and then sleep with the sneaker on for 2 weeks.
It can only happen to you, can't it?
Couldn't take my sneaker off. I had to sleep with my sneaker on for 2 weeks.
Gets no sympathy from me whatsoever.
Yeah.
Oh, they're comedy
Nor do I
gold.
expect any.
Those messages, oh, me toe, me toe.
I'll never paint again.
Oh, I can't do that. I can't do any building because of my toe. It's like you build with your hands, you build. What's up here?
I didn't do that, did I? I don't remember saying I couldn't
You
build.
was pretty much, yeah. You didn't come on e-models, did you? Because your toe was sore and you was miserable.
I think I was one day I was in a bad mood. I remember I had my elbow was when my elbows were knackered. I didn't come on because that was like really painful.
Proper had a soul gone, didn't you? Oh, bless your heart.
Bramble.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Bramble. Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not feeling like mixing. Oh, I can't be bothered. My toe hurts, my arm hurts. It's like...
I'll get you, Blakey.
Oh, man. He was just like, I'll go get you, Butler.
Butler, that's not Blakey. I always get the name wrong. I've had a king parrot come and sit on the table outside and share a bowl of grapes as Angus salad. Cool. You need to film that.
I got chased by an ostrich.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was in one of those. Yeah, it was in one of those. You know, those wildlife parks where you could trundle about and mix with the wild.
Oh yeah,
a bit similar to that one where the baboons strip your car.
I'll never forget. We went to some zoo or other, whichever the one is where it's well known that the monkeys pull the wing mirrors off. And there was
which Snide is it, or is it Longleat?
Might have been Longleat. Anyway, so it's me and my brother came over from the States. So it's me and my brother in one car, and my mum and his kids. Yeah. And the other car is my middle brother, Ian, in his car with his family. And bless him, he's the one with a degree in engineering, and he's an engineer, and he's very intelligent, but he's also exceptionally dumb.
Oh, he's a typical academic.
Yeah, he's got smarts in certain areas, but everything else he's just as dumb as a rock.
Yeah, intelligence off the radar. Social skills and real life non-existent.
So it's like we've got this thing, and it says, right, we've got to go through the baboon/gibbon/death monkey section, and the road goes like that, and it says this way if you want to avoid it, and this way if you don't. All the signs say, do not have your windows open, do not expect for your car to come out unscathed. So we're like, yeah, screw that, F that. We go off to look at rhinos, and he's like, no, we're going to do this one. Hey! Yeah. He had no wing mirrors when he came out, and all his windscreen wipers were bent back.
I've got a mate that went through there in a convertible. Yeah, it's like, dude, he was asking for trouble. Off. Yeah, his car, mate, honestly, it was fit for the scrapyard, so he come out there.
He says to me, took my wing mirrors off. I said, well, first of all, duh.
Yeah.
And second of all, it's a Ford Galaxy. Nobody cares.
Yeah, and none of us pre-warned him of the error of his judgment. It's like, yeah, mate, we'll wait out here. Come through now. I've been here before, mate. You carry on. Yeah,
and honestly. Says, death monkeys, lol.
It's hilarious, mate.
Yeah.
Once they realised or started prying at the convertible roof, I realised there was gaps being created. Oh, mate, that roof flew back, mate. It was hilarious.
I'm going now, bad.
He's got these baboons jumping about. Honestly, the inside of his car was cleaner than when it was manufactured, mate. They piked everything that was out of there, mate.
I bet his actual driver's seat wasn't as clean when he came out the other side.
No, he weren't happy, mate. He was proper. I think he was actually quite frightened by him.
Well, it's like, it's his own fault for doing something dumb.
Yeah, no, it's like, well,
Let's be honest.
Yeah, why do you think we all stayed here, mate?
Why do you think we're all laughing at you mercilessly?
Oh, yeah. Because we're like, should we have told him? No, this is going to be gold, mate. We're all just leant on the fence watching them rifle through his car.
Nah,
It's like, yeah.
we're Southerners. We don't help each other out.
Yeah.
That's for
One
the-
of my
that's for the
mates
weak.
was like, do you think they'll figure out how to open up the boot? It's like, he's open. Yeah.
Here's a-
Yeah, if you're watching, Johnny, mate, yeah, sorry about your car interior, mate, but it was gold.
Sorry, not sorry, he says.
Yeah, you had to go and have it valeted and everything. Oh, mate, weren't happy.
Valeted, have it burned.
Yeah, it was, oh, mate. They're rotten gits. Did you know that was going to happen? Nah. Of course we didn't.
No, it's not like comedy sketches on TV for like the last 50 years.
Do you
people with cars
think
in the...
we would have let you go in there if we knew? Trust us, we your friends.
Have you never watched television and seen a comedy sketch where that exact thing happens?
Yeah. That's a bit like Edmund's trusting one of my, go and have a look at this on the line, record decisions. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of that on there.
Little bit of that.
Just a tiny bit on there.
You're a tiny bit.
I like being a tiny bit.
Oh,
Did I
I've got
tell
some
you that
little bits
I
of-
like peas?
I like pose. I've got little bits of watermarks on my horns. I'm not quite keen on that, but I don't really know what to do to fix that. So,
Easy line.
yeah, may have to be the easy line.
Yeah, easy
And then-
line. Always an option, mate.
Carefully paint them later.
Yeah,
Or chain. If I had some really fine chains, that would work, but
yeah,
they would look kind of in the theme.
yeah. Easy line always works, mate.
I could do some easy line that goes from the horn and wraps around and then goes to two of these little sort of spikes sticking out.
Yeah.
So it looks like they've strapped it in to hold it in place. Ooh, that'd be a good
That'll
exclusion.
work. Because I came up with my easy line antenna lines of lineness.
Mm-hmm. I remember when I built a U-boat as a commission once, one of the sticky up masty things was it wouldn't stay in place. It broke and I had to fix it, and it was like it wouldn't stay in place. It was dead delicate. So I used the easy line rigging for the steel antenna cables to basically just force it into place, and it was so tight that it wouldn't go anywhere.
Oh yeah, everyone needs to
not
have a reserve of easy line. It is sometimes it can be a really good get out of jail free card.
Absolutely, that's fine. So
There's been several times where I'm like, I've really nosed something up, and it's like, yeah, put a bit of easy line on that. That'll disguise it.
it's time for the easy line. What I can do is I can glue it to these spikes underneath, so that I can glue it to that, wrap it around the horn a few times, and then glue it to the other one, and it'll be completely hidden underneath. And I can cover it over a little bit. I don't have to glue it to the horn, because gluing it to the horn would ruin the paint job. So
Yeah.
La 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 la. Enjoy washing the baboon butt prints off your windscreen. Woo.
There you go. Bit on there.
Rabbit says, wait, pikeys are an actual thing. It's kind of a slightly racist term over here in the UK.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it basically means people say of Romany descent, perhaps. Would have been called gypsies, perhaps, in the past.
Yeah.
It's a derogatory.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from, so if I say, for instance, I pikeyed that, I'm basically meaning I lifted it. But you wouldn't go up to someone and call them that, because
No.
you wouldn't make it out of the room alive, especially if they are travellers.
Yeah.
So depends on the context that you're using it.
Yeah. La 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 la. I need to let this dry for a bit before I start fiddling with it. Fiddling and fettling and farting around.
Fiddling and fettling.
Farting around.
Dear, I went all finger bobs then.
I can't remember the lyrics.
I like finger bobs.
Yoffie lifts a finger and a mouse is there.
That was
There
it.
you go. I want to be Yoffie. I want to be like Yoffie.
I used to like the tortoise.
Yeah, Flash
Yeah.
with his multicoloured shell,
Yeah.
3 legs.
I mean, come on, there was a bloke wearing a glove with a bit of cardboard on it, but it was a tortoise.
Yeah. It was a tortoise, of course it was.
Of course it was, you know, as kids, that was our level of entertainment, wasn't it? But it was fun. It was harmless, even though the geezer that did it was probably off his head 90%.
Oh, he absolutely was. He was completely stoned. He even said that as much.
That's what makes it funny, though, isn't it? Is knowing that he was a proper stoner. Because at the time you thought he's got to be off his trolley to be doing this.
Yeah. I mean, one of the episodes of Finger Bombs that I remember is the entire storyline, right?
Yeah.
Finger Bobs and the seagull, which was called something or other, go to the beach to collect pebbles. Yoffie says, go and collect some pebbles.
Yeah.
So they go to the beach, but he can't carry the pebbles. So Finger Bobs makes like a little trolley truck thing out of some bits of wood.
Yeah.
So he can carry all the, and he puts all the pebbles on it, and then he takes it to Yoffie, who draws some faces on them. And tiles.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Angus Allert says, Fox, can we get a jellyfish, please? He wants a squishy.
Hang on.
You get the double whammy, a squishy and a shrimp.
A slow jellyfish. A slow jellyfish.
Do you want me to go? Yeah, I'll put you full screen.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm doing it slowly, so it might take a while to get on screen. A slow jellyfish.
There you go.
It could be a vampire squid. You never know. And a bonus shrimp.
Bonus shrimp. Yeah, I'll put you back full screen.
They don't need that for a shrimp.
There you go.
Bonus shrimp. It's so stupid.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we're keeping the viewers happy, mate. That's what it's all about.
Oh, look, bonus sea slug.
Yeah, there you go. Retro says, well, I've learned something new today. Oh, there you go.
What? Wait, what? We haven't taught you something. What?
Got to say on here, you learned something on here.
How very dare you, sir? Accusing me of teaching things.
Yeah, you go careful, mate. Anyway, I think we suddenly know what we're doing.
We don't know anything. We don't know nothing. What do we know? We know nothing.
We know nothing. Nah.
Yoffie lifts a finger. I saw a clip of Pipkins the other day.
Yeah. Jeff Light says, well, guys, it's time to get some sleep. Catch you on Sunday. Take care and stay safe. No worries, mate. Yeah. How sinister did you find Hartley Air?
Oh, God. Gee, that's what it was only a little sort of 2-minute thing. And it's like, Christ, that thing was evil. It was the scrattiest piece of
the devil's rabbit, wasn't it?
But the thing is, if you actually watch it as an adult now, I managed to find a few episodes last year, and I watched a few episodes.
Yeah.
And I read about it. I read some sort of deep dives on it. And the thing is, if you look at the character of Hartley Hare, it's like it's such an adult character because he's incredibly jealous and possessive. He always wants to be the center of attention.
Control freak, yeah.
Yeah, he's a control freak. He's completely narcissistic. I think the character is written as openly potentially gay, but on a children's program in the 1970s, it was never really, he's a complete diva, nasty, vindictive. He's quite happy to screw others over to get what he wants. Yeah. And he always throws tantrums if he doesn't. And it's like, wow, when you read the deep dives now, looking back, and you think,
and that was broadcast as an example to children.
That was a kids' program, and it's like I didn't pick up any of that. To me, it was just a funny program with a pig that wanted pies and an ostrich, and just amazing what you could get away with.
Octavia and Top Off, wasn't it? The monkey.
Yep. Top of the monkey, Octavia the ostrich, Hartley Hare, and Pig was just called Pig, and he was just drumming. You're right, I like pies. I want some pies.
I want a pie. I like pies. I like pies.
Slightly prejudice there against Brummies. And it says, as a kid, we were bombarded with a shitload of Sid and Marty Krofft shows. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Angus says, they sting you around here, ouchies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they got the blue ringed octopus and all of that lot down there, aren't they?
You just got a free squishy for that. Just there.
Yeah, that little blue ring doctor is about that big, and it looks at you and goes, "Fuck off."
It looks adorable, but it will
yeah,
kill you. You will die.
yeah, you will get out of the water because I'm there.
Jellyfish are a lot of work, says Edward. Yeah, poor squishies.
Yeah.
That's why we call Edward the squishy king, you see, because he was the king of the squishies.
Yeah, legend
That's
status was issued to Edward for keeping squishies.
Yeah, that's why whenever Edward comes in, we do the squishies, you see, because he's squishy king. And then that last little squishy was the smallest one, and it was the last one left. Oh.
Takes a special kind of person to be able to look after jellyfish, so Edward's a legend in our eyes.
Although if you say jellyfish to an actual marine biologist, they slap you.
Yeah.
I might do another blast of agrax on the bottom of those horns just to darken them up even more.
Oh, right,
even more. And I might do one more coat of Seraphim sepia.
Serotonin sepia.
Serotonin PP.
Yeah.
And then I might do, when they've done, I might do a very, very carefully applied little flick of some of the Screaming Skull just at the very top again, just to make
just to redo it.
Yeah. And then we'll do the easy line. Your feeling's a finger. A-la-lam bum bum.
It's funny though, isn't it? You look back at some of these shows that we watched and you think, yeah, they were quite sinister, really, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but you look at them and you look at modern shows and you think, wow, kids today just get so much shit thrown at them.
Yeah.
They have proper quality programming.
Did you ever get Teletubbies? I mean, when I was raising my boys, Teletubbies was the thing.
Thankfully, I don't have kids. So
yeah, I looked at that and I thought, really?
Somebody says to me, watch a couple of episodes of The Magic Garden.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. I was like, okay. So I watched it and I was like, what the
yeah.
Yeah, kids' TV now, it's like they just, if for little kids, it's just characters that talk dribble. It's like, why not just have characters that actually talk?
Where people complain now about millennials and they go, oh, they're all this, they're all that. All I'm going to say to you, Teletubbies, that explains millennials better than anyone.
Complaining about, make no mistake, complaining about millennials is completely correct.
Yeah.
And justified. But yes, you are right.
Yeah.
Angus says, blue ring octopus can kill in 8 seconds. Blue bottles or mana war jellyfish hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Edward says, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters, HR Puff and stuff. I've heard of that, and Land of the Lost. Banana splits. Yeah, we got banana splits over here.
I used to love banana splits.
La, 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 la,
Dingo, Dingo, Drooper and Snook.
Now, you remember the names. That's impressive.
Yeah. Do you remember the cartoon that used to be on halfway through it? Size of an elephant. Arabian Nights.
Who?
The Arabian Nights.
I don't remember that.
The cartoon that used to always be on mid-episode of Banana Splits.
Well, I don't actually remember anything about the banana splits other than I remember
experiencing mate, yeah, I remember the intro and everything, mate. Oh, mate.
Yeah, I remember the intro. La, 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 la. And you could tell it was so 1960s because they had a hot rod. It was like they had like a proper like.
What I didn't get, and I still, well, probably because they was in a fire station, but I never understood the whole fireman helmets thing.
Oh.
Why they always wore the fireman's helmet? Is it because they lived in the fire station? Like they actually lived.
It's the 60s, man. They're probably tripping balls when they made that program.
It was men on acid dressed as large, hairy creatures. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I remember the one that had like the NHS glasses and the goofy teeth.
Drooper, the lion.
Yeah, well, pseudo lion, I guess.
Yeah. You mean to say he wasn't really a lion? No, I'm devastated.
I don't know. I can vaguely. No, it wasn't. That wasn't that. I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah. Rabbit describes jelly and says it's technically a plankton with no heart or brain. All jellies have a heart. Edward's jellies loved him because he fed them and looked after them and gave them coloured lights to not be able to see. Edward says in Florida we had man o' wars. Yes, they float about everywhere. Depending on winds, we can get them all over the beaches. all we ever get here in the UK when I was a kid was you go to the beach up in the lakes, like in Morecambe or somewhere, and you get the big flat disc of bleh, and it'd be like a foot across. And no idea what jellyfish it was.
I can remember we had a particularly hot summer and we had the invasion of the Portuguese man o' war. And it was basically a big bag of air that used to have big, huge tentacles. And it was like, these things will kill you. And it's like, we saw one.
If I remember rightly, a man o' war is not actually a jelly. Is it a ctenophore?
I think it is. It's just basically, it looks like dare I say, a condom full of air with a load of tentacles.
Yeah, it's not a jelly. It might be a ctenophore, or it might be it's an animal that, what's it called? It's basically, you go down and you see these long string things that can be like hundreds of feet long, and it's a long string of this colonial organism with like millions of little individual organisms all doing little jobs. I can't remember if that's a ctenophore or...
but it could give you such a dose of venom or whatever it was that it used to get you with, and
but they're often lumped in with jellies, but actually not.
And they used to say if you could see it, you're going to get stung because their tentacles were so far away from them.
Yeah, like could be tens of feet, couldn't they? 30, 40 feet.
And it's like, oh, yeah.
Somebody in chat, if you get a minute, just look at what the Portuguese man or is. It's not a jelly. It's something.
It's something else, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. It's going to bug me now until I know what it is. I'm going to be running out of battery in my iPad soon.
Paul J. Lewis says, was Full.Build and Ben the Flower Pot Men and Weed was weird. Yeah, same with Magic Roundabout, wasn't it? That was a bit odd and all. But you think how many of them characters were stoners?
Well, Magic Roundabout was actually French or Belgian, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to move my iPad so I can charge it. So we had no responsibility for what went on that show at all. I have to move my iPad so I can...
I mean, I'll be coming off air soon anyway, mate, because,
Because you need to go pooping.
No, I will need to go and have something to eat soon because,
Yeah, death is not an option.
But, it was weird, like you say, the Magic Roundabout. I'm trying to think of the other one.
So
Play School and Play Away, they was pretty much off their tree, weren't they?
Brian can't. Play away time, play away, play away.
So you can get away with saying his name because you're from north of Watford. When I say it sounds like someone swearing that word that we don't use, you know what I mean?
Well, it's because you are swearing, technically.
Yeah. Because, our neck of the woods, it's pretty close to that, isn't it?
Yeah, you wouldn't say, "Oh, you," and then shout his surname out because...
Yeah. So, it was Brian, the bloke off of Play Away. That's how Londoners refer to him. Yeah, that geezer on the kids' show.
You can imagine the teacher at school doing the register. Johnson, Smith, Wilson, Brian.
Yeah.
Why don't you call my name out, sir? My surname out, sir. I'll tell you when you're older.
Yeah. If you said his name out loud, you'd get your mum going. If I hear you saying that again, I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap. But it's his name, Mum.
It's C-A-N-T, Cant. Brian Cant.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you was been... No, it's his name. Of course, once we found out, you'd say his name all the time then. If someone's
right, Brian.
Yeah, he's a bit of a Brian, isn't he? Yeah.
You'd be like, yes, I can get away with it.
Yeah, you can get away with it. Yeah, it's like, You always get someone, would you call me? You call me a Brian? Yeah, I am, mate. It's like a Burke. It's the same word.
Rabbit says that a group of jellyfish... He says, a group of jellyfish is called a smack.
Oh, is it?
There we go. Siphonophore, not ctenophore. That's what Edward says. It's actually a species of siphonophore, a group of animals that are closely related to jellies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a colonial animal, so that in a siphonophore, it's like thousands of different organisms all working together. So one will be a stinger cell. One organism will be the thing that propels it. One organism will be the thing that is a mouth. So there's different organisms have different jobs. Like there's one that's just the jet engine that propels it. You see them little bell-shaped things.
Yeah.
Siphonophores. They're great. sometimes if you watch the Nautilus dive videos, sometimes they come across them and they can be like 300 feet long.
Yeah.
It's just a string with stuff hanging off it, like this string that just beautiful.
It's funny though, isn't it? It's nature's such a wonderful thing.
Oh yeah, Paul Di Tommaso's off. He says off to do other things. Take care and see you next time.
No worries, Paul. Catch you on the next one, mate.
Yeah, nature's awesome.
We'll catch you on the Sunday streams because we'll be streaming Sunday at the bench, and that's with me and Dave, and then we'll be doing the Warhammer Sunday with me and Fox over on Fox's channel, folks.
What are you building on your Sunday show? I've forgotten.
I'm doing the Revell.Models Easy 8 Sherman tank, mate.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the one. I
Doing
was
the
about to say doing the
Sherman, mate.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Sherman.
Yeah. So that's what I'm up to. I'll be carrying on assembling the tank tracks is what I'll be doing.
How is assembly of those tracks going?
All right. Panzer is really impressed with me because I've been doing all of them tracks and I haven't issued a swear.
Are you just like muting your microphone?
No.
I find this hard to believe.
I know. Yeah, I've sat there. I've done 4 lots so far.
Is it plastic track with metal pin or
plastic track with plastic pin, plastic plaid? What's a plaid? Plastic pad and plastic clips on it, mate. So it's like 5 bits per track length. Yeah.
It's plastic pin that gives me the heeble-jeebles on that because it's like you've got to push that into the hole, but if that snaps...
Yeah, and it all goes in a jig and it gets sandwiched together and they all work and jingle and have you some of that.
Do the pins actually go in easily or are they quite a tight fit? Do you have to clamp?
Yeah, basically what you've got is you've got the pins almost joint together.
Yeah.
And then you put the bottom clamp on and then the top clamp. So the track or the pin gets embedded in them. And then you've got a separate pad that goes on the bottom, and then you've got a little locating bit that sticks up in the middle. And
so you're not pushing the pin into the track, you're actually putting the track around the pin.
You're encapsulating the pins. The pins are basically they're just basically joined together. It's
well, that makes it a little easier then, because I thought you're having to push the pin into the track.
Yeah, I'm going to send you 7 in an envelope. I'll let you build them and see how easy that statement was. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Easy. I'm just thinking imagine if you, because I thought.
Oh no. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, I thought like you build the track unit and you get all the bits and then you have to put the pin in and get it through all the holes and lined up.
No. That you're thinking of the frill tracks. Them ones you would use the metal pins. I tend to use little brass pins when I do them rather than the wire because I just find tapping the brass pins in easier. Don't know why.
What you are?
I'm a pin.
You're a little brass pin.
I like a bit of brass pin.
Little brass pin.
Yeah, but
Ralph McTell.
I've got a little grot tank. That's all I'm saying, mate.
Little grot tank.
Little grot tank.
You need to. Here's what you need to do. Right, one day when you're painting, you need to have on one hand your thumb palette. And on the other hand, a thumb grot tank.
You could have.
You get a grot tank that just sits on a little ring, so it's like a thumb. It looks like it's got ears.
Doesn't it?
Looks like a monkey. Monkey.
Yeah. Monkey. Look, it's got a little spanner. It's got a little tiny spanner on it. See it?
I get the idea that the grot's head would just about fit in the turret.
Yeah, it would be equal, but.
Yeah, if you're going to turn the turret, don't get your head stuck in the cog because you'll just be knackered.
Yeah, it's like, what can I say? It's a little grot tank. But
adorbs. Totes adorbs.
They certainly are.
I've not painted much this evening, but it's been a slow process.
I've barely painted anything because it's nearly at that stage where I'm going to park it before I get to fettly with it.
Before you lose the will to live. I mean, get too fettly with it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Because you're looking for things to do and you're like, I just need to step away from it for a little bit.
Are you trying to tell me that you don't want to take it too far? Is that what you're trying to put into words?
I am trying to use every other word other than I don't want to go too far and I don't want to get carried away because
I think it's too late.
Yeah, it's
I think you've already said that, basically.
Yeah, it's one of them where I think it just needs to sit quietly for a while and gather its thoughts.
You're thinking it puts the lotion in the basket.
Yeah, it's a weird. Every time I look at it, I spot something different, and it's.
Every time I look at it, you get both happy and slightly nervous at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if Muse is watching this back, I think she'll end up doing the same that we do. We do tend to spin them around a lot like this because from every angle you see something slightly different or that you might not have spotted before. Or
you go, oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah,
you think, I could just add a little bit of contrast on there or a little bit of highlighting, and then you think, oh, I just want to step back from her and yeah,
so much to add to it that you can't guarantee you'd ever be able to shut it down. Basically,
it's one of them paint jobs I don't think you can ever say you fully finished.
No,
I mean, would you do one of these as a commission because you can't step away from it, can you? You know what I mean?
In a way, it would be an easy commission because it's 99% weathering. And weathering's fun and not hard to do. So, as a commission, it'd probably be a bit of a bonus, really. Because it's not like you've got to do a decent paint job; it's all weathering. So,
folks, send all your Orc Stomper commissions to Fox because he really wants to build loads of them.
No.
Yeah.
I would also charge a ridiculous amount for the actual thing of having to actually build it, because that's an affront to my mental health.
Yeah, I think also we would not glue the
Yeah.
Oh dear, what a complete of that balls up we made of that.
Well, hey, we learn by doing. We do these dumbass things so you don't have to.
Yeah, we make the mistakes so that you don't have to. Did you, out of interest, having just spotted it on mine, did you drill your exhaust out on your chainsaw?
There's an exhaust?
Yeah, he's now turned it round and gone, really? There's an exhaust?
No, I didn't. I didn't realise that was the exhaust. Oh, I'll have to do that.
Really? Oh, you're going to be so proud of me.
Did you drill yours out?
Yeah, look.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? The best boy. You are a good boy. It's not true what they say.
Albeit not 100% centrally, but it's drilled out.
I think mine might just get the old. I think mine might get the treatment of the Uniposca paint pen.
Yeah, with a large black disc. Yeah.
Yeah, and a black dot.
Yeah. So you didn't drill your exhaust out. See what I did?
I see what you did there. My exhaust. No, I didn't even realize, because I saw it and I thought it was like something that was connecting to something else. I never realised it was an actual exhaust.
Well, at first I didn't drill it out because I thought it was where this pipe went at first. And then obviously once I put that pipe in, I kept looking at it going,
I thought someone was going to connect to it.
Is it an exhaust or not? But yeah, so I just drilled it out in the end. I thought, sod it.
Yeah, screw it.
No, I think I'm gonna stop for the moment on this build.
Yeah.
Because I don't want can't say it without saying I don't want to get carried away.
Say it.
Yeah,
say it. Even to you there will be limits.
So. Yeah, it's You don't want to what? Sorry, you don't want to. I can't think of a word that wouldn't use them terms, and I'm not going to let you get me. You get.
You could say, I could throw you a lifeline. You could say, I don't want to push it too far over the edge. I don't want to push it so far that it goes wrong.
I don't want to go too near the edge of the precipice.
Yeah, because even with your nonsense, there's always the risk. Even with your level of not giving up and doing all the insane stuff, there's always a point at which even you could take something too far.
Well, see, the thing about it is knowing where it's going to sit. It's going to be going on the shelf next to the Warlick. Now you get where I'm going, that I don't want to get too carried away because I've got another one of these to paint yet.
This is the best bit, you see. I've only got one of these to paint. You've got two of them.
Yeah.
I would happily paint another one of these. I just don't ever want to build another one of these. That's the thing. I'd love to paint another one of these. I just don't want to build one.
It's going to happen, isn't it?
I just the the building process was not enjoyable at all. I did not enjoy it, and I don't ever want to do it again.
You want me to flop my Warlick out, didn't you?
You're going to get your Warlick out for the girls.
Yeah, we're going to let the ladies see the comparison of...
Make all the girls come to your yard.
What I mean about I don't want to go too far because I've got another one. Right, let's try and do this without dropping her.
There is no way to do that without.
Because I'm a bit goofy with my hands, you know. Because, folks...
Maybe not, then.
I've also got that contraption to do. So now, look. Am I, or am I not, a glutton for punishment?
That is the best thing ever, though.
And that's why I think I'm going to park that for now, because I'm going to be filming this one on the channel in the new year. And I haven't decided what direction I'm going to go with this, because it is just insane madness anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And
insane madness, just like you.
I think time away from this stomper is going to help me when it comes to this.
Yeah, because
I'm hoping.
The thing I would say is you don't want to do one thing right off the back of having done another one of it, because
exactly
you want to do some other stuff first, just to see other things and do other things, because you might learn some bits and bobs that you want to incorporate into the Warlick.
Yeah, which is why I'm not painting yet.
Yeah,
because yeah, it's one of them.
Because don't forget, you did a few test techniques on that stomper, but there might be other techniques that you didn't use on that you might want to do somewhere else first, like the rust on those tracks on the Lehman Russ, or other things that you're working on.
Exactly.
You might do more. You might get a load of glazes going on your figure painting and get the hang of that, and be like, you know what, I want to use that on some of the Warlick.
This is why the Warlick and the Insane Blade have been left for so long, because I want to just progress a bit more. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? I'm not comfortable that I can do that and the Insane Blade justice at this stage.
Yeah.
So I'm content with that decision, if I'm honest. But yeah. I will make a start.
There'll be techniques that you haven't used on that stomper that you might realise that you want to use, that you figure out from somewhere else.
Exactly. You know, I can get on and put its base colours down and things like that, but I haven't hit on a final scheme or direction that I want to go. I've got to put it on the electric turntable and just sit and have it going in the corner one night whilst I'm in the hangout. I'd let her start talking to me. That's what I normally do when I hit a brick wall with ideas, is I just put a kit or whatever it is on the electric turntable and just sit and observe it whilst I'm in the hangout with my mates.
I had an embarrassing moment the day with my electric turntable.
Oh, did you?
I was filming.
Yeah.
So I was like, right, here's the Org big track.
Yeah.
Let's film it. And I turned it on, and it was a turntable, there was just no electric.
Absolutely.
And I didn't have any big, massive C batteries. I'm like, okay, I've got to do it manually now then.
Paul J. Lewis is off to bed, as is Steve Spencer Beanie. He's been out to pick his eldest daughter up. He said, it's icy out there, -4. Yeah, take care, Steve. And he says, come on, England. Oh, yeah, apparently there's people kicking a ball of air around this weekend in an important football game. So,
I don't care about football.
But yeah, so that's where the Warlick is going to come into this. But luckily, it's modular. I can strip this down into components and paint bits. So, but I don't want to do that straight off the back of the stomper, because it's just too much.
Well, the other thing as well is that you're being extra careful with the Warlick because you didn't build it, and it's
no, that's right. It was a gift that was sent to me by another builder.
It's a very, very expensive gift at that. So you don't want to just dive in and screw it up. You want to take your time with it and give it the treatment you think it deserves.
Yeah. Our friend Steve Mundy sent me that. Cynical Steve, the Greeble King, as I call him on my gallery shows, sent me that and said he would like to see me paint it. So I'm painting it. He sent me as well other little doobies, little little bits and pieces to sit there and play with. That was my first play with contrast paints, that one, see? So
I've still got my land speeder that I need to paint for these.
little bits.
Don't remind him of
bobs.
that. Don't remind him of that.
So yeah, that's why I'm parking my Orc Stomper for the moment. So I was going to say to you, them old tracks come out all right, mate. I like that. It's quite subtle, isn't it?
Yeah, well, what we're going to do on Sunday, the colours won't show up on the telly for people right now correctly anyway, but they basically look like vinyl wood that you get on a kitchen unit. What we're going to do on Sunday, I think, is get them looking a bit like metal again with some very, very, very subtle dry brushing. And I mean the most lightest and little amount of paint on the brush in the world. Yeah. And I still haven't decided yet whether we want the track pads to be metal or rubber.
You're talking to the bloke who's got the most unsubtle hands in the world, mate.
Don't worry.
I will endeavour to do my best, mate. If it comes to it, I might actually use one of my really soft.
No.
No? All right, then I won't.
You'll want a small brush that's fairly flat.
Yeah.
Because we're going to do finest dry brushing in all of the land, and you just want to catch the edges. And it's this. Unfortunately, the tracks on that tank are really hard to dry brush because you can't get the whole track. So we'll be using like I don't know, one of the little, if not one of the standard base brushes, then one of the little, say, dry brushes like that, something small like that and flat.
Yeah, I know the ones.
Because we're literally just going to be doing that with it, but we'll have so little paint on the brush that you're not going to make a mess with it. Don't worry.
Yeah. There you go, folks. You got that to look forward to.
Yeah. Well, I've got to say, I think I may have rescued the horns and not without the need for using Easy Line.
Yeah.
Because I basically went back with the 3 bone colours and started doing more stripes with them.
Yeah.
And I think they're not exactly professional standard, but I think I'm kind of happy.
Are you happy with them?
Yeah, I'm kind of happy with them.
Because you can't see it on camera, but they transition, similar process.
Yeah, I've got the
light at the top.
I've got the lines. I've got them going in like spiky lines, so it looks like growth line type stuff.
Yeah, there are transitions in there.
Yeah, I'll take a proper photograph for the Facebook groups and stuff. But I could live with that. I think.
Yeah,
I might do a little bit of normal around the base of them. I might do that now, just to darken it even a little bit more.
Yeah,
because I want it to look like it's coming out of the metal thing. Let me just do that now before we go, and then I think I'd be happy to leave them like that. I'll do a little bit of normal around the very base, just run it around, and then get some water
where it goes into the brass ring.
Yeah. Oh, well, I've got my silver, but yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll tease that up with the water. It just means that a little bit of Agrax shade is now very dark where it goes into the thing like that. I'm by doing these and on this stomper build, I've been teaching myself different ways to use shades, like to actually paint with shades rather than just apply them. Yeah. And I've got to say, I'm really liking it.
Use them to your advantage at the end of the day.
Well, I've never thought of it before, but if you actually paint with them, it's actually really nice. You
can still move them about and do what you need to do with them.
Yeah, that's what I've never thought of doing before, you see. I mean, it does, unfortunately, if you put too much on, it can get rid of some of your fine detail, but you've just got to be careful with it.
Yeah, but it's all as well, isn't it, at the end of the day? I mean, come on. Yeah. You think we got carried away? Yeah.
Never. But it's making me look forward to painting some of my big characters. Like I've got those orc ones I've got delivered, the big vulture and the monster thing. And I've got my Archaon on the Ever Chose, and I've got Mortarion I need to do.
What did you see?
Making me looking forward to painting them because they're proper big characters. They're not just like they're all organic. So.
Well, I've got the rest of the grot tanks to do. I've got the orc on the trike to do, Full.Build. But obviously, cute grot tanks to paint. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm going to film the Warlick. I'm going to film the Insane Blade.
Yeah, that Warlick's going to be
That's a long project, that one.
Big, long video series, that one.
You know, that's going to be,
I've still got to do some dry brushing on my gun barrel for this stomper. I've not finished mine yet, I don't think.
No, I still can see me coming back to it, but I'm burnt with it at the moment, and I don't want to. I don't want to undo anything, if that makes sense.
No. Well, I mean, that's fine. Then next week I'll carry on with this, and you'll be doing something else.
Oh yeah, I'll grab something down and be fettling with something. I might do the Red Baron actually.
Yeah. I mean, I've not got a lot left to do on mine. It's just bits.
It's a Big Daddy Rock. Yeah, it's a Big Daddy Rock custom car thing. So yeah, I might do that.
Yeah,
I'll sit and do that. Mind you, you know, this is Festa. Things change on a daily basis.
Yeah, it's whatever you think you can sit and do for 3 hours on a live stream.
Yeah. Well, it's at the end of the day, you know, it's different concepts, you know. And, yeah, why not?
It will be nice. It would be nice for something that is actually feasible to film.
What do you mean?
As in, it's not 3 foot tall and impossible to get a decent camera angle on.
Oh, yeah, because the beauty of doing that is I can have my iPhone sat up here, just out of shot, filming it as well as streaming it, and then I can edit the video and do it as a build series as well.
Yeah.
So I can kill 2 birds with the same. Yeah, but it's a 24 scale car, so yeah, it's going to fit on the bench quite easily. So
yeah, but it means like I've done the head tonight, so I can get the camera in close.
Oh,
and you can see
that's been the hardest part, positioning these where you can't. Well, and then of course you keep knocking it because you're working around it because stompers are.
So in that respect, I'll be glad to get this thing shifted off. I don't know where the hell I'm going to put it. I've not really thought of that.
I'll just sell it.
I couldn't pack this to sell it. I couldn't pack it in a box to get it anywhere.
Yeah.
It wouldn't survive shipping that.
Oh, she's a good girl. She did remember.
Who's a good girl? What?
H. She did remember. That's H messaging me to let me know she's got there safe.
Oh, lovely. Say hello from me.
Yeah, bless her.
Send her a text saying, Fox says, hello, Mrs. W. You look nice tonight. Have you changed your hair?
Yeah, she's at West Surrey at the moment, so yeah.
That's something else to me. Yeah, I think on mine I've got to do some little subtle weathering bits and stuff, some washes on the metal parts. And I think once I've done those stripes, I think I'll leave it at that. I've got to paint the figures as well, but I can paint them close up. So
yeah, that's it. Doing them off air is going to be so. That's why I did mine. I think I based them on air and did them off air because I can have all my lenses on.
Honestly, I think I'll actually try and paint them on air.
Yeah, go for it.
I've got to get used to painting things on live streams. That's why I bought a whole lot of Acadians so I can paint them. So
absolutely, mate.
I think I can see well enough to paint little figures. I'm getting better at painting little tiny figures.
Yeah, there you go, folks. See, so a bit of variety coming up. Yeah, there you go.
Variety. I'll still be doing Warhammer, but
that's all right. It's not a problem.
Yeah,
but it breaks it up for me because I don't want to get Warhammered out. I'm conscious of that, but also I'm conscious of I've got a lot of stash up there that I might be running out of time to build. So I'll be realistic, can I?
Well, apart from that, it's just nice. If you know, I'm sold. I tend to stick to one thing at a time, but you're more
absolutely. Edward says you also have a squig off to build. Laugh out loud. I know, mate. I haven't forgotten.
Oh yeah, I've got it.
It's literally just to my left, mate.
When I was looking at things to buy, with my birthday money from various sources, I toyed buying the smaller squig-off.
Yeah,
it's not the gargantuan squig-off; it's just a squig-off. But the one thing that put me off was it says it's designed to go with the other cannons and guns that you can buy, but Forge World don't stock any of them anymore.
No.
It's got a big ghosted out gun on the front, but Forge World don't sell that anymore. And there's none of the weapons that Forge World sells that would fit on the back of on the powder for that. So I'm like, okay, not going to buy that squig off then.
Yeah, that's the downside, isn't it? I was lucky. I managed to source ahead. I've got to sculpt the towel myself. I'm going to film that, see? So it's going to be a video build series, that one.
Yes, actually.
You know, because, it's I wouldn't be able to do it justice on a live, mate.
No.
You want to focus on that. It's one of them, what I would call, higher end builds in it that you really want to be able to get as close to it and see it and not worry about coming off a shot at all or anything like that, because you'll be able to set your bench up so you've got it in a good spot, you know. So
The funny thing with that squiggle thing is, just thinking about it, it's probably going to be a really simple paint job. It sounds counterintuitive.
I've looked online at different takes on it, you know, and it's.
I don't mean an easy paint. I just mean not a technically complex one. Like, if, for example, I do the how.to in my death skulls, it's just going to be paint the whole thing rust, like I've done here, and then dry brush on the blue where it's meant to be blue in some bits. So that's dead easy. I can do that in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
The skin, it's not going to be easy, but I can see how you could do it with like shades and dry brushing.
Yeah. It's going to be. It's getting. Excuse me. It's getting all of the color transitions and that, and I still haven't decided yet on colors.
Yeah.
I
think dry brushing is going to be the way forward, and slightly wet brushing. I would probably recommend. There's a few. Hate to recommend it, but there's a few Warhammer TV videos in the old days when Duncan and Peachy paint various monsters, and they do things where they show different skin colors, and it's like dry brushing and shades, and it kind of works quite well. And it's not that complex. It's not easy, but it's not complex, thankfully. And because it's basically the squig-off is just one color. Well, not really. It's like one color with some fleshy bits, and the how.to is essentially just rust plus whatever color you want. It can be more complex.
Yeah, that's it.
I think painting the dudes is going to be the complicated bit, not the actual big squig-off itself.
Yeah, I've got a lot of the ad work done on the how.to. I just need to double check my measurements and that before I download the files and send them to print. So I want to film that, because again, that gets back to how I design stuff. Do you remember me and you had this conversation, didn't you, about people will be interested to see how you create these vehicles and guns and all of that lot. So that's what I want to do. So have a bit more of that seen by folks.
I never actually thought I could have got that squig-off and then paid you to build a cannon to go on the front.
Yeah, you know it.
I don't know what the gun is that's supposed to go on the front. You see, so
yeah, I'd have to have a look at the pictures and have a looky-loo and then come up with something for you, mate. We'll do some renders for you. It's not a problem.
I might, if I get anything now, I might get the big what's it called? Mega something, mega thing. It's like the the two-legged walker thing they've got. The big.
Oh right, yeah.
But it's a bigger version. It's the one. I can't remember what it's called now. It's the Mecha something or the Mega something.
It's not a Megatron, is it?
No, it's like a. Right, I'm going on Forge Wheel. Right, so I've got
hold up a minute. Hold up. Did I just hear that you're going out? You're going to Forge Wheel?
I need to know what it is.
Folks, can I sit back and savour this moment? Yeah,
no, because you need to go and look at it as well. So
you need to add it to your basket and buy now, and
it's the Mecha Dread or the Mega Dread.
Mega Dread, yeah.
If you go and look it up now,
I don't need to go and look it up. I trust your word, mate.
Well, the Mega Dread is one with guns, and the Mecha Dread is one with
you're just trying to get me to go on Forge World.
And just look up Mecha, M-E-K-A.
I don't need to, dear. I trust you implicitly.
But no, so I might have got that, but I'm not going to get that.
Absolutely. Edward Leonard says, hi, H, glad you're safe. Yeah, she's at West Surrey Golf Course at the moment, bless her.
It's basically a big Death Dread. You've done the Death Dread, or you've got a Death Dread, haven't you, I think?
I do believe I have, yes.
It's like the big... It's a bit like the thingies from Space Marines. It's their version of that.
Yeah.
There's an orc inside it.
Yeah. I have. Yeah, it's up there. Yeah.
A bigger version of that.
So I'm looking around at so much stuff that I didn't realise I had that I've still got to paint.
Angus is saying, exterminate, exterminate. Sometimes Mama Wolf will say something to me silly and I'll be like, explain, explain. And
I've got another white box up there.
Have you now? Hang on, what have you got? You've got your grot tanks.
I don't know.
You've got your grot tanks you haven't built. You haven't got anything else from Forge World, have you?
No, this is a white box from Citadel.
Oh, you got your boss on a bike. That wasn't.
That's a Grunstock gun hauler, whatever that was.
That's the KA.Hadron thing. But that wasn't a white box.
Yeah, it's a white box. See,
Doesn't mean it's Forge World though.
no, I didn't say it was Full.Build. I said it was another white box.
Oh, you're going to have to open that.
When I
hear white box, I instantly think Forge World and get all excited.
No, I've got Full.Builds up there, mate.
Oh, you got more Forge Worlds, have you?
Yeah, I've got Full.Build up there. Oh, that was it. Yeah, I remember it now. That was that one.
Oh yeah, the gun.
Yeah,
gun hauler. Yeah.
Gun hauler. Yeah, the steampunky stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I knew.
Yeah, that's Games Workshop website, wasn't it?
Mm.
What's that then up there? Oh yeah, that's what Side got me, isn't it? That's the Goliath. Yeah, got that to do. For that
Goliath.
one.
What's a Goliath? Oh, yeah, that thing. That's cool.
Got Side got me for my birthday. Forge World. Let's have a look.
Curious now. I'm not sure what Forge World you've got.
No, I don't mind, mate.
So you've got your drop tags, but I didn't think anything else.
Yeah, no, I've got other Forge World stuff in here.
Ooh.
That's the grot tanks.
This is when you realise you bought a lot of stuff for the stomper that you never used.
Boss on a bike. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Is that the one that Wendy sent you?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that might be.
And I've got loads of dudes.
Tons of Forge World need to build.
I've got that. Here's other Forge World stuff. Obviously, the rest of the grot tanks.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, why not? You've got to have grot tanks.
I was always kind of reticent about Forge World, but when I'm thinking about like Orc stuff now that I've got in my stash from Forge World, because it's Orc, it doesn't matter if it doesn't all line up quite right.
Yeah, it's one of those.
I built them. I built the big track, and I got the tracks to sit flat on the table level, but the actual chassis is at a slight angle. But I'm like, well, it's Orc. It's just
but it's
gun's really heavy on what's front.
You know, at the end of the day, it's Orc, isn't it? They reversed over something and bent it.
Yeah, if it's wonky on its axles, then it's just Orc, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of the time, especially with the Orc stuff, you can get away with warming it up and doing your thing. But
yeah,
you know, people, it's expensive. It's this, it's that, and it's like,
well, it's resin. Deal with it.
Yeah, but it's.
But if
building a Forge World piece is nice. It's a bit like doing an MFH kit, isn't it? You know, you could say you can get a Tamiya kit, but there's a difference in there.
But the thing I realised is that, like, if I get, like, I've got my Macarius Vanquisher and I've got a Malcador Infernus I need to build, and the thing with those is if you get two bits that don't quite fit together, you've got to fill them in.
Yeah,
you've got to fill it and putty it and rectify it because it looks nice. It's Imperial. If it's Orc and I'm building, say, the Killburster tank and there's a gap between two panels, I can either leave it because it's Orc, or I can just get some plastic card strips and put some rivets on them and make them look like they're covering the gap. Or I can make that part of the structure.
Yeah.
So if two bits don't quite fit, brilliant. Well, then put some strips across it to make it look like the Orcs tried to make
This is
it.
I mean, I'm thinking of the squig off on how carried away I can get with the Alder. You know, and little bits that have been added to it, and turrets or little houses in there. Or I don't know. It's one of those.
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to predict that by the end of it, it's going to have a howdah that basically incorporates most of a Baneblade or half of a Stomper.
Do you know, you're not that far wrong, mate.
I got the howdah and I added all these turrets to it.
Because if you remember rightly, I sent you a load of screenshots, didn't I, of the CAD images that I was doing on the Alder, and you was like, it's going to be bigger than the squig off, innit? And I went, yeah.
Yep.
Because it's got to look lived in, and basically what I'm doing is I'm putting an entire Orc settlement on the back of this squig off. You know, it's carrying around the town
in the best possible way.
Yeah, not in a OTT. Well, I say OTT kind of way. What you on about your pillock? But you know what I mean. It's I don't know why it just appeals to me to go a bit mad.
It all makes sense. It all makes sense. It's got, what's the phrase I'm looking for? It's the logic of it is self-consistent. It all makes sense within itself. Like this will be here because of that, and this will be. It makes no sense at all. But if you think, yeah, but then they've got to have that there for this, and it's got a self-consistency within its own logic. So
I mean, I'll say this to the viewers. How could I sit there and not festerise the Orc gargantuan squig off?
Yeah, how could you not?
You know what I mean? It's got to be festered a bit, isn't it? It's got to be, because it can afford to be a one-off, can't it? Because
I mean, I can see it with like being like some sort of like desert world Mad Max, not Mad Max, but
dystopian type, or Gaslands type thing.
Yeah, you got the big thing sticking out, big arms sticking out with sails and like all that kind of stuff, and just all kinds of bits and bobs.
Yeah, there's going to be the obligatory tower with the wind, the wind turbine thing. The little triangular pieces of raggy that make it up. You get where I'm going. Yeah. It's going to be proper
the obligatory wind turbine.
Yeah. It's
the obligatory wind turbine.
Well, what else would you have on a squig off? It's got to have a wind. It's got to have a wind turbine. It's got, I've got to figure out where I'm going to put the spire yet for the castle battlements and all of that. And it's obviously going to have a chain-driven, lowerable platform that the Orcs can come down on. So it's got to have all of these kind of things, isn't it?
You know what you could do?
What's that, mate?
I'd be very tempted to do it on mine, but I had no idea how you do it. I saw one once where somebody made a squig off out of a toy dinosaur.
Yeah, I remember you showed me the picture, didn't you? Or it was
basically like a diplodocus with a really long neck.
Yeah.
But what they'd done is, in a moment of genius, they built this squig off around it and they painted it up. They basically got a little platform just above the head, behind the neck, and there was an orc stood there with this like big, like massive fishing rod crane attachment. And basically they had I need to get my drawing pad, don't I?
Yeah, go on, do it.
Hey, I found out why these new Sharpies are the new special format. They smell amazing.
Oh, do they?
Do you know, like the smell of Sharpies?
Are they Masters brush cleaning smell nice?
It's not so much that as like, basically, I scribbled something out on a piece of paper and put it in my bin by my side of my desk, and I can still smell it like 4 hours later.
Really? Oh, wow, that's
it's
pungent.
Like, wow. The same smell, but just incredibly strong. Right? I found a blank page.
Edward Leonard, whilst you're doing that, says, sorry I was outside, but a town on a squig off is a great idea. You like the sound of that, Edward?
Yeah.
Because at the end, for those that don't know, Edward kindly sent me the body of the squig off that I'm going to be doing as a very kind gesture. And I kind of want to make it a unique build in my own little way. But if you think a town on the squig off's going to be a good idea, Edward, I will do a town on a squig off, mate, because it is the Edward Leonard Squishy Memorial build.
Yeah. Now ignore the jellyfish.
Jellyfish. See what I did there?
Ignore the fact there's a diagram of a prokaryote on
here. Do you want to move the camera slightly so that we can see all the pad? There you go.
Ignore the fact there's a picture of a single-celled organism there. I don't know why that's there. So you've got this diplodocus thing here.
Yeah.
You're not going to really see this. So you've got his long neck like that and a head, and then the body, and you kind of put the howdah on the back. But then you had this orc. There's like a platform here, and he had this orc standing there with this massive, long, great fishing rod, and then a line, and on the end of the line was a big pile of grass. Like earth and grass to be tempting for the big dinosaur, but also a grot holding onto the grass for dear life.
That sounds about right.
The grot's there going, and he's got this big handful of like grass and stuff, and that's the food for the dinosaur. The grot's going to get eaten.
Absolutely.
And that smells really strong. That's incredibly strong. I can't believe how strong they smell now. Those. Oh, Jesus Christ. You'll be glad to know I've got a new. There's a whole clean page there. Mother. You'd be glad to know I've got another pad on the way.
You've ordered a new one, have you?
Why do you buy Citadel palette pads to draw jellyfish and amoebas on camera?
Yeah, why do you use Citadel brush pads to do that?
Well, I used to use them because that's what I used to have my metallic paints on, the Citadel palette pad.
Yeah, it's what Duncan used to use, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they are pretty
yeah.
good for if you do metallics, because then if I was making a mix of a wash with like some lamy medium and some shade, I'd do it on that. Now I've got my little metal pot, so I don't need that anymore. But
yeah, it's one of those. I would probably use it solely for the metallics because it keeps the metallics away from your normal wet palette, doesn't it? Because
I mean, I've got my little wet palette just for metallics. But if I've not got it set up and I can't be bothered, or if I just need to do a quick mix of lamy and medium in some color for 2 minutes, I can do it on that.
Yeah, I always have my 2 pots, my metallic pot for brushes. Yeah, because you don't want to mix.
No.
Clean your brushes in the wrong one because,
I've got to paint the rivets on that horn and now I'm going to mess them up and ruin it.
Yeah. That's when you kick yourself then and go, I wish I hadn't done that now.
Oh! Yeah, because painting metallic dots is really hard.
Yeah. Have you got any, I don't know whether they would be small enough. Have you got any metallic pens or your...
I might use like the end of a cocktail stick. That's one way of doing it.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it, mate.
But then once you've matte varnished and everything else, they disappear anyway, so...
Yeah.
If I was clever, I would have carved them off and actually replaced them with plastic rivets, and then I could have painted them much easier, but hey.
Yeah, but... Yeah, we always think after the event, don't we?
Yeah. We are masters of hindsight.
Don't forget, we are the blokes who glued the arms on. Let's not forget that. Great decision that we both made there, mate.
If there's one thing you need with hindsight, it's hind, and that means you need an ass, and we are massive asses, so...
Yeah, we proper got that wrong.
Exactly. Yours is looking mint, though, dude. Yours is coming on really nicely.
Yeah, it's one of those.
What have you fettled with?
I've what me dudes and that on. Oh, let's just put the keyboard down a minute. I've what me dudes on.
Done dudes on.
And it's just been a matter of just going around and putting their eyes on. I did a couple of the lights there, the red, the green, the white, and the yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Just thought I'll sod it.
Turn your camera a bit. You're pointing at the...
Yeah, sorry, but I was trying to put my grok tank on as well as show you. But yeah, Festa and multitasking, I do warn you, mate. I do try. Me dudes are on, got the geezer up there with his hammer sat atop his missile. I sprayed round the bottom there with a nice mix of Agrax Earth Shade, a Reichland Flesh Shade, and a bit of Tamiya Smoke. I mixed the wash up, and it's just given that a nice rough texture as well. I do like the texture.
You got the smoke mixed in with the shades?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, and I sent it through the airbrush. That's what went through the airbrush earlier.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So there you go. So that's what I've done, basically. Just darkened it up a little bit. A few little bits of Agrax. Some Starship-based sludge went between some of the panel lines.
I've got to admit, I've actually done nothing with the underside of mine.
Yeah, I kind of know I've still got the bolts and the streaks to do around the bolts. So I will come back to it and do them. But yeah, for the moment, it's like, I'm stomped out at the moment. So
I love the way it looks. It just looks massively fat from the side with the doors open. It's great.
Yeah, it's a proper got a belly on her, isn't she?
Big fat bugger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, it's different, isn't it? And don't forget, I did do checkers on a chimney stack, so
You did. Impressive. Extra points.
You know, so got points there
as well, like a spoon.
Yeah, and on the cone.
Yep.
As well.
The fell out again.
Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting to take it out when I turn it.
I heard that rumour.
Yeah, there you go.
Clump.
Yeah, it's because I'm trying to move that over without knocking it flying because me rag's caught. But yeah, there you go.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's all right. Is it the greatest? No, but I'm happy. It'll do for me.
Is it nuts? Yes. Is it serious? No.
That's it. Got my little dude hanging there, just because he can.
Yeah.
I've got the spanner geezer up there, my little radio bloke up there doing his thing.
I forgot that's where that guy's actually supposed to hang off. I forgot about that.
His little tube. You got obligatory bit of raggy poking out of its arris there up the top.
Good
there.
Lad. Good lad.
But yeah, it's an intriguing little build. Yeah, I know I want to go round and do me streaking and things, but yeah.
I don't know what to. I don't know what to do with the underneath of mine.
I've not bothered with it. It had a layer of rust and dirt shoved up under there, but I ain't been funny. How many times are we going to turn these upside down?
Yeah, I mean, the completionist in me says I should do something with it, but it's also the practicality of turning it upside down. It's like,
Yeah, I just thought, well, a bit of rust, bit of detritus, and some of the old spray there went up underneath its rump, and it's like, that'll do.
I've not done any rust. I've only got the original rust under. I've not even done any painting under there yet. So I need to sort something.
So that's all it had under there, and dare I say it, it's never going to be seen again.
No,
but
I really don't know where this thing's going to go.
Yeah, obviously I did me smoke last week with my airbrush. Did that, so that's got a bit of smoke in there. Yeah, it's different.
Hey, can I make? Would you say that when you put the smoke on, would that be smoke on the walker?
Smoke on the walker. I see what we did there. Smoke yeah,
on the walker.
Yeah.
Would that be smoke?
How many blokes have now gone and done the old intro on a bit of air guitar, Dan?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Because that would be smoke on the walker. You see?
Yeah, I see what you did there, mate.
I keep saying it because I made that up in my brain just now.
Would you be happy if I said have some XP for that? Because I think that's what you're after in it. Have 1,000 XP for that.
I made that up in my brain all by myself.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of it.
But yeah, it's different. Would I go down the same route with a kit this size? No.
Would you go down the same route with the other stomper you've got?
Yeah, because on smaller kits it works, but on something large it's a ball ache.
Yeah.
But it enabled me to practice and play with different paint, and hence why it ended up like it has. So for me as a learning tool, it's been a good little mule. Will it stay like this? I can't honestly say yes or no.
You might strip it down one day and redo it. You never know. You might get the urge.
You know what I'm like.
Yeah. I mean, I will say that I've still got stuff to do on mine, but I will say that on mine, I'm really happy we did this because it's shown me a very, very quick and ridiculously simple way to do messed up paint over rusty metal for all my Orc vehicles, which is basically just paint the rust and then dry brush the colour on top.
Absolutely. And on a large kit, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, and it's like literally doing that big round drum on the big gun arm.
Mm.
The big round drum literally took me 4 minutes?
Yeah,
to paint the blue. And once I get some grime on that, it'll look even more like rusty, knackered old paint.
Yeah,
it doesn't involve painting millions of paint chips.
No, that's right. Which works on smaller vehicles like the Lehman Russ. Don't get me wrong, but on a big stomper size kit, it's a ball ache.
I think it'll work on smaller vehicles as well, but on vehicles where I want them to look really messed up, like the Orc stuff. I wouldn't do it on Imperial stuff because they're not that messed up. But
no, that's right.
All the Orc stuff, yeah. I mean, literally, it's like a minute per panel.
Yeah, job done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you do it on your grot tanks?
Yeah, I'm going to do it on everything. Do it on my big track. Basically, on the big track, it's going to be do it all rust. Paint the few body panels it's got with the blue.
Yeah.
And then it's just picking out all the non-rusty bits like metals and tubes and pipes.
That's it, yeah. Quick win.
Yeah. So it's made me realise that painting Orc can be fun because it's simple, but you can take a lot of time doing it, a lot of different things.
Yeah, that's it.
All different colours.
You can spend your time on the things that matter.
Yeah, doing the checkers and the stripes and the bits and bobs.
Yeah, the detailed stuff. The big bulk panels and that you can pretty much get done in a session.
Yeah, but it's all been completely enjoyable. That's the best bit.
Yeah.
It's not even painted well, but because it's all messy and rusty and broken and scrap, it kind of looks right.
Yeah, that's it. And of course, I've got a grot tank coming out of its tummy, so I'm happy.
Yeah. It's like it took me 5 minutes to paint all the highlights and stuff on that big red fist there, but it's not a good paint job.
No,
but it fits the Orc aesthetic, and that to me.
Well, this is it. I mean, all right. A lot of people probably go, it's busy, like because of all the different colours. But for me, it's a pile of scrap that's come from different donor vehicles that have been cobbled together, and they've come up with this contraption. And what could explain Orc better than a Technicolor thing that they've assembled. Yeah, we haven't painted it yet. We've not
We
got.
haven't finished painting it. It's only painted a few bits.
Yeah, these guys are scurrying around with their paint pots. They're painting it whilst it's in battle. It's like, how awkward could that be?
Exactly.
The one thing I would do differently would be not to glue them damned arms on.
Oh yeah.
Other than that,
that's the only thing I'd do differently, I think.
Yeah, I'd still assemble the arms, but I wouldn't attach them to the vehicle.
And maybe you wouldn't have glued the exhaust on the back either. Although
the chimneys I would have kept off separate. But
yeah, I think you could glue them on afterwards. I'm not 100% convinced though. I don't know.
What, the chimneys? Yeah, they was on a flat plate, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but there was some fiddling to get them in exactly the right place, and I wasn't.
Yeah.
My friend was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna paint these in place because I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to get them."
Yeah.
I can't remember now.
Yeah, other than that, it's been an intriguing little build. I've got to play with me welder, me scratching and doing the edges on me panels. Yeah. The doors, getting them to do their thing, that was fun.
Yeah.
I'm figuring that all out. It's been a quirky little journey.
Rabbit's off. He says, good night. Oh, no, sorry, Edward's off.
Yeah, no worries, mate. You take care.
Yeah, says, looking good again. Guys, I appreciate you guys. Night, everyone in chat.
Absolutely. We're coming off air anyway because it's nearly past, so we'll come off at past.
Yeah.
But it's been an enjoyable one, but I'm mindful that I've still got the Warlek to start, and I don't want to get to the point where I'm dreading doing the Warlek. Does that make sense?
No.
So once Warlek's done and they're in the same display here, I can go, right, how can I blend these two builds together? Because the Warlek, I know you hate me paint job, Tar.
I don't hate your paint job.
But it's one of them. How I can get them not to outdo each other then is a better way of doing it, because the Warlek's going to be a completely different angled paint job.
Well, I would say, why do you need to? I like to have, like, I've got builds that I've done and then done something afterwards, and the later one's been vastly better or completely different or whatever.
I don't know.
I like to keep record of saying, well, when I painted this one, I was at this stage, and then you can see in this one, I'd learned X, Y, and Z.
Oh yeah, I know where you're going from, but I'm also in the thing of looking at my Orc vehicles. They're all together in almost the same faction, so you want them to look reasonably similar. If they've been into battle, reasonably similar with the weathering and that. So yeah. But yeah, the Warlek is going to be. It's not going to be Technicolor. It's going to be whatever colour I decide. I don't know yet. It's one of them.
Yeah. Well, if you're building it in your clan, it's yellow, isn't it?
It's one of them. It's how far I go with it, I don't know at this stage, because I need to sit and observe her on the turntable and let her talk to me.
Yeah. I do have to read out Retro Rabbit Studios' comment, because it's the most geeky comment I've ever seen, and I get it. I don't know if anyone else will get it. He says, when a grid's misaligned with another behind, that's a moire.
Yeah.
Moire interference pattern. Yeah, well, you might get it. That's just the best thing I've read all night.
Yeah, that's comment of the night. That's 100 XP, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a moire. Damn, that's good. Edward says, sorry I was outside, but a town on a squiggle is a great idea. I collect squiggle bodies and donate them to certain honourable figures like Colin.
Bless you. It's one of them. I've just got this mental image now of how mad I can do the Orc town on its back. So yeah,
I hate to break this to you, but the human brain cannot contain such mentalness.
Yeah, it's going to be...
You can't even begin to envisage that kind of...
I could see the squig off being a very tall, tapered build now. It's like...
Yeah, I'm remembering there was a series on Discovery many years ago, and it was imagining these two probes sent to this alien planet called Darwin and... No, they're called Marco and Polo, I think they were called. and they were like these blimp things that were to fly around this planet, and they had intelligence. They could fly around and take pictures and study the life on this planet because they thought there was life on this planet. And they had this creature.
Yeah.
That was called I think it was called I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, imagine a turtle that lives on land, and this thing it sleeps kind of on the ground and buries itself into the ground with its shell sticking up.
Yeah.
But it's so massive and it lives so long that when it stands up, it's got like an entire forest on its back, and it stands up on its 4 legs.
Oh,
and there's
how
an
cool.
entire forest growing on its back.
Yeah.
I think it was called the forest back. It's not very known. And it was walking along, and this thing is so big, it's got this entire. And I'm thinking, that's what I think of when I see yours, this thing with this massive, like.
Yeah, I've just got this image of some kind of weird orcified town with bits jutting out that, weird little things.
You know what I'm thinking of is, did you ever go to the website of Fiction Foo? It was Industria Mechanica. And they had some funky little resin figures, and these, I think we've seen one in the boom hut. Like, it looks like a little fishing boat, but it's like got jet engines and it floats.
Yeah,
it's up to resin, and it's got like lots of bits sticking up and bits of corrugated paneling stuck on it and stuff.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah,
I'm seeing that kind of thing, almost like, or even like the how.to will be like a little traveling merchant thing with lots of things hanging. But it's not. It's orcs. It's not a merchant at all. But imagine like a traveling merchant.
Yeah, a bit like the airborne ship in Fifth Element, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and then like the guy doing the little Chinese food and stuff.
Yeah, the Chinese junk, wasn't it, that was floating around? Yeah.
And then, but it's like when he gets somewhere, like the Squiggoth sits down on its legs. And then
yeah. So I think we've hit on a theme now, haven't we?
All I can see now is an orc there going, I just do eyes. I just do eyes.
But it's just got to be different, isn't it? It's got to have that Festa effect on it.
You're not going to rest till you've built an entire goddamn Ewok village on it, are you?
Well, it's funny you should say that. That's the type of nutty building type, with all the little, dare I say it, rope bridges and that old ye oldie treehousey type. I don't know.
I've just got this image now of like an orc taking an enormous tree.
Yeah.
And like all roots and everything, and then plonking it on the top of a Squiggoth, but like literally up like normal, and then tying it in place, like lashing it in place so it's just standing up on the back of a Squiggoth, and then building a treehouse.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's a tree, you build a treehouse on a tree. Even though it's on the back of a Squiggoth. It's
exactly, even though it's tied to his leg. Well, treehouse is on the tree, isn't it?
Yeah, just tie the tree, but it's not across his back, but it's literally standing up.
Yeah, it's got to be done, mate.
Out the back of the Squiggoth. That would be crazy.
I like your thinking, mate. See, you're creeping into the world of Festa Foxx now. It's going to happen.
Yeah, but the difference with me is it doesn't then creep into the world of how to make those things. It stops.
Yeah, see, I'm quite lucky in a way that I would honestly say I don't think I've got any fear when it comes to models. It's like, sod it. Let's just add that. It's a bit like when Nige said, put the funnel for a 200th scale Titanic on your rock truck. So, yeah, all right, I'll do that.
See, I'm happy to be the feeder.
Yeah,
I provide you with your crack cocaine ideas. What you do with it after that, I don't care. That's your problem.
Yeah, but it keeps you stimulated, doesn't it? It keeps the ideas going, and it's different.
Retro Rabbit says similar to Mortal Engines with the moving cities.
Yeah. Exactly, it's one of those. It's a moving township, isn't it? It's an orc settlement, but it's on the back of a squig. A Squiggoth even.
It will be interesting to actually take a Squiggoth and just not use the how.to and figures at all, but build as if the Squiggoth was like 1,000 times bigger. Build like a small town on the back of it, as if it's some giant beast.
Yeah, exactly.
1,000 times bigger than a Squiggoth.
And I'm lucky because I haven't got the restrictions of a how.to. Yeah, I've got the designs that I've done so far with the base and some metal structure, but I can change. I can come up with all kinds of gubbins. Now that we've hit on a theme of a complete town on its back, it's like, I can go to town on that design. See what I did there?
And on that bombshell.
Yeah. On that bombshell, I think it's time that we were. Yeah. But yeah, I do like the whole idea of the moving city and all of that.
Yeah, do whatever you want with it. It's your swing off.
Absolutely. So that, folks, is where we're going to leave it for the night or the morning or whatever time of day. Are you streaming
all the way down?
Are you streaming later today, mate?
It's entirely dependent on Mama Wolf getting her ass out of bed. Today nearly didn't happen. So
yeah,
it was looking
that's right. Yeah, it was pretty last minute, wasn't it? Bless you.
Yeah, so it can be sometimes that I only get to actually say there's a stream going on like an hour before. So hopefully I'll be doing some Skyrim.
Yeah, ring the bell, folks, on his channel. That way, if he does go live, you get notified, because real life especially at the moment.
Especially if I remember to make it not unlisted, which would be a dumbass thing to do.
I wasn't going to say that because I wasn't going to mock you, but
no, just mock me. Just mock me. If you don't mock me, I'll be asking the doctor to come and check you out.
Yeah. It's ammunition now, though. It's It's mockage material that I may put to use at a later date.
Yeah. Oh, you will.
Absolutely, I will, mate.
Absolutely.
Your bottom dollar. Wouldn't you do the same to me? Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, burpage.
Look at you.
Go to bed, you goobers. Thanks for the stream and the good times.
No worries, gents and ladies. Catch you all later.
If you're still there, I don't know if you're still there, but I thought your comment was the best comment in the world.
It's brilliant, wasn't it?
In the Moiré pattern. Yeah.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I will love and leave you. Keep an eye out for the streams over the weekend, folks. Yeah. Ring the bell. Massive thanks for the super chats and for keeping us two idiots company.
Hello.
We'll be back together on Warhammer Sunday, so keep an eye out for that. I'll be back with Dave on Sunday for some At the Bench, where I'm doing me Sherman tank. And fingers crossed that Mum's okay. Fox, if he can, we'll see you a bit later, peeps.
It's literally just her getting out of bed. There's nothing wrong with it. She's lazy.
Oh, no, that's what I mean. Bless. Yeah. All right, gents and ladies, we'll catch you soon. See you on the next one. Bye-bye for now.
Adios, amoebas.
Bye.
Bye.